to save you, I give all of me. Yeah, I can hear you screaming out, calling me. It's my fault, made you fall for me. So to save you, I give my all. Just to save you, I give all of me. I can hear you screaming out, calling me. It's my fault, made you fall for me. So to save you, I give my all. You fell for me, I count on you when times are tough. Instead of holding you down, I should lift you up. It hurts me when you start to see my flaws, but just to save you, I risk it all. Short on time for you, I never have enough. When I ran into you, I didn't plan on falling in love. Always there to wipe your tears, I hate to see you cry. If you tell me to jump, I ask you how high. I know sometimes it'd be hard for me to tell the truth, but I go through any obstacle to get to you. I'm not materialistic, but I got a thing for you. Treat the world like my guitar, I'm pulling strings for you. Just to save you, I give all of me. Yeah, I can hear you screaming out, calling me. It's my fault.
Alright, what's up, chat?
So to save you, I give my all. Just to save you, I give all of me. I can hear you screaming.
Over a year of trying to get you to play Street Fighter 6. What the?
So to save you, I give my all. Let me be
Why is this playing on the wrong computer? He's running from the set. You never ask. If you wanted to play, you could just ask. You could just ask. What mouse do you use? Or is, oh wait, no. Yeah, Razer Death Adder. I blew up the YouTube stream. Hold on. So you on 10 hours of Marvel? 10 hours of Marvel? What the? I don't know if I'm doing a 10-hour stream today. I never said that. I never said anything about that. 12. 12 is crazy. 12 is crazy. Metro. Why does my thingy look like this on my phone? I'm tweaking the YouTube stream. Give me a second. Does it look fine? Why does my YouTube stream look like this? Oh, no, mine looks fine. I'm tripping. All right, let's go. Would you consider Dabble a smaller or non-rival streamer? Non-rivals. Non-rivals. That's not his primary game. Need to feel because that would be funny. Yeah, GG, I'm not getting in. No, it's fine. I know Ashlyn. It's cool. I'll just talk to her. I actually have to play with her soon. We haven't played yet because she streams in the morning. She's not an A. I'll run some with her eventually when I do another morning stream. Yeah. Actually, she's moving right now. I don't even know when the hell she's gonna stream again. Stream lagging, is it? Shouldn't be lagging. Will the worker speed run it? Thanks. Yeah, if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, what we're talking about, Ashland is hosting a rivals tourney. And oh, it's us. Wait, I'm lagging? Odd. Why am I lagging? Huh. What do you mean I'm lagging? Lag of doom. Odd. The stream is. Why is it lagging? Huh. Am I uploading something? No, I'm not. Is it still lagging? Or it stopped? That's weird. My stream only lags on the intermission screen. That's a weird bug. How odd. How odd. How odd. Very odd. So no Street Fighter 6? You didn't ask. We can play Street Fighter 6 soon. Not today. Not today. You've never played Street Fighter? None of you guys ever ask. You guys assume I don't want to play, but you guys don't ask. If you don't ask, I'm just gonna keep booting up rivals. My chat asked me to play Tekken, I played Tekken. They asked me to play 2XKO, I played 2XKO last night. I played 2XKO last night for like... I played 2XKO last night for like 4 hours. It wasn't on stream though. Holy shit, yo, Richie. Jesus Christ. But hop on Grand Blue. We can play some Grand Blue soon. Hop on BlazBlue for the one time. Yeah, that's not happening. Yeah, that's not happening. Yo, where's that asshole that was cheating? Where is that asshole? No, it's this match. Don't tell me this dude's unbanned. Oh no, he's banned. Yeah, he's banned. Oh yeah, he's perma-banned. Yeah. Yeah, he's perma-banned. What about his asshole friend Flank? What is his name? Oh, his profile's hidden. This asshole. Yeah, he's perma-banned. Nah, that guy's BP hacks was crazy, bro. That guy needs to stay banned. Look at Tokon Blade compared to rivals. Oh, I've seen it. That shit is night and day. Yo, Kyoko, thanks for the 240 and Psych, thanks for the 230. Putting you in that one other form. Wish you guys luck. Oh, thanks, dude. If you guys don't know what we're talking about, this Ashland is hosting a rivals tournament. I will link it if you guys would like to put me on the form. You don't have to, but feel free to. She's hosting a rivals tournament. You don't have to put me if you don't want to, but put someone. Best way to improve is to drop Blade and play a real character? Hell no, we will not. We will not be doing that. Other than streaming, do you have a side gig for money? Yes, but I won't talk about it. Fucking Miss Marvel. They added Miss Marvel. What a character to add. What a character. Low key wanna learn Iron Fist. Iron Fist? What the hell? Why'd you wanna learn Iron Fist? Oh yeah, yo, these games last stream were so ass. Games last stream were so ass. I didn't play yesterday. I didn't play Rivals at all yesterday. As long as you enjoy it, brother. So that matters. I'm chilling. Don't worry about me. Rivals is not finally not the only Blade content we got. Thankfully, yeah. Gotta fix my in-game mic. Turn back to push to talk.
Someone's gotta guard.
My odachi is sharp. My mind is sharper.
The fuck? What's up, Virtue? What's up, M? I need to fix my chat new viewer. Oh, there you go. Fixed it. Okay, what was I gonna do?
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Push to talk, edit keys.
I smell a streamer.
Nope. I gotta fix my shit. Push to talk menu. Voice chat menu is P.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Why was it muted?
3, 2.
We all playing Score Girl? Shit, y'all want Score Girl to max?
You have to stop.
Y'all want
them
Score Girl to
from
max?
securing the mission area.
The force.
Who said I smell a streamer? Give you my past games on console? I'm too busy to do that. I'm way too busy to do account reviews. Maybe later. Not right now. I did not play Rivals at all yesterday. My FPS is so low. I have a video rendering in the background. Fucking character, bro. Hey. I know Bower does a lot of account reviews. Like if you ever ask him, he usually does them a lot. Fuck, I shot the wall. Why's my game so loud? See, the game is loud or my music's very low. Or it might be both.
I am ready to put on a show.
We're actually ball review. Nah, I cannot play this game with that guy. that shit is too funny, bro. I can't play serious if I play it right. I'm laughing too much. I'm not playing rank with Rivals. I mean, rank with Rack ever again. That shit is too funny.
Come on, Colt, get us in there.
That shit is too funny.
Or not.
Farewell. You need to stop.
If I'm playing with him, I can't play my main. I laugh way too much every time I fucking play with that guy. Because he's just flaming my fucking team the whole match. Every single time I played with him, he's just flaming my team.
I require help.
Don't you dare all without me in that. Holy shit, can you use that ult? Oh shit, my game just lagged like crazy. That video rendering finishing just lagged the hell out of my game. Let me close this. That was a fat lag spike.
You stop them in their tracks.
Yeah, that guy's weird. Jeff ulted, so he didn't get him out. What did I miss? Formation? What are you talking about? Are you at home already, Huntress? What are you doing? What are you up to? Spider-Man gameplay. Excuse me? I beg your pardon?
I am ready to put on a show.
What the? What is that? Okay. Oh, fuck.
Embrace the dog.
Oh my god, this fucking character, bro. Voice broke. You cheering for Ludwig?
My hunt continues. Farewell.
Why is Merc One Blade not blading?
Step aside.
It was the first match of the stream. Moving on my Psylocke and I'll play Blade next match.
That's why you're the one in charge, Psych.
You stop them in their tracks.
Healing magic. Lovely. Here they come now.
I want eyes on this location.
Sayonara. Do your better no more, demon.
I have all. I'm very tempted all in there. I know I shouldn't though.
Sayonara.
It's very tempting though, I must say.
That's better.
Give me a shout out, Nasu.
What are we gonna talk about?
Farewell.
Oh, I lost my team up. I'm like, why is this shit not coming out?
Really had that coming. You stop them in their tracks. You're mine. Gee, thanks.
Modern
Wait,
guy.
I'm gonna ult them at their base.
I think
Watch
anyone would
this.
want a modern guy to win. Anybody in their right mind would want a modern guy to win. Some cornball.
Okay, well,
It's a
they just
cornball
full healed
character.
right there. How did they do that?
It's a cornball ass character, bro.
Dude, one dagger bubble can stop my ult. That's crazy. I even eat.
This will do nicely. Sayonara. That's better.
Better stop that vehicle.
Yeah, I mean, Tyler wasn't gonna win that. Moment. Ludwig tricked him. That guy was cooked, I can't lie.
I am ready to put on a show.
Healing magic.
Us against the world.
Bro, heal your team, bro. Like, what's.
Step aside.
You fuck. And a Marine. They gonna
Farewell.
their share. Fixing up camp.
Down to 30 seconds. They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
See before Breaking Bad? Oh, you watching Peak.
I'm hit. Cover me.
Dude,
Better stop that vehicle.
I got my ult again.
Oh, brother.
Feel your venom no more, demon.
Who's this
There's a way up
chasing
here.
me?
Let's go kill him. Who is it? Who's up here? All right, they're on the other side of the
This
wall.
Cyclops? Wow.
Over here, down here, down here. It's
on the
a
train
Or
home.
Blade.
The bitch guy. How you doing?
Black guy, the black guy. Oh my god. I'm black, by the way.
You're mine. Double kill. That's 3.
Out of sight.
Wow, 4 in a row.
Flank of doom. Flank of
Down to 30
doom.
seconds. He stopped them in their tracks. Double kill. That's 3.
Oh my god, Natsu, you're so good.
10 seconds.
Dude, maybe we should like duo.
What?
I'm saying we should duo.
Together.
On quick play?
Big victory.
On quick play? Dude, on quick play is crazy. On quick play, bro. She asking you out, respond. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Why are we at quick play? 'Cause I just started stream. I'm warming up. Meet my own sequel video? Yeah, hell no. Yeah, I lie would do that on me.
Top-notch team to win this one.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
What's up, no duo? Like quick play. What we need to do on quick play? What we need to do on quick play? What do you want to do a quick play? Hello, brothers. Okay, pick a number 1 through 5. If it's the number I'm guessing, then sure, I'll invite you after this.
Cold steel. Hell yeah.
30 seconds before you attack.
It was
Get
3.
ready.
You're wrong.
Hey, wanna know a little secret?
You were
Your
one
song
off.
Flow is on my slay list.
You were one off. That's cheating. How is it cheating?
Yeah, the playlist I put on when I'm out slaying vamps.
I'll flip a coin. If it lands on tails, then sure, I'll invite you.
People have told me that was a killer track, but I didn't take it literally. The battle
Ah,
starts
lucky
in 5,
guy. I'll invite you after this match.
3, 2, 1.
I sense them. Close.
Lucky guy. Are you fucking kidding me? This guy's playing Penny in quick play. So many pennies in quick play.
I was born ready.
I'm hit.
I was born ready.
Oh my fucking god, I literally can't play the game because of Penny Parker.
A nice deep freeze.
Oh, thanks for the prime. Why is my... Whatever. I shouldn't be losing this much health when we're a triple healer. Or maybe I should, because an Adam just shooting me.
Get that vehicle moving again.
My god, bro. Everyone's just running from Oh my fucking god, I cannot catch anyone. Everyone's just running. Like, it's impossible to get stacks right now because everyone just runs away.
I am ready to put on a show.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Okay. She's 1 HP, team. Please, bro. She almost died in Atom Muter.
Taste cold steel.
Come here. Let me help you. A nice deep freeze.
You're lucky I was here.
It's spider time!
Let the devil out! I'm cutting in.
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
I'm cutting in.
Anyone want to ride for safety?
Spotted by skittering everywhere.
She destroyed the nest.
Got your back.
She destroyed the damn nest. Better fried chicken or steak? We're pretty good protein. We're pretty good sources of protein.
Just tried her.
I'd say steak though. If I'm picking steak or fried chicken, I'm picking steak.
Boom, one shot. Hell
You're
yeah.
halfway there. Keep going.
Got rid of those shots. Taste cold steel. 1,000 gods!
Nah, I can't kill this guy until this goes dead. Are they triple?
You're not in this alone.
You want help improving? No, I'm good.
KO.
A joystick command. What the fuck is a joystick command?
Born again!
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Back in the game.
God, bro. This net cooldown has got to go, bro. That net is so dumb, bro. I think Thing is getting buffed next match. Thing is getting buffed is crazy. And why would Thing need to get buffed next match in the poke meta?
Double KO.
Their dive is already pretty ass.
Snack time already?
I mean, he loses the poke, but like he counters dive hard. He just needs to hold that, I'm not gonna lie. Because if you buff Thing, you're just gonna make dive already worse than it is. I guess. No, do not buff Squirrel. Sure, he does his job pretty well. Wanda, I guess you could buff, but do not buff Squirrel. Squirrel's already decent.
Taste cold steel.
Sure, does a lot of damage.
I found one of our critics. That's it. Don't let anything stand in your way.
That all doesn't do shit? Oh, I know. Hold on, I could probably kill this girl.
1,000 gods!
Nope, no mind, she faded it.
They found my weak spot.
Put on triple healer. Soul bounded and all. Adam flying, making his health fly back to max.
I've always walked the line between the living and undead.
Oh, I forgot to pin this on YouTube. Oh, you don't want to take man? See your swag. See a swag.
I was born ready.
It's the grand finale. A nice deep freeze. Get that vehicle moving again.
I gotta just gonna run away. Bro, where? God damn it, quick play, bro.
I was born ready.
These are just not walking up. Oops. I did the wall twice. Relationship advice. What the? I never take relationship advice from a Spider-Man player. That's interesting.
As good as new. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! So damn many of them.
What?
Open season. The hunt is on.
Oh, great.
1,000 gods!
You don't want to fight? Oh my god, no one wants to fight on this fucking team.
Next time on hell yeah.
Get that vehicle
Oops.
moving again.
Taking a look see.
Keep an eye on this spot.
Come on. Trying to get these poor slugs locked back up
We have solo tank Thor. We are not pushing this shit.
Jury! Executioner!
Yeah, we're not gonna win this. We're doing solo tank Thor. Doing solo tank thing.
I was born ready.
Only
And he's
60
playing it
seconds
into
left.
Punisher. Like I don't know.
Got your back. Back in the game.
I like the coach.
Next time already. Silver bullet. Benji's
Do not stop, or we'll end up in these pits. Down to 30 seconds.
cold steel.
Oh, great.
The final 10 seconds.
Yeah, that's game. Hold on, bring it back.
Monsters or not, they deserve no winner yet. Going to overtime.
Double out!
It's the grand finale.
Oh, it's not over. Okay, no, it is over.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
I'm throwing. Shit, I might be. Where this match is going? Because what the hell is up? Oh shit, I forgot to invite you. I got you after this. Mutiny is crazy.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'll fight. fight to end the darkness that I fight to end the darkness that's
GG's, dude. All right. Shot Cyclops yet? Of course I have. Let me upload today's video.
Day and night. No monsters getting the best of me.
30 seconds before
I have
you
multiple
attack.
videos on
Get
Cyclops
ready.
already.
I do love a man in uniform.
I feel a little uncomfortable with the way you're looking at me, ma'am.
Welcome to
John, how do you
every day
always
of
get into my
life.
matches?
You'll get used to it.
This dude's an expert stream sniper.
I'm not so sure about that.
You are an expert stream sniper.
The battle starts in 5, 4.
Every time I queue quick play, he's always
2,
there.
1. All you need to do is capture
That is
the mission
a
area.
special grade
Got
stream
it?
sniper, bro.
I'm not letting anyone steal a victory
He's
from
always
me.
there. And he's on my team too. Like every time. I don't know how he does it.
For once, I'm vulnerable.
Huh? I don't really care to not shoot the reflect because he's not gonna commit anyway. Oh, this guy is so ass, man.
Back in the game.
Get ready. Here come the bad guys.
Stay hitting real hard. The hunt is on. Cut me. You're lucky I was here. I'm cutting it.
Us against the world.
I was born ready.
Whoa.
Taste cold steel. A 1,000 gods!
That guy just got you killed.
You might want to stay down.
That's 3.
Still building.
The hunt is on.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
We're gonna make Blade good, a buff, alt.
We've got a statue to deliver.
Then you buff the alt or buff the gun. I would say buff the alt though. The gun can stay like this. The gun is ass cheeks. It can stay like this though. His alt needs to get buffed though. After that, I think you can finally start getting played MRI, MRC and stuff. Because as he is now, he's only like a really good character when he's at 10.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
He's pretty ass if he's not at 10. Dude's only good like half the time. She's slowed if you guys want to kill her. Jesus. Kill this guy. And token drops. I'm not gonna drop rivals, no. I'm playing both. I'm not dropping rivals. If you think I'm dropping rivals, I don't know what to tell you. That's just not happening.
I'm ready to put on a show.
You stand still, please? Just for one time. Just for one time. Oh, fuck no. That almost hit me. Oh, he did too slow. These boys are too scared to ult.
We need forward progress now.
Watching while on a treadmill. Hope your workout goes well, dude. Why not ranked? Because I don't feel like playing ranked yet. I just started the stream, bro.
Some uninvited guests.
Back in the game.
That's it! Don't let anything stand in your way.
One shot. I was born ready.
That guy's super dead.
So close! It's your big chance!
Together.
That's a victory! Another
I could get used to this.
big win!
You want a DreamCon? No. Oh shit, I get to type it in the match. What title was I gonna put this video? I forgot. Oh.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'm not anyone's sidekick.
My odachi is sharp. My
Let's do Cyclops.
mind is sharper.
You just destroyed us? GG's? GG's, dude. It wasn't a destroy. I wouldn't say it was a destroy, but... GG's. GG's, dude. GG's. There's got a lot of people that play casuals. I like casuals.
I will
Casuals is
not
fun.
rest until
I mean, quick
return
play,
to
whatever you
my
want to call it.
old
Same thing.
self.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
GG's. GG's.
Your powers.
I tried to type it in chat,
Never
but
seen them at this level before, Rogue.
it didn't work for some reason.
To worry about me, Eric. You ain't my husband.
Well, no, I left the lobby too
or
quick.
my daddy.
So I had the chat closed, so I didn't know you guys said GG's.
I am your friend. Isn't that enough?
The battle starts in 5, 4,
What's up, Anima? How you doing?
2,
Thanks for destroying us. Wait, I just saw your message.
Got it?
Wait. Bro said, thanks for destroying us. Thanks for destroying us is crazy.
A nice deep freeze.
Oops. I got all wrong. Thanks for destroying us is crazy. It was weird playing quick play. Because I'm seeing Gambit open. I'm not used to seeing him open. It was kind of cursed. The customs today? I don't know. Maybe.
Sayonara.
Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. That guy's dead. Yeah, he headshot me. What is it, the luckiest headshot? Yeah, it one-shot me because he's Mantis boosted. Okay.
Destination.
It literally one-shot me because he was Mantis damage boosted. That is silly. did that touch him in time? Five quintuples? You dated 5 quintuples before? That's unbelievable. Don't you got like a work boyfriend too? Hold on. You got a work boyfriend, just? Hypothetical scenario. She got game? Damn, you got game like that?
Armed and dangerous!
What is that? You don't know what a work boyfriend is?
We are undefeatable!
I don't know what a work boyfriend is. She got game. She be raising them up at work. You be raising them up in the office. Oh shit. Oh shit.
A nice deep freeze.
She may tell you she only at work for the money. Nah. That's why you still have that job. The coworker, that's the perfect coworker.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Oh, you got a work wife. Oh, you swing like that. Oh, I didn't know that. Do something every day. You have a work wife. Oh my god, bro. This guy is just mantis damage boosted, and he's just one-shotting us. He's just one-shotting us because he's mantis damage boosted. It's actually so tilting. I made that Nanami video? Oh, did you? Oh, that video was fire. I know what video it's on. That video was fire. I wish I made more shorts. When I was doing Roblox, I wish I did more shorts. Because you get stupid money from shorts. I realized it too late. But actually, no. I did make shorts. I just didn't make enough. I've had ult for so long, and I haven't used it. Did he just ult as me? Yeah, you can make dumb money from shorts. On the Roblox. It's actually pretty disgusting. Nah, you don't. Nah, you don't.
The vehicle
I
reached
bet.
a checkpoint. You got the momentum.
Out of sight.
Yeah, what's up, Jesus? Wait, hold on. Oh, you found? Yo, what's up, dude? How you been? Appreciate that, man. Groot is crazy.
You have my thanks.
I'm hit.
Oh, fuck.
Come on.
Step aside.
That guy's name is 2 Clones, 1 Cup. Okay. And he's playing low-key. Yeah, freaked out. My man freaked out, bro. got a Cyclops every match in quick play. This character is so annoying. Does so much damage.
Out of sight.
Ain't nothing wrong with floating with a coworker. Oh, see what I'm talking about? You got a work boyfriend or a work girlfriend. Exactly what I'm talking about. They always gossip. Anything but work. Oh man. Anything but work is crazy.
Move swifter than the birds.
It didn't have to come to this, great sayonara. Damage is sustained. You're mine. The enemy has arrived.
This is natural anger. That's it.
Nah, Tato went crazy in that tournament yesterday. He had like 47 finals in one of the matches. Truly one of the best DPS streamers I've ever seen. That's the goal right there.
Render me assist.
Yeah, make sure I check out the boy Tato, bro. Everyone's favorite Australian.
Sayonara. Step aside.
I don't follow any Australian streamers. I think he's like the first one I know. Who know him?
So close. This is your big chance. You need that.
Fuck was that noise? Oh my god, these clones are so fucking tanky. Can we like shoot the clones? Yo, Psylocke does not do good damage from that range. Fuck is that? Oh. Oh, this dude is damage boosted by Mantis, bro.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Our enemy
What's up, Hidden? How you doing? Oh my god, bro. This character has no damage. Bro, you're damage boosted by Mantis again, bro. That's gotta be your duo. This ain't no way. I ain't never see somebody get damage boosted by Mantis this many times. That's gotta be his duo, bro.
Only 60 seconds left. You're not like the cold.
Holy shit.
again.
Yo, he's damage boosted. Do not switch the damage form. Yo. Do not switch the damage form. He will literally tear our heads off. He almost got me killed.
Solo ult on the card, right?
Switch bodies.
Final 10 seconds.
Yeah, they really wanted to win. They brought a triple healer, Loki, Gambit, Groot. Okay, this entire comp is just bannable. Look at their comp compared to ours. They brought out triple healer, Loki, Gambit, and also Mantis with Groot team up. Like, they wanted to win bad. They wanted to win bad. Look at their comp. That comp is extremely banned. That is a banned comp of doom. Holy shit. Look at that shit, bro. What is that comp? That is a crazy ass disgusting comp. Sai, why you tried to solo me? Because you're fucking Loki. Like, what? You counterpicked me. But I not ult you. You're a support and you counterpicked me. Like, what? Like, Lord have mercy. Like, look at your comp. I think any DPS with a Brent would have also ulted you. What?
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
I fight to end the darkness that spawned
Oh,
me.
another blade guy.
What the fuck? That's yeah. Dude swallowing his whole mic. It's a muted doom.
That's some
It's a muted doom. Dude swallowing his damn mic. His mic is in his esophagus.
what, Cyclops?
I'm not doing that, bro. Play whatever. This guy's mic is literally in his fucking throat. He thinks I'm not gonna mute him.
Spilling blood to save the
Hey,
world.
waffles and eggs.
I love my
I think so. I don't know.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I totally forgot to put on underwear today.
We've got some serious competition here. If we want to win, we'll have to stay sharp.
You know me, Summers. I'm as sharp as they come. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine.
Usually I'd insist on calling the shots, Blade. But it's clear you're...
Wait a minute.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I survived Hell's Kitchen. This is nothing. I could use some eyes here.
Look, our next victims.
Okay, that's interesting character pick. Okay.
Back in the game.
There you go.
Double KO.
Beautiful, baby!
Mission area is
The last thing
yours.
I need is to end up dying. I'm cutting in.
Bro used both his dashes coming out of the spawn room. He almost died.
Silver bullet.
Very funny way. There's a Lord Icon with bonus damage.
21 mil. You got 21 mil. You better break down. Ain't no way this man has 21 million channel points. Oh, ever on Twitch?
What are you aiming at?
A thousand gods!
Give it never fall!
Oh, this jump shit is AIDS, yo. I literally cannot find bro, cause he's just jumping like crazy. Yo, I hate that thing, bro. You're wondering what's up, dude? What's for the raid? Oh, Church will go down to me anyway. You better go stream, bro. Wait, how are they gonna spawn?
As good as new.
Play games going? I didn't even play ranked yet. Just playing quick play. Just playing quick play. I think it's my last quick play though. This game mode is ass. This is Gambit every match. Feels like I'm playing rank but with no bans. It's literally a Gambit every match. It's like playing rank but with no bans. So people are just running the most shameless comp.
Bro, if I could play DPS, this game be over.
Ready for action.
Their team's capture progress is past the halfway point.
It's literally like quick play is just rank with no bans. It's like there's nothing different. There's literally nothing different. There's still a hidden MMR system. You have to go through. Hey, this doesn't feel any different than ranks. I gotta play on some of these horrendous maps like this one.
Let's go apply some pressure.
It's a small victory. We'll take it.
1,000 gods! Thanks for the shield.
Glory's almost yours! Double KO!
My healing factor can't keep up. How about an assist?
Fight it, Ty!
What is so miserable? Practice a new character? Yeah, true. I'd rather just play ranked even on the account from practicing, because like some of these banned characters are just like way too overtuned. Like there's a Cyclops every match. Thankfully there's one on this match, but it's Gambit every match for sure. Patreon. I haven't posted my Patreon in a while actually. I don't post nothing on Patreon other than anime reactions. For VODs that can't go to YouTube.
Powers. I'll make them regret it.
I wish the rest of the Deadpool Corps was here to help.
I haven't watched the anime in a while, but we will soon.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Those horns aren't just for show, yeah? You've got a monster inside.
Doesn't everyone?
Not like you, or me. We became what we're supposed to hunt.
Blade Mania. Blade solid.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I don't think I could handle the pressure of the Dark Force.
Look at this jerk. My healing factor can't keep up. How about an assist?
As good as new.
Never fall!
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Oh, I hate this jump shit so much, bro. Oh my god, it's actually so annoying. Yeah, I can't play quick play, bro. I can't, man. It's so ass, bro. Like fighting Gambit is just not it, bro. That quick play is just not fun with Gambit in the game. It's way too unfun, bro. I'd rather just play ranked on all from practicing a new character. Which is why people do that. Because quick play is unplayable if Gambit's gonna stay like that.
1,000 gods!
What are you waving at?
Oh my god, this Spider-Man's on me.
Hey, Dad! Someone please! They got me good. They give you the hand and maybe a foot.
Yeah, man, his ult, yeah, the ult is just, it's so unfightable, bro. Unless you're a hit scan. Like, it's so hard to hit people, bro. It makes playing dive miserable. Like, I have to just run away if they ult. Like, trying to kill any of them while they're ulted is just basically impossible.
Back in the cave.
What? It just hit me from behind. Yo, can y'all destroy this? No one? Oh, okay. Oh, great.
Don't let them take this fish off. I'm cutting in. Thanks, machine.
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Oops.
Dinner time, love!
Hot and beautiful, baby!
See you, sucker.
Double KO.
Tea, anyone?
The area's almost yours.
Why am I quick play?
This loser out, would ya?
That's why I'm playing quick play.
Oh, here they are now.
Back in the game. I was born ready.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
No winner yet. Going to overtime. Control lost. Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Taste cold steel. Judgment's coming. Magneto!
Double KO. That's 3.
Should be game.
Open season.
Control seized. No winner yet. Going to overtime.
What the hell? Holy shit, can I hit a dash? No, those guy's healers at. They said, fuck him. Yeah, that guy's healers does not fuck with him. I think they were just chilling in a spawn room or something. New video's out.
Another epic victory. Big win.
Alright, GG's, Muffin. GG's. He said, GG, no heals. His healers heal more than ours. Yo, ever check your TikTok chat? I'm looking at it right now. What do you mean?
Watch out, they're headed our way!
Double KO.
Never let the black cat cross your path.
You braid my hair? I haven't
KO.
gotten a haircut since Obama was in office. Isn't that like 2008?
You won't be needing that.
Coronation. What? Got a Spider-Man? I don't know, I'm not touching that character. Hell nah. I'm not touching that character. Culture Spider-Man? Fuck no. I'm not touching that character. I'm not touching that character.
Which hero do you think you want to
That guy's name is Cuz I'm Too White.
I'll fight to end the darkness that
What a
spawned.
name.
win this match.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Twitch Prime skin? Shit, we primers? The skin is kind of ugly, but fucking I'm using it. Make sure I use that Twitch Prime. Didn't say play. How many seasons and Gambit is still banned? That's crazy. How many seasons? Gambit is still banned. The skin is pretty ugly, but whatever. Yeah, they do need to do more with the Twitch drops. They need to put the costume coins in it.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
It's not even pretty, it's definitely ugly. I should do videos with this skin. So people can tell me to take it off for engagement.
Taste cold steel.
Free engagement bait.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Thanks for the shield.
I think they forgot about costume coins. I feel like they did too. Cause what the fuck?
Not as long as there's still a brighter tomorrow to fight for, Logan.
We've both seen tomorrow, bub. Wouldn't exactly call it bright.
Maybe today's the day we finally change that, old friend.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is
Nah,
capture the mission area.
add costume coins to the Twitch drops and put more costumes in the costume shop. Pretty simple. Not really hard to do.
As good as new.
Why did the Captain America just do that?
The hunt is on. I was born ready. Taste cold steel. Spider bot scanning everywhere.
How do you even hit me in the sky? Fucking Loki clones.
That's much better.
I was a champion Loki. Wow. I don't think I can play this character here yet. I think I have to go hit scan. They have flyers and have Penny Parker. Shit is unplayable. Can y'all shoot the purple thing in my back? No one wants to shoot it? It's crazy.
Anyone willing to help?
GM ring, by the way. Like what? Why am I losing the 2 supports? What? I dashed and it still stunned me. That's crazy. Okay, he switched off the fucking Penny already.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Never, I stalled them for long enough.
I was born ready.
This wasn't your day.
Inebriated fish. What a name.
Shield? Not bad.
What are these names? Palm Destroyer? Some fucking AI generated as names. Yeah, hit scan would literally obliterate this team. I'm just gonna go Star-Lord. Oh, got wasted. So fucking snooze. Okay, bro. I'm just gonna play Star-Lord. Like their entire team is just dies to hit stun. Very snooze team. Yo, Cosmos, thanks to 100, bro. Appreciate it.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
I flipped and it killed me mid-flip. Was my ping too high or what? On his screen, I'd even flip. Wow, okay. Alright, man, I guess.
We are undefeatable!
Oh, thought you had me.
Desync strikes again? I don't know. This is gonna be a hard match. Holy shit, this guy takes no fucking damage. Kill him, please, bro. I gotta find a champion Loki, bro. Like, bro. You're dropping that new Lady Loki, so there's gonna be even more Loki main soon. Wow. God, bro. It's like impossible to run dive against this shitty ass comp, bro.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
They're running anti-dive and they're running flyers. Like,
By the eye of Agamotto!
The final 10 seconds! We are undefeatable!
the very snooze comp.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime!
Oh, shoot the tanks! They're both one. They keep getting healed.
We are undefeatable!
Okay, I'm just not getting healed in the sky. Bro, it's just like they're trying to force dive into this. I mean, I'm dive too, but I'm hit scan, so my character works. But we have a magic and a dino. I'm trying to force this shit into anti-dive. It's not gonna work. Yeah, we need to switch up the comp. Like, I don't know what we're trying to run Dino into fucking flyers and anti-dive.
Time to switch things up, including which
You said you do? Okay, so who's gonna kill the Star-Lord if I don't? What?
The right
What Star-Lord? They have no
I mean,
Star-Lord.
not the Star-Lord, the Human Torch.
Galaxy? Might as well be me.
We just need
Like, I'm literally the
more
only
guns
one
on
shooting
tanks.
him. I'm like one of the only hit scans on this team. No, I actually am the only hit scan on this team. Like, what?
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. I'll go Angela. I'll go
Bro
Angela.
says
right?
you do. Like, okay,
just
so
need
if
to
I
shoot the,
switch, who's gonna kill
the
that guy?
thing in the Strange.
Like, who's gonna kill that guy if I switch? Like, I don't know, we're running Dino and Magic into all that anti-dive and flyers. Like, I don't know who Magic's gonna kill.
Gotta figure out what that is.
Play Fanta. You new here?
Oh, did you
Bro
see
said
that?
play Fanta.
He'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Bro, son,
Angela?
son.
Whoa! Hey, it feels like it's been ages
Son.
since we teamed up.
I have been quite busy.
I said play Fanta. I'm crying, bro.
I am sure the Guardians fared just fine without me.
Yeah. I mean,
Fantastic is fantastic at anti-flyer.
okay, but
Bro, I don't care what he is. I'm not fucking Mr. Fantastic.
Battle starts in
Scarlet
5,
Witch is good at anti-dive. Doesn't mean I'm playing Scarlet Witch.
3, 2, 1.
What's like, what's
You have to
does that even
stop them
mean?
from securing the mission area.
I'm not playing Mr. Fantastic. Are you new here?
here they come. Oh, did you see that?
Son, there's no way she doesn't die. She doesn't die? I put a whole clip in her brain. Wow.
Can't keep me down.
Where
for
did
long.
Reed touch you? What are you typing in my chat?
I know this relic, an ancient alt.
See that?
Oh, that's a diff. Bro got outplayed.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, this is fried.
Take this down point Strange. Can't find the portal.
Oh, did you see that?
How the hell do you have overshield?
Render me assistance. Oh, did you see that?
God, bro, it's unkillable.
Sweet move, right?
Loki won.
Wow. Oh my god. I'm the only one shooting this guy, I swear to god. Wow, bro, he was 1 HP for so long. You'd have thought it was triple healer.
Not look happy. Oh, sweet moves, right?
These cowards are
Just what the doctor ordered.
We are undefeatable.
Oh my god, this team has such low DPS, bro.
One of these.
Am I really the only one doing damage, bro?
Could use some love here.
under their thrall.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
I've had Loki 1 HP like 9 million times.
Sweet moves, right?
Holy.
Are we not patty caking in the back line? They have 1 die.
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
Supernova! Could use some love here. Don't mess with the
Oh
amazing.
my god, yeah, okay. This team is horrible. I feel like I'm the only DPS, like literally. Just died mid flip again. I see my team lagging like that against Starla. Oh me, bro. What?
No stopping the
My second DPS doesn't even know what the fuck he wants to play, bro.
More? Yeah.
He's watching for Spidey in the backline because our support doesn't know how to patty cake.
Why you guys just not go White Fox? Like if you guys getting dope, I don't get it. White Fox Luna. Just charm his ass, he dies so fast. Okay, yeah. I'm like the only one shooting like anything. Okay, now they're on triple.
Only 60 seconds left.
Talk you do a little too well and the whole team treats you like Hulk did Loki. Oh, kill this guy. What? Like, why did he even come out on that character?
Could use some love here.
Down to 30 seconds. He snapped them in their tracks.
Who's Torch up?
I unleash the Vishanti
Bro, I can't be the one shooting these clones. Bro, we have to shoot these Loki clones, bro. Yes, kill thing.
Keep going.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Nice. Holy fuck, we almost like their team wasn't good. They were just healing a lot. GG's. Their team was not good. They were just healing a lot. That's it. Bro had 24k damage by other DPS. What was he doing? Bro was playing mystery heroes. Jesus Christ, bro. Bro was playing mystery heroes. Like, this is so obvious. Just go hit scan. That's it, bro. They have a thing. They had a Penny at 1.2. Like, and they have a Johnny. Like, bro, just go like poke or Moon Knight or something. They have a Loki and Mantis. They have like no healing. We just go burst. They die. Dive and burst, and they just fucking die. But no, for some reason, I'm the only one playing hit scan and diving. Like, I don't know. I can see why we wouldn't go like Magic, which is why he had to get off that shit, because they had Penny for a little bit and anti-dive. But like, bro, just hop on like, what was even open? Let me see. Bro, Phoenix was open. He could have just played Phoenix or Punisher. Well, he did play Punisher. He didn't do shit on it. He honestly probably should have just stayed Bucky. He could have just stayed Bucky, but I guess he wasn't doing anything on it. Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, this guy was playing Dino and Cap into Penny Parker. It's like, I don't know why he even walked out of spawn room on that. Walking out the spawn room on that is crazy. You saw how fast I switched off Blade. Oh yeah, the Avatar beta is in a few days. Closed beta for Avatar. I gotta buy the game so I can play it. Buying it on Steam. I wanna play the closed beta. It's on July 2nd through the 5th. We're playing that Azula. You should have more new characters than just Azula. Should have at least added like 2 or 3 more. Whatever. It's closed. It's closed.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Who's ready to go hunting?
Who's ready to go hunting? Do we have a rocket? Shit, I'm gonna play Star-Lord then.
Who am I gonna banish
Run
for
that
this
rocket
match?
star. Run that rocket star. Nah, I'm learning that Azula. I'm gonna play as much as I can because the fact that Tokon beta is a day after the thing drops is annoying. It's a day after the Avatar game drops is pretty annoying. Oh well. Zahir's gonna be cool. You're my Star-Lord lost. What are you doing? What are you doing now? Oh, they dropped a new trailer for Cyberpunk. I need to go look at that.
Pick your hero or villain.
For the Cyberpunk anime. Gambit is open? Yeah, I'm about to end the stream. Okay. Tokon release it. We're not giving you a chance to beat us. To be fair, Tokon did that the first. I mean, not Tokon. Avatar did that to them the first time. They did their beta. Or it was the second time. Avatar did it to them first.
It appears
Yeah, Gambit's open. I'm about to uninstall this game.
a very different version of me.
Why didn't you the stream out?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Is Star-Lord a title?
Yo, Zodar, thanks for the follow. Good luck. No, this match is over. This match is fried.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Gambit's made plenty of rivals over the years. What's a few more?
Oh boy, here they come! Got eye on 'em. They hit real hard.
The fuck is she doing in here? Jingo main? Name is Cyclops, but you're playing Rogue. What is that even? What?
Capture the mission area.
Always glad to help. Always glad to help.
The fuck? That almost killed me. Oh my lordy, bro. We're all so spread out. How was I so low?
I'm out of sight.
Cap into Dino. Yeah, GG. Capping the Dino. GG's, bro.
Their team's capture progress.
Cap and Rogue into Dino. Oof. Yeah, they are not going to go cover no ground. Nah, we should have been Dino if you guys are going to run Cap and Rogue. You guys can't dive or brawl at all. I have no clue what you just said. Your mic is really low. This fuck ass team up, bro. Oh man. Only that game released his ult. I saw him use dash twice. How long have you been playing Rebels for? Since launch. Well, not really. Since launch, but I didn't start taking it, like, I didn't start playing it a lot more till this year. I played since launch, but like, I played like barely, like on and off. Only started like grinding it this year. I'm dead as fuck.
He's captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
I need time to heal.
Always glad to help.
They're gonna let him blade diff you on blade like that? For what? Are you just rage baiting?
What a difference. Step
That guy's dead. Donatello. Oh shit. The goat. What's up, Donna? How you doing? What's for raid, bro? Canada's savior. Where were you when they needed you most? Where were you when they needed you most? Where were you when the Fire Nation attacked? Where were you? Hope you had a good stream though. I was lurking earlier. Well, am I in TikTok mode? Oh, it's a vertical thing. If you pressed, I think at the bottom right, it should be like origin something. I forgot what button it is. It's like a button you can press at the bottom right. What does it say? Classic split. Yeah, that's what it is. It's at the right side of the screen. It says classic split instead of vertical view. Got a raid and dip. Hope you have a good stream. Yeah, I am. Hope you had a good stream as well. Let me run that shut
30
out.
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
So this is what it's like when Sal gets ignored. I mean, I'm just off angling. This is what you're supposed to do when Sal up. You want to get ignored. I mean, it's the same thing with Blade. You want to get ignored because you can just do fuckloads of damage and form ult really fast. I'm just off angling, just playing behind them. But yeah, I appreciate all the follows. And if you're coming from Donna's stream, then
Battle starts in 5,
hope you guys have a good day as well. If you're gonna head out.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
WWW indeed. Hopefully we get Donatello in the next Creator Cup. He needs to be on Team Canada, bruh. I don't know why they didn't pick him. Stuff was troll. Stuff was pretty troll. That guy's dead. Nice. This guy's a better blade player than you? Yeah, my chat is trying to rage bait me. That guy's a Lord Blade. Like, what? You really think he's gonna be better than me? I don't know what to tell you. That guy's 4 and 4. You guys' rage bait is so bad. This is so bad at rage baiting. He almost died right there. I know he did die. Bro's in front of his tank. Not even at 10. I can see if you're playing in front of your tank if you're at 10. Bro's not even at 10. Oh my god, you play Blade? Nah, who would play Blade? Character sucks. The rogue's name is Cyclops. That's what I'm saying. He's not even on Cyclops. Oh no, he can't be. That character's permaban. Not in my lobbies. Fuck no. Can I get a heal? Thank you. This guy's back on the dino. Whoa. It's not like me. I was about to ask why the hell she's frontlining. Where's my team up? Oh, it's on cooldown. Wow. Can I get a heal? Oh wait, I already did. Fuck, I tried to sniper with the shuriken. What the hell? Nice game. GG's. I'd take your blade over his any day. Hey yo. Hey yo. Hey yo. I guess so. I guess an ass. She's alright. She alright. What's up, Beans? How the hell is the bit alert notification on? The sound effect. Why is that on? It shouldn't be on. So random. What's up, Luna? That freaky ass emo, yeah. Ooh, low 58 on Psylocke. Let me test this. Okay, well that's
Kevin
the right
cheered.
one. So I don't know how the
X1000. This is a test bit alert for.
Why did the other one come out?
Hero do you think you want to be today?
I fight to end the darkness that spawned me. I fight to end the darkness. I fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
You have no tank lords? No. Get this trash character off my screen. Ah, here we go. don't know ball. Y'all don't know ball. Y'all don't know ball. Huh. Why is that coming out? Someone wants to gift me a skin. Gift you a skin? What the? Gift you a skin? Why should we gift you? You're not even following. Son. Son. You're not even following. Are you jumping Twitch stream to Twitch stream just begging? Because I hope you know that doesn't work. Like, I'll be the one to tell you that it doesn't work. Usually you'd get banned in people's streams, but I'll tell you now that doesn't work. Like, that literally does not work. Unless it's a bot.
You'll need a top-notch
Like, there's
team to win
no
this
way
one.
that works. Did I try before? Oh, okay. Yes, because I'm gonna jump Twitch stream to Twitch stream begging for skins. Like, well, what skins I'm gonna get? Blade skins? I'm gonna beg for blade skins? What if I get no skins? Beg for satellite skins? I already have all of them. What I'm gonna beg for? He definitely did. This guy. Yeah, okay, I cannot figure out why that alert is playing.
Round one.
Vance gave me my powers. I'll make them regret it.
Why is that playing?
30 seconds.
So I don't have the
before you
bit
attack.
sound effect on,
Get
so I don't know why that plays.
Ready to help
Oh well.
with the other team on Ice Rogue?
I'll figure it out later.
I just wish I brought an extra layer of clothing with me.
What's the matter? Too cold for comfort?
Would it work if I begged for a sub? So I can be spared from ads? Yeah, no, that definitely won't work. No, I'm joking. I give people in here sometimes. Just depends on the person.
All you need to do is
I
capture
got
the
married. Can I get a
mission
free
area.
skin?
Got it?
I get a blade skin. As a P character. Why is there a rocket DPSing? I get a blade skin.
As good as new.
The fuck just hit me? Oh, it's a Spider-Man again. Shit, we all got married, I guess. Like, I don't know. There's too many people married. No one can get a skin anymore, sorry. Damn! I'm spam pinging the heals. I'm spam pinging heals. I don't know where all that damage came from, but like... I didn't get healed. Someone was on them because I did not get healed.
Just rocket. Just rocket up top, top, top. There's a red up there. There's a red up top. Someone get up there. Someone get up there.
No more.
The hunt is on.
Team strike.
Is that it? Really?
What the fuck? This guy's still alive? Yo, beat his ass. Get that old man.
You ticked off the wrong slave.
Clean elimination.
We don't respect for elders around here. We don't respect the elderly in game. We don't respect the elderly.
To its destination.
Say he's the elder. What the? Yo, I can't hit a dash. Oh my god, bro.
I'm just making the start. Y'all are in there.
The fuck? Oh my fucking goodness, bro. Are we just gonna ignore the Mr. Fantastic that's literally sitting there pop-tarted up on a Tuesday? Or what's today? Monday?
I was born ready.
Goddamn, bro. Double pop-tarted up. What is his name? Pete loves feet. Okay. Okay. Kingsman is the enemy magic. Yeah, hey, bro. You just solo a Black Panther? I want to ult, but like, oh, okay. It's not worth it. Yeah, there we go. Now I can ult. Bro, I can't even play the fucking game. I'm switching characters. I literally cannot even play the fucking game, bro. Oops, wrong character. Let's play some Bucky. Play some Buxter. Okay. Holy shit, can I play the game? I'm getting tossed around.
Grab. Kill him.
Oh my god, bro. Will I ever get to play the game? Prime Infernal. Prime Infernal is crazy. No, Blade just sucks into this comp. Oh my god, bro.
Angel is low. Angel is one. Nice.
He's one. I have 11 kills. Oh, it's a fun game. It's fantastic. Yeah, that's why I can't play the fucking game. I really cannot play Blade into that. Blade sucks into Mr. Fantastic. But you're about to kill me, just pop tarts up. This guy's trying to run BP into White Fox. Well, good luck with that.
Play more backline. Just heal. That's what it is.
That's not good.
Jesus Christ, bro. I'm dead. Oh, I got 2 ults. Did I die?
Tremble before blast.
We need a Blade prison skin? Okay, that's gotta be racist. I didn't die?
What?
Oh my god, he just body blocked my shot. Bro said a Blade prison skin. Guessing TikTok said it. I don't even know, bro.
Let's bring it all down.
Bro said a Blade prison skin. That is gotta be racist. There's just no way. Word, bro.
Down both forward, down both forward, down both forward. Don't go up, don't go up.
Reminds me of a low
Wait, you're
someone.
portaling, what the fuck?
Or portaling? Fuck. Hit him out of it on mistake.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
This is real firepower.
Never mind, it's a good amp.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Wish I can fucking see. I thought it was tracking rockets. Oh, you're trolling. His tracking rocket tracked me behind the wall. Oh, brother. That's frustrating. This tracking rocket tracked me behind the fucking wall.
The current score is 2.
Okay, all good.
0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Unlosable, they have a
Right heroes could make all the
they have a warn is crazy. She just played also. Well, yeah, she was at. They have a what's his name? They have a Punisher's gonna shoot my ult. They caught Samju playing they caught Samju playing Score Girl on stream. He said this shit AI. No, cause why is bro playing Squirrel Girl? I've never been so disappointed opening TikTok in my life.
We'll be coming in 30 seconds.
Go back.
That's hilarious.
What's
this? There you go.
Keep your hands where I can see them.
Bro said this shit has to be AI, bro. Rank 1 Squirrel Girl, but this guy's on fucking. I mean, rank 1 PP, but he's on Squirrel Girl. Squirrel Girl, alright? Squirrel Girl up? You want me to Squirrel Girl up? Shit, I can't for one time. Low key?
Securing the mission area.
Oh shit, that Squirrel Girl almost tore my head off. He's about to run with a shotgun. I'm out of there. Yep.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Where the? I mean, okay. Damn, these guys are so safe. They don't want to push up at all. Just scaredy cats. Kill this group.
Gotta shoot his walls, bro. Wait, how are you over there?
Yeah, I don't know, bro. Dude was dying off cooldown.
A shield? Oh, why not?
Oh man.
Like Elsa, like can you go tank or do something else? Go support.
What can I do? What?
Can you go triple support?
I mean, we could try it, but I mean, it's not really much of a. Hold on.
I am ready to put on a show.
I think it's like much of a me issue. We are not walking up. I don't think it matters which character I play. You guys are not walking up.
Why are you in the ML ult? You're playing Rocket. Just hide behind a corner.
No, we should have used Luna ult first instead of Rocket.
Cheers, mate.
I don't know. We're using shouldn't use Rocket ult for Punisher, but all right.
Thanks for the love.
Holy shit, bro! You can't even get all out. My team is too scared to walk up, take space at all. There are 2 tanks. It feels like we only have 1. Yeah, we literally need to take space. I can't even get my ult out because we're not taking any space. Yeah, now we're staggered. That's
Then
over.
swap Black Widow for what? You can't even play Rocket properly? You don't know how to press right click?
Yeah, we couldn't even do anything.
Infernasu, bro.
Nah, that's definitely not on me. We didn't take any space.
You always force Blade for no reason.
I didn't even force Blade there. What? I switched early. That guy's tripping. What's that? I forced Blade. I didn't even force Blade. I switched. Switched mad early. Like what? 10K. Like, all right, bro. That's crazy rage because I switched early. Definitely did not force Blade there. I knew exactly when to switch and I switched. Like, we're not going to take any space with our tanks. I feel like we have 1 tank. Maybe they're just too scared to walk up. I don't know. We're not just walking up and taking space. It's like they saw Groot and they just said, oh, we're not going to take space. We're too scared of this guy. Like, look how fast we gave up sight. Like, what? I didn't even die on sight. Yeah, I was like, even the guy said I was on Blade for a minute. Like, I wasn't even on Blade the whole match. That's literally rage bait. That's crazy rage bait. Like, what? We had a Punisher, but the Punisher switched to Widow. Or what did he switch to? Oh, he switched to Rocket. I don't know. Like, what's? And then the guy's gonna blame me. Like, what's? I was literally on Blade for like a few minutes or a minute. Why avoiding here? This Pete guy was ass. Oh, I don't want to avoid the Tokyo guy. Fuck. Avoiding our tanks, that's for sure. They did not want to walk up, take space at all. I don't know what they were scared of. Like, they like all they had was a group. Like, why are we scared of the group? Square Rose, the new vibes. Yeah, they're blaming Blade. Like, what? I switched off Blade ages ago. Black Widow gameplay with the new skin. Hey, yo. I mean, I'm sure I didn't have the best game, of course, but like, that is definitely not my fault. We did not even take space. Like, you can't blame Blade, and then I'm not even on Blade. What happens when I wasn't on Blade though? Like, we still did not walk up. Like, they had a Mr. Fantastic, so I got on Blade. Like, we literally refused to take space. We lost every single team fight, even when I wasn't on Blade. So like, I don't know what to tell you guys. So you guys just died off cooldown. Like, what?
So it was done. Almost a full set.
Like, I mean, I don't know what I'm supposed to do if you guys are just dying off cooldown. Like, what? Like, you saw how fast we lost sight. I didn't even die on sight on the first point. They just died. Like, I don't know. I can't help you there. Like, I don't know. You guys are extremely scared of Groot. So we just shoot Groot who dies. Also, he's Magneto. Why are you scared of Punisher as Mag? This doesn't make any sense.
Almost a full set.
What's up, Joy? No, they had to find something to blame, so they blamed the character I played like ages ago. You have to switch off Blade. Never throw my games on Blade ever again? Nah, that's rage bait. That's crazy rage bait. I don't know how you blame Blade there when I wasn't even on Blade the whole match. I was on Blade for like 20% of the match. That's rage bait. They have to find someone else to blame. Just, if I'm off Blade and we're still losing, then was Blade even the problem? Was Blade even the problem? Like, I mean, you got to do some self-reflection, man. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you guys died off cooldown. Like, you guys gotta stop dying. Like, I don't know. You gotta do some self-reflecting. Like, this is a team game. You're not the main character, bro. Like, you are not the main character. This is a team game. You have to take some self-reflection, bro. You have to take blame. Like, I don't know what to tell you. You can't just die off cooldown and blame the person that played Blade ages ago. That's not how it works. It's a team game. Like, I don't know what to tell you, man.
My order is sharp. My mind is
You're gonna let that group just push you back, then I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how you're playing tanky. You're just scared to walk.
Vanish from this match.
Might as well play support then at that point. I don't know what to tell you, man. Whole time I get credit for the whole team kneeling on. Yeah, that was a first time shot. Yeah, like you have to take space. You can't just fall back over and over. Like, I don't know. You're like playing next to the healers. Like, you're just literally falling back. I didn't even get to use my ulti because we didn't take space. Like, what I'm gonna do, ult them from across the map? Like, I don't know. I don't even know how we lost the first point. I can go through the replay though. Someone died. I'm assuming it was probably one of our tanks, or maybe it was a support. I don't know. And then we just insta lost sight. Like, I was covering the left side and I had Punisher low, and then he walked to the right side, and I still had him low because he came back to the left. But then somehow we started already losing the right side, and they just took sight, and then from there it just snowballed us. We didn't win a single team fight after that. VOD after? Yeah, I can check the VOD after this because I don't know how the fuck we lost that. We proceeded to lose every single team fight on defense.
Or villain, I'm not judging.
We lost every single team fight on defense. I'm not saying I played well or nothing, but like, that's definitely not only my fault. That's for sure. What was that? I don't know, some guy on the mic groaning. What comp are we running?
I'm just a sword for hire.
Cyclops isn't banned. Oh, brother.
30 seconds
It's
before
gonna be
you
one of those
attack.
games.
Get ready.
We got a lot in common, you and me.
We are both hunters, ridding the world of the monsters that would devour it.
I was gonna say we both use swords and
My
leather.
tanks high key playing like they're strategists. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I have no clue what to do there. Like,
The battle starts
you guys gotta stop being scared. Or maybe you guys weren't getting healed. Like, I don't know.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Farewell. Step aside.
Who have we here?
Oh, fuck, they have a Loki. Oh, I gotta switch. Yeah, I gotta switch to Cyclops. They have a Loki.
See, they're smart. They're actually playing meta.
So, you guys are way faster than us. When you died is when we started being able to see you.
Sorry.
I gotta switch characters.
What a difference.
Cyclops isn't banned. There's no way I don't play that guy.
My turn now. Propulsion beam.
Oh shit! I got fell off the
All
map.
right, well, I killed Wolf. Look at it like that.
Thanks for the boost.
Fucking Loki lamps, bro.
He does that every time we win.
Your powers are mine.
I'm ready to put on a show.
Back up.
Go for it, I'll go for it.
I can ult this when they're all inside mid ulti.
Nice, bro.
What's up, Jester?
You really do. Oh, it's Infernasu.
What's up?
Yo, I'm repping your blade, bro.
That's what's up. Keep at it.
I'm on the same goddess. Thanks for the boost.
Keep capturing more than half of the mission area. Keep going. I am ready to put on a show.
Yo, how is Rivals going?
Gotta get your ties. Thanks for 8. The driver's one's alright. Whenever we get into this at 1.
Still got some force boost.
Oh, what the fuck? Wait for Tokon? We finally, yeah, Tokon's gonna be sick.
Be back in like 5 seconds. Shut up.
Thanks for the boost.
Just killed that guy.
Got my eye on someone welcome guest. Right on target. I seem to be. You know, extra health never hurts.
I have ult. We can combo ults thing.
Your powers are mine!
I am ready to put on a show. Anyone willing to help? Double KO. That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row. You got them all. Control seized.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
all
my
dead.
bad. I was beating on hold.
Good work. But it ain't
One of
over
us also far behind. I have no clue.
Yo, we got it.
Doesn't matter. It worked out. I'm just happy she used it instead of not using it.
I'm gonna open Sala.
Didn't even feel that.
I am ready to put on a show. Need assistance. Going to overtime.
They're both low in the back. I'm low in the back. Come on, Emma.
Yeah, you lost your mind.
You got them all.
You've lost your mind. Dude tried to solo ult me. Yeah, hell nah. We're not doing that. Dude tried to solo ult me. Yeah, no.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Oh, I think the... That's hilarious. Took off on his dumb... I don't know what you solo me. Second shot should get you. I think she's targeting me. I don't know. She could be targeting me. Or recognize me. I don't know.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, it's the same dudes that just talk shit and they're losing.
Got it?
Yep. That's hilarious.
Try raising 2 superpowered kids.
That is hilarious.
That should make a difference. Got my eye on someone welcome guests.
Can I get a heal?
Down guests picked up. Punch it up!
guy killed me. His voice out there is voice Deadpool 3 times, including Tokon. The Japanese one, right? It's not the English one, right?
We always come back. Propulsion beam.
It's got to be the Japanese one.
That should make a difference. It's the place to lie. You deserve respect. Right on target.
I'm hit. Cover me. Can't hold it, Boomy.
Perfect angle.
A little help, please.
Perfect angle.
I am ready to
Control here. The mighty Magneto, savior of humankind, strikes again. Huzzah!
Perfect angle. Good work. It ain't over yet. Right on target.
Is he in a force blade?
Next time, can we say mag for?
That shit went to me first? Wow. That's unlucky. Oh, wow. That's very unlucky. It went straight to me.
Control lost.
I was born ready.
Are they alive over there?
Right on target. Heal me up, please.
They've almost got it.
Extra health never hurts.
My team
Here they come. That should make a difference. Perfect angle.
A nice freeze.
Still got an angle.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Double shot.
Double kill.
Had to be done.
Control seized.
I don't know what that Punisher was doing, but all right.
Mission accomplished.
My man went
Now to
straight to
win the
me.
battle.
I mean, not straight to me, but like,
Keep
what's happening over
capturing
here?
half of the mission area. Keep going.
Thanks for the boost. Perfect angle. Right on target. Punisher's turret is active. Got my eye on some unwelcome guests. Victory from you.
got Luna.
I unleash the Vishanti. Extreme force. Vishanti foresaw this.
They're not portaling. Just kill this girl.
Extreme force.
They are now.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
They're down two.
Kill him too if you can.
They have portal, I think.
Oh, nice. Let's go. GG.
Yeah, that was free. Yeah, that was free. Talk shit. Yo, thanks for my elo back. I'ma say thanks for my elo back. Thanks for my damn elo back. I'm glad I avoided that dude. He said, "You're welcome, baby." I avoided him and I avoided the P guy. My team was ass. You did the worst on your team. You have 3 finals. You did nothing. just like last game. Keep blaming Blade though. Keep blaming Blade though. Keep blaming Blade though. You did nothing, just like last game. Yo, what the? Oh, sorry, the Subathon didn't start yet.
Kuma win.
Yo, what the? Son, the Subathon is literally in a week, bro. Son. Bro did a pre-Subathon gifted, bro. Why? Why did you do that, bro? The Subathon ain't started yet, bro. I appreciate the 5. I ain't know, but it's the... Oh, subs are discounted right now. Wait, how long does that last? Okay, how about this? I'll add that 50 to the timer when I do the Subathon. I gotta write it down. I'll add that 50 and count it. How about that? 50 gifted from Oxy to the Subathon timer. I wrote it down. I don't know how much each sub is gonna cost for time. I don't know yet. Oh, it's till July 3rd. I don't know if the Subathon is gonna start on the 1st or 3rd or 2nd, but it's gonna start the first week. I don't know what day yet. Oh, wait, the first week is only 4 days. I'll probably start on the 3rd then. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see, bro. I mean, I'm gonna have subs discounted as well. Yo, that's fucking crazy, bro. Yo, thanks for the 50 gifted. That's a crazy amount. Very, very generous amount. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much. I didn't get one. Unlucky, bro. 50 fucking gifted. God damn. Son, I can't even read the chat. The chat is just a wall of gifteds. That's fucking crazy. Holy shit. Thank you, dude. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, man. Is it better to go to Twitch? I mean, it's preference. If you want to watch on YouTube, you can. It's preference, bro. You don't have to. Oh, I didn't see the new skin. Pause the music. I didn't look at the new skin they showed. You're welcome, man. Blessed to be in a position to finally give back. It's my pleasure to give you all that. Yo, I appreciate that, dude. You don't gotta do that, though. Oh, shit. Look at these. July 2nd? Coastal Kumio. Seaside Siren. Seaside Sentinel. Ooh. Alright, where the trailers at? Female Lady Loki. Okay, that made no sense. A summer Lady Loki. Let me see this. I appreciate the 50 gifted again, dude. Thank you. Cool. Is that a crocodile? Yo, that's sick. Oh, there's different colorways. Oh, this skin's gonna have effects on it.
I outnumber you.
It's gonna have effects on it. Oh, it does. Okay, the effects are kind of bland though. It's just water. Did you guys see the Daredevil ones that someone made? It was fan made. That's it. I mean, that's all you can do because it's just transformed into people. I can show you the Daredevil one. Hold on. Where is it? Still getting there. This Daredevil skin has any old effects on it.
Let the devil out!
I love the sound effects on it though. Love the sound effects, but it doesn't have all effects. But someone fan made some and it looks like this. Hold on. Gotta find it real quick. That shit looks really good too. I think I liked it up. Where is it? Oh shit, I liked up so many evil tweets yesterday. I can't find it. Okay, I found it. Okay, look at this. That noise is annoying.
Let the devil out!
That looks good, no? I don't know why they didn't do that, but that compared to this, oops. I don't know why they didn't do that, but whatever, I suppose. You can see like the all has like the little fishies in the back. That shit looks sick. Yeah, unfortunately, that's not a thing. That's actually really cool. How many L's we take? I've only lost one match, and the one match I lost, I got blamed for playing Blade. You know, I switched off Blade early into the match. How many losses you taking 2x today? Shit, you might take some from me later, actually. You still at the office right now, or what are you doing? Are you gonna play, what's her name? Lux or Samira? Oh, shit, you probably already, oh wait, Riot is on break. I forgot. You guys are on summer break or something like that. Shit, you probably already have played them, honestly. If I pull back up the Riot, you better be there. What's Vegas? Weddings. Oh, Wednesday? Weddings or Wednesdays? I don't know what you meant to say.
Trial's over. I see. That's what I call
This skin is so sick. Oh, Wednesday's what you meant. Yeah, I played 2x KO last night for like 4 hours. VOD review before you queue. Well, this much. Okay, let's see why we lost that team fight. Yeah, he just switched to Bucky ages ago. Got the command? Exclamation point song, yeah. Song quest isn't on. Yeah, they was coming from the left side, and then they switched to the right side. The only person that stayed left was this guy, Punisher, and I actually held him down. I scared him away, but then yeah, they started collapsing to the right side. I'm in front of the tanks because my tanks are falling back. Why are you guys even playing these tanks into this? Why are you guys both playing? Bro, you guys are playing Thing for no reason. Like, I don't even know why you even went Thing. Like, you're playing Thing? What diver do they have? Why are you even on Thing in the first place? You're playing Thing in the Punisher and you're blaming me for playing Blade. Like, I don't... And you're playing it into group. And our other tank is a fucking rogue. Like, I don't even know what you guys are doing. No wonder we couldn't take space and we lost sight so fast. Like, what? Because you got your shit flipped and then you got killed instantly. But yeah, keep blaming Blade though. Keep blaming the Blade though. And then after that, we lost every single team fight. And we instantly lost the game. Look how long their offense is compared to our defense. We instantly lost. Like, keep on blaming the Blade though. Like, what? Like, what are you anti-diving? They have no dive. They have Squirrel Girl and Punisher, and you're playing Thing. Like, and they have Luna hit scan. Like I don't know, bro. Yes, keep blaming Blade. The person that was on Blade ages ago. Keep blaming Blade, though. Keep on blaming the Blade. 65th. Wait, 65th for what? I had people raging on Echo Ari. Got up pools and winners. We're fighting. Wait, you had to fight. Whoa. Yikes.
I found a family
Oh shit.
and I'll do whatever it takes.
What are we fighting Wawa? What are we fighting Wawa is sick work. Yikes. Dude, I want to review some of the matches from yesterday actually of the World Cup. I might cancel the queue. I did want to VOD review those matches. Who was in it? Can I look up J3? Just profile hidden. Holy shit. I know the last match, Silky C9'd. I know that. He put out VK against me frame 1. Yeesh. I mean, he was in loser's side. He don't want to risk losing. But he did end up losing. Or was that winner's side? It was winners? Oh, yikes. Unlucky. I remember this part. Kingsman was screaming, don't C9, don't C9, don't C9, don't C9, don't C9. Oh, wait, no, it's the wrong map. Hold on. I mean, wrong match. Damn, they won after this? Damn. It was Midtown. He was screaming, don't C9, don't C9, don't C9, don't C9. Let me pause the music. Yeah, here it is, Central Park. Oh, wait, no, Midtown. Don't C9, don't C9, don't C9. Oh, man. Nah, I gotta pull up Kingsman's VOD. That shit had me in tears, bro. Because what even happened here? Oh, yeah, we're playing Tokon. Don't worry about that. Especially on those seasons that this game is buns. Oh, the Tokon's gonna hit. Okay, so Silky's right here. He's portaling.
That's it. Don't let anything stand.
Why are you not portaling? What is he taking so long? Why did you not portal behind the wall? Okay, so he's portaling. This is an OT portal, by the way. Look where he places it. This shit has me in tears. Hold on. Oh, fuck. I can't just spectate him and then... Oh, there you go. It was the worst portal I've ever seen, bro. Look where he places it, bro. If I'm in a 300k 20, I'm gonna make sure my entire team knows how to portal. At least he kidnapped someone. But then at this point, 3 seconds is left, and Kingsman is screaming, don't C9, don't C9. Look where he put the portal, bro. Don't C9, don't C9, don't C9, don't C9. They killed the Strange, but the portal's not on site. And what do they do once they kidnap this guy? I think they all just started killing him. No one was looking at the timer except Kingsman. They kidnapped this guy. Oops. J3 is shooting this guy. Yeah, at this point, everyone needs to be running the site. Kingsman is shooting. Yeah, they all forgot. Literally, everyone collectively forgot the timer is going down. This guy's getting so much value getting pulled here. All three of them are just fighting this guy, and Kingsman is screaming, don't C9, don't C9. Maybe he assumed his teammates would go on point, or maybe he assumed the portal was right in front of the point. It was not. That shit was hilarious. Really pull up Kingsman's stream. That match was fucking hilarious. Wait, where'd it go? That match was hilarious, bro. Don't C9, don't. How do you feel about the Duke Tumlope? The third isn't. What the fuck are you saying? I don't know what you're saying, dude. Son, I don't know what you're saying.
I'm still called a cheater. Like,
Where's the match at?
When you know you should be winning because you made the right play, I'm chilling.
Is the match after this?
Or you just play the rank.
We know it. We're just defeating ourselves right now.
Get it! Kill him!
Yeah, here it is.
No changes.
This is it right here.
Back up.
Just shield him, make sure he doesn't die or get hit.
Look at this. Okay, volume 1, because he's gonna yell.
Strange! Don't C9! Wow, we had both support or no tanks on. Nobody touched.
Damn, they had Jade's ult too. Oh, this could have been big. Who else has ult? Oh, hell, actually, I think they lose regardless. Oh no, they would have lost that site. They have Namor and then. Oh yeah, they would have lost that. I don't think it would have mattered. But I don't know. It's. I think that hella would have made them clear off site unless they burned that shit instantly. They would have had to burn it like instantly. So Elastic was Hula tank and Luna was Silver 3. I mean, yeah, they have to be low rank. But the thing is that, unfortunately for Silky, he can't play DPS even though that's his main role because his other DPSs are one of the raw players. So of course they're not gonna let him DPS, and they can't let him support because they let him support the first day they did this, and then they lost 0-2 to this exact same team that they just lost to. This tournament format sucks. It's just the teams are like not really thought out. Unfortunately, the teams are not thought out at all. Let me see the final match.
Have to see. Like,
this is him looking at the VOD. His chat is spamming the fucking hand on face emoji, face palm or whatever. When this happened? This happened yesterday. It's a 300k USD tournament for 300k USD. Whew.
Unlucky, man.
Unlucky indeed. I wish I got to watch this, but I was watching Evo. I was watching the top 8 for I think Tekken when this was on, or no, Street Fighter.
Alright, Zorno for a second. In game mode.
Damn, they were down 0-2. Their team is really strong though. This TT Mask rival, I don't know what rank this guy is, but he's Celestial. But this guy was going crazy on Rogue. This guy was going stupid on Rogue. Hold on.
Behind.
Nah, they should have. I think if you're doing a tournament like this, you have to teach your whole team how to portal. Oh, what are the bans they're doing this time? You have to. There's no way you do a tournament and your team doesn't know how to portal. I think 50k. No, it's not 50k per person. It's like 20 something k. Was it 50k per person? I don't think it was. It was like 23k per person if you got first place.
I think I'm gonna walk out.
The prize pool is 300k. Not all of first place gets the whole 300k though. That'd be crazy. I don't think people will be joining these consecrated tournaments if like. Well, I mean, people still would, but like. The splits are usually generous in consecrated tournaments. Usually minimum, even if you enter the tournament, you still get like 1k.
Okay.
Why is this so laggy? That's how consecrated tournaments usually work. Even Twitch Rivals. Twitch Rivals is infamous for it. You can be last place, you'll still get a K though.
Phoenix.
Why not? 300k to first place?
Phoenix, Strange.
Oh, hell no. Because these are streamers. These streamers, some of these streamers are so big to the point where they probably would have made that 1k. Like the reason why they give 1k for participating or 2k or whatever is because even some of these streamers are so big to the point where even if they did not enter this tournament, they probably would have made that money back streaming whatever the fuck they were doing, whatever their main game is, compared to like entering a tournament for a game they don't even play. That's why they do that, because of your time. You're wasting your time. You could have been working or doing something else, which is why they give you at least 1k. The price. That's why the prize pools are split the way they are. The only tournament where it's not like that is like Capcom Cup for Street Fighter 6. Let me look up Capcom Cup. Capcom Cup X SF6 Wikipedia. Capcom Cup split, devious work. What is this? $1.7 million tournament, by the way. First place gets 1 mil. Second place get 300k. What the fuck are we cooking? The third place 200k. Fourth place 100k. Son, if I'd have told my mom I was in a tournament for 1.7 million and I got 5th place, she'd be like, "Oh, so you probably got like a 100k or something, right?" No. I got 10k. What? What? What, bro? The reason the Capcom does this like this because they want to be able to like advertise that their tournament is a $1 million tournament for first place. It's because for advertisement's sake, they want it to be known that in first place you could win $1 million. Just on their advertisements, it looks good. This split is so bad, it is so fucking ass cheeks, bro. But yeah, they've been doing this for a while. This is Capcom Cup. What Capcom Cup is this? This is 2025, right? This is 2025, yeah. Like they're infamous for this. It's so bad. Capcom Cup 12. This one's $1.2 million prize split. First place gets 1 mil. Second place gets 100k. That's sick work. That's sick work. So you telling me you're in a what 900k money match? If I'd have gotten second place,
Dino.
Like imagine like going back home and then you have to explain to your mom or dad, you lost a 900K money match. I mean, that's what happened in Capcom Cup X. The Capcom Cup 10, for some dumb reason, they interviewed the dude that got second place immediately after he lost. He was stunned. He couldn't even talk. Like, bro, I'm not even gonna show the interview. It was so sad. It was so fucked up. It was so fucked up, bro. But that's why they do prize pool splits like this, to prevent situations like that happening in tournaments. Even though Kingsman team got second place yesterday, I'm pretty sure they each still got like 12K.
His cards. I'm gonna hit backline soon.
That's why the splits are usually like this.
Can you hit now? Can you hit now?
To various situations. Yeah, bro. Some people, I don't even know how that, like, I don't even know how that dude got interviewed, because some people would just literally snap. Like,
I'm on low ground.
you could see in his face he was sad though, but he kept his composure. It was what's his name? It was Chris Wong. That interview was so sad, bro.
I'm switching because they,
like, who even allowed that? Why did they allow that dude to get interviewed when he just lost a $900,000 money match? Life-changing, more than life-changing money.
Elsa's better.
And guess what? The dude that won the 1 mil, he quit playing Street Fighter after that. Uma? He doesn't even compete no more. He got that 1 mil and retired. So what Capcom did after that the following year in 2025 to prevent that from happening was that if you win Capcom Cup next year, you automatically get to participate in the next Capcom Cup the following year for free without having to qualify through like a tournament like Evo or something. Because usually you have to qualify for Capcom Cup by winning like Combo Breaker or Evo or some other tournament. You have to qualify to get into Capcom Cup. But that's what they did, that so that people won't quit after they just get. Are you forced to? No, you're not forced to. Kakeru won, but he didn't participate because he got sick. Unfortunately, Kakeru got sick, so he had to drop out. So whoever got second place took his spot. You're not forced to. You just get a free ride though to participate in another $1 million tournament. Why don't you fight me in Street Fighter 6 sometimes? I usually do Vera matches sometimes. I haven't done one in a while. Is Capcom Cup still point based? I don't think it's point based. I think only the online one is point based. That's World Warriors. World Warriors are point based. You participate in a bunch of World Warriors online tournaments, and at the end of the World Warriors, whoever gets like the most points within like I think the first 3 slots, you get a Capcom Cup slot or something like that. I don't remember how it works. How did they lose this match? This was the final match. I didn't get to see this. All I know is that there was a rogue that went fucking stupid. Like, I can show you the thing. There was a rogue in the final match that went crazy. I think Uma did say Capcom Cup fucked up his mental. I mean, it probably did. He probably didn't get that much sleep. Yeah, this rogue went 43-6 MVP. I mean, this guy has 21 finals, but apparently this rogue got crazy value. You see his profile. What is his peak? Oh, he's an eternity peak. Okay, that makes sense. He's not actually Celestial. Bro closed this game so fast after that tournament. He's just been spamming quick match. He hasn't even been playing ranked. Is quick match the play? Shit, maybe I should be playing more quick match. Is quick match really the... Bro didn't even touch ranked. Oh my god, he's just been spamming quick play. Is quick play really the play? You need a mill. Don't you already have a mill? What are you talking about? That guy was just spamming quick play. I know he doesn't play the game apparently. Oh no, yes he does. What the hell? Just not that much. How would I have 1 million liquidated? Take out stocks out of your damn fucking Chinese kingdom or whatever the hell you got.
Gambit. Kill the supports.
So you're Asian princess or something, right?
We don't ults. This is winnable. I killed
Chinese
Gambit.
princess or some shit. I don't know what you said.
Oh no. Invis-ulted.
You said you're a Chinese princess. You said they got like crazy money back home or some shit.
You still want me on this?
No. Switch to something.
Take them down, liquidate that shit or something. I don't know, sell the fucking kingdom or whatever the hell you have.
Oh, they're down one. Good pick. I'm looking to ults up, guys.
You said it yourself.
I'm coming back right now.
Yeah, I'm looking to ults.
Bro, why is it so laggy, bro? Fuck. Did I get the magic sim? What magic sim?
Switch to something you think would be better here.
Some of the purple one? It's alright, but I like her disco one more.
I'm looking to ults up, guys.
I like her disco one more.
I'm coming back right now.
Yeah, I'm looking to ults.
We need Penny Mon's on.
I'm walking now. I'm walking now with my ult.
Thought it was me. Like, no, it wasn't you. Like,
Like
oh, let me
3.
close this.
Dude, both tanks are up top.
This shit's laggy as hell.
2.
I gotta put us up on the edge. I gotta pull up on the edge. I don't know why my Google Chrome just lags so crazy with Twitch. And I gotta add. I'm getting fucking trolled. This is Minions? This is a Minions movie? Oh, let me not show this. I'm streaming on YouTube. Is this a Minions movie? Be an OBS thing? I don't even have OBS on this computer. OBS isn't open on this computer. I don't think I have. Oh, it's probably TikTok Live Studio. That's why. Thing takes up 1 million resources. That's why I can live stream on TikTok. What timestamp was I at?
Hello, low key, bro. His pokes is just he gets.
No. Let's just save the bucket, I think, and then kill it.
I don't know where their gambit is.
Wait, they let them get Gambit? Oh, both teams have Gambit. Why is J3 on Gambit? Oh, they went triple healer. Ooh, wait, you guys have a Phoenix player? Oh no, oh no, Lulu and Emiru don't know how to play Gambit, so J3 has to play Gambit. Oh, that's not good. That's unfortunate. Oh, that's unfortunate. The support players don't know how to play Gambit. It's tricky trying to. I feel like having a support player that knows how to play Gambit on your team is really important. I feel like that's part of why we won our tournament, because I knew how to play Gambit.
Bam. You're mad, I think.
Damn.
Yeah,
You're
well,
Gambit?
I mean,
yeah, I mean, he doesn't have a choice. They left Gambit open. Well, they protected Gambit. They protected Gambit. I think they need to ban Gambit first. Wait, what did they do first ban? Oh, they banned Cyclops, but then they protected Gambit. They banned his magic expected. Oh, I see. Okay, that makes sense. Damn, would you let Cyclops or Gambit open? Which one would you guys rather fight? I feel like that's like asking like, do you want the rope or never mind. Those are both so bad. Like I want to say Cyclops, but like, oh, I don't know, man. And they're hit scan players on the enemy team. They actually play hit scan. Apparently, like AMERU is full of hit scan. Their team is full of hit scan players. But I don't know. This guy's playing DD, so like I don't know about that.
We're just.
Yeah, they're getting cooked.
It's fine. We got this. Let's lock in. They're on Venom.
I don't know. I think I'd rather ban Gambit though. A good Gambit win games.
For a fast comp.
Cyclops, at least you can dive him and kill him if you bait his cooldowns, but he does fuckloads of damage while just sitting next to the tank.
Hold in DD, he can't wipe it. He's one. I headshot him.
Oh, what happened? What happened? Bro, they're running DD Venom. Oh my god, DD Venom with a Gambit. Oh my god, they have Rogue. Wait, are they triple tank?
Oh my god. I'm just gonna.
Oh, they are. Oh, they're triple tank fighting triple. Yeah, this is not enough damage. Who's doing a lot of damage here other than Bucky? Oh shit, yeah. Oh my god, they ran triple tank the whole game? Oh my god, they did. Okay, they had Phoenix for 7 minutes. Yikes. I think on defense they had Phoenix, and on offense they switched to triple tank. Yo, they were prepared. Holy shit. They were prepared. Damn.
Okay. I can go solo character.
No, you guys need more damage. Like, what?
I'm gonna put it down. Supports can run back into the hallway.
I'll go back on Dino for this.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. TP down.
You're dead.
DD can die.
Jumping through.
I got grabbed by
Nice. I'm jumping back through in a
Oh,
second.
that's a good stall.
You said they live? No, we jumped through way too. It's fine.
Kill the Gambit. Oh man. Oof, this is rough. Oh, yikes. This is rough.
Should I stay tank? Should I go DPS?
Don't show yourself.
You should go DPS.
Guys, we're in a bad spot.
Uh-oh.
Just dying with too much.
Yeah, we have to go to the
Honestly, I'm gonna go for a stall.
Why they give Blade a spray and an emote and another spray? Hope they make his all wider, longer.
One here.
Wide, the longer you charge it. I mean, that could be good, but it has to be like very wide if you want. Because if it's the longer you charge it, the more reactable it is. If it's gonna be very reactable, it needs to be like very big then. Because that would make him dashing into the sky and ulting a lot better. Oh, they're getting. They have 4 minutes. Holy shit.
I can also stall. I'm just gonna die in cart. There's no point. I can play next fight for my ults.
I'm sure I should play that. Played what?
I have ultra walk, and we have mine and Silky. Okay.
Did he quick stop the controller? Did he?
You just need to not die right here, and we'll be in a good spot.
I'm trying.
Okay, we're good. I'll tell you when.
Maybe he only plays certain characters on controller.
Can you get forward, please? Please. I really need you to hit me. I really need you to hit me. Nice.
You ain't getting nobody with us all. They gone. They're gone. Where'd they go?
Okay, they all legit all just like full kited.
They scattered. Oh my god. They scattered. What the fuck? Yo, there was only one that died of that. They where did they go?
Please.
Look how much people are right here.
I really need you to hit me.
I heard that give it all.
Nice.
Yo, what? They got missing.
Okay,
holy shit. Nah, their team is built different.
I mean, we still have both support ults, so.
Cause they beat a super squad of 3-1 above all players, bro.
We have invis, but
no, their team was just locked in.
Hey, good shit, guys.
Where the fuck did they go?
Blast, can you go early?
Oh, they're 3 tanks again.
With ult, yeah.
Where the fuck did they go?
I'll tell you when they're about to hit. They're about to hit, guys. They're all about to hit. Can you go now, Flats?
Ready?
Yep.
I want to watch the first match as well. I didn't get to see the first match. Did they win any match? Hold on. What was the score at the end of it? Oh my god, they lost every match. It was 3-0. Oh fuck. This is Tato's team. Tato went crazy too though. Tato had like 50 fucking finals or some shit. Holy fuck.
We must have all Lulu.
Keep me alive.
Don't let Lulu die. Don't let Lulu die. Nice, Lulu. Gambit, or DD. Jeff.
Rogue on me. Yeah, rogue.
I'm zoning support.
Oh, here it is. Bro, this dude had like fucking... He had 81 kills in this tournament. That dude Tato is crazy, bro. He had 47 finals, 53k. Nah, I gotta watch that match. What the fuck? No, this match is crazy. Nah, I gotta study this match. Dude Tato is cracked. Giga cracked. But he had to hard carry his team. His team doesn't have like high ranks. No, he didn't have a team of high ranks. And he was fighting like so many other teams.
Can't see you.
It's fine.
Video match.
I'll keep zoning supports.
This was in tournament.
You guys come
This dude dropped in 47 finals in tournament. What's the match ID? Oh, it's one. Let me write it. Why is it not popping up? I actually need the match ID. But definitely gotta study that match. 2298-529. Yeah, they're on triple support. I think he was getting Mantis buffed. If I had to guess before watching the match, I think he's getting Mantis buffed a shitload. Mantis. That's why Mantis is so good, bro. Mantis buff is so strong. That's why they nerfed it. It's so damn good.
They used Gambit, so we should aggressive Luna.
Wait, the Mantis has 80 assists? Holy shit, she does. I didn't even peep that. I didn't even peep that.
Can we kill their Gambit or Dino?
I need to pick up Mantis. She's so good, bro.
Nice.
That's why I keep putting her so high on tier list. And they're running Mantis with the Groot team up. The Groot team up heals nearby allies when he puts his trees down. When Groot puts the team up tree down, any ally near the tree gets healed. Like, that's why Groot has 10k healing. That's why Mantis is so good, and Groot is meta as well. It's like, bro, that team up is so strong.
Well, they all live. Just don't feed.
Such a good team up.
It's fine.
You can get up.
Yeah, people don't like playing her in ranked. And pro play, she's everywhere. She's everywhere in pro play.
I pulled him.
Sorry, Venom.
I'm zoning Venom. No, he's full HP.
We don't have any ults.
Yeah, we need to do a stagger. It's a big stagger pick. Can we walk up a little with that? We shouldn't let them take a foothold here with one support.
They have one support right now?
Help flats, please. We should be able to walk them. They only have one healer, guys. Just don't let me die.
Can you lift? I'm okay.
Good.
That Dino can die.
I'm 91. Nice. Good
Nice.
stagger. Good stagger.
Let's go, Emiru. Check the Dino.
It's fine, it's fine.
Wait,
Who
who's top it? Who's top it? Who you picking?
It's Venom.
Okay.
He's on the left side. It's fine.
That's fine. Live with that.
It's actually getting a lot of value from his iron.
Close to ult as well. I'm close to ult as well, okay?
Yeah.
I'm gonna look to ults really early because they're gonna gambit all and they're gonna walk and they're gonna try and wipe me. I'm trying to bait. I'm
Oh,
gonna
you're
grab
dead.
Here, but
Wait, he's not
I'm
dead.
chilling out. I'm ulting right now.
I thought his reflex was off cooldown. Get that gambit if you
There's
can.
3 ults.
3 ults.
We have gambit.
This Dino died. Dino can die.
Killed Dino.
You can get a trade. Nice.
Nice.
I almost had my ult too. We almost
Yep,
had.
I'm dying on stall.
Big stall. Big stall.
Stalling
Big
big
stall.
time. Big stall for me here.
Do we TP or walk?
Oh, we should CP.
You guys
But,
have to
no,
TP.
walk. You're right.
Oh, you guys already walking?
Right.
Walk that shit. Oh, no.
You need to build that ult, Silky. Just everyone, let Silky heal for a little, maybe. Just heal each other. Just heal each other here, because they're gonna dive, and then you guys need to get stable. Okay.
Watch out for rogue.
We're good.
Kill the rogue. Kill the rogue. Kill the rogue.
I need help.
Kill rogue.
I'm gonna need help right away. I'm gonna die.
Silky, you almost have ult. I need care point. I need lift point.
98. Oh,
unfortunately. You guys.
GG's.
Nice try, everyone.
GG's, guys.
Damn.
Hey, second place. Hey, second. At 12.
Second place.
That's not bad.
That's
But
not
GG.
bad. It's not bad.
We made it to the finals.
That's unfortunate. Okay, I want to look at that Tato match. Yikes. Replays. Okay, this is the match. I'm assuming he's getting Mantis buffed off cooldown, if I had to guess. What's up, DiCaprio? How you doing? Should I look at Tato's VOD? I could just look at his VOD. Wait, is this from yesterday? I can just look at his VOD. So I can know what he's like thinking. So I mean, like, just guess. Tato. What's the date on this?
So what you're saying is that even Marvel rivals can't defeat Panu when it comes to organizing a tourney. Is that what you're saying, basically? So basically, you're saying that Panu is a better tourney.
This is yesterday at 5:37. What map is this? Asgard. Okay.
Organizer
By the way, he's on 200 ping because he's Australia.
Wow.
Bro
Wait,
dropped
said that check-
87 on 200 ping. That's kind of crazy.
But it's definitely gonna be.
Because he lives in Australia. That's why he goes live so late. What I found a Mantis. A Mantis to pocket me is crazy. He's fighting KG's team. This is the match, right? He's fighting KG's team, yeah. It's one of these matches. I think it's the first match, actually.
Wait.
That's target.
Oh, he was locked the fuck in. This was the first match on and he dropped 87? That's fucking crazy. Low milk? This dude low milk be trying to force it in 222, bro. I do not have low milk. That dude is a troll. He was gonna go Cyclops. Okay, they banned a Cyclops. Grand Rocket.
Do you guys want Mantis? Yes or no? We should play it, okay? I'm gonna protect Mantis.
Yeah, I can play that. Which heroes will get my cosmic favor today?
Bro, did you guys see the spreadsheet the Japanese team was making? But Japan was taking this shit so serious that they made like the viewers of them were making like spreadsheets of all the players in NA. Like, this is Flats. They made this about Flats. They made this about Silky. They made this about J3. And they made this about Kingsman. 100% ban. They were 100% ban. How did Japanese team do? I don't know. I think they lost to Potatoes team. I can check. GG start. How did they do? I think they lost to Tato's team, or they lost to Team USA. They lost to someone. Yeah, they lost to Team USA. They lost 0-2 to J3 Kingsman and Flash team. They lost 0-2. But yeah, their fans were making like spreadsheets and shit. There's this, I don't know where the spreadsheet is, but this is a Twitter post. They made one for Lulu and they made one for Emiru. These are the characters she plays. And they like wrote a bunch of shit. There's more. This is Tato. Team Japan. Ban diff. DP. I can't read none of this shit. I think that one says good luck. Tato is team AUS. The team couldn't beat Japan. Well, the team that Japan couldn't beat. There are 2 potatoes. Plus, there's a Form 1 overall tank and a tank roll. Oh, their tank was 1 overall. 2 potatoes. Wait, what? 2 potatoes. There are 2 potatoes. Post a tweet link. Sure. I'll look at it. There are 2 potatoes. Whatever the fuck that's supposed to mean. That's pretty funny. Japan's fans are always like, they always help their streamers with shit like that. It's so funny. They're so sweet. All right, let me see this match. Because they're protected Mantis. Banned Phoenix. Banned Elsa. They banned Hella. Protected Groot. So they knew they were gonna run Mantis Groot. They protected Emma and I mean they banned Emma and Hella. This dude Tato's ping is so high. Jesus Christ.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
There are yo.
If they're not a mag, I'm gonna play Punisher.
Hey, match has been pretty good.
Hella.
They've won every match except one.
Hella, Groot, Bucky.
They've won every match except one. These are quick play.
VOD reviewed a professional Mantis player, just in case.
Nice.
Get angry! Oh, the shit's lagging. Fuck, I didn't switch browsers. Hold on. Oh my god, I got hit with ads on a VOD. There's ads on VODs on Twitch now? What? I got hit with an ad on a VOD. Are we dead ass? That's a thing now? Oh, good day. Go. I'm just passing by. That's what's up. Hope you have a good day as well. Bro, what? Do we have ads on VODs? I don't get paid from no ads on VODs. I don't watch hundreds of VODs. That's crazy. I didn't know, bro. Where's that money going? I don't see none of that money. What the hell? We have ads on VODs now. There's always been. Oh, I didn't know that.
Okay. First order of business is we need to like fight. You get that guy to fight. Just try to poke him out as much as you can.
I don't feel like switching accounts. I'm logged into my VOD account. I don't feel like switching accounts. So I have ads on his account.
He's gonna shoot for free.
If he gives me an ad again, I'm switching accounts though. I don't know why my Chrome lags on Twitch. It doesn't lag on Edge. It just does. Like, I don't know.
Help him. Can you bowl me if I go hide?
He has 190k.
3, 2, 1.
If you don't want ads, just watch my VOD channel. Like, the VOD YouTube channel. If you want to watch a VOD. If you don't want to watch Twitch with ads.
Just play for a whole, keep playing for a whole fight. Drew one.
You're the only streamer that I know who doesn't have ads on VODs.
He's looking at you. You need to carry the hook. You gotta
I mean, it's because you're subbed, but
I won't hide again.
I don't know how to fucking do that. I'm assuming it just automatically runs. Like, what? I wouldn't think I'd have to turn that on.
Okay. Wait, heal me a bit.
Where's Hello?
Yo, he almost domed that girl.
That's nice.
This tracking is so good.
And on me on high. What the hell? I'm good.
I must have a crude ult. Do we have combo?
Yeah, we do. We should go in with cloak, okay? We should go in with cloak when we get it.
Yeah, go now. Shoot. Massive.
Go on.
Deleted.
Kill the hell on point.
Yeah, Emma in.
Nice. Oh my god, the bit rate. Oh my god,
Just
the
focus
bit
on
rate.
focus on Cock, guys. Focus on
Bit rate is so bad.
Kill grid, kill grid, kill grid.
Oh my god, I cannot see it. It's so blurry. You see, this is why I have a high bit rate on my stream. I don't like my streams looking like this.
They might not make it.
Nah, no matter what, I have to have good quality on my stream, bro. There's no way. That shit looks
Bucky on height. Bucky's
unwatchable.
gonna touch on height.
Especially when I played fighters.
Kill.
Like, do you know how pixelated the stream would get when like someone does like a level 3 or something, or like a level 5
Stabilize.
from Gogeta?
Kill the cloak.
Like that game is so pixelated if you don't have a high bit rate.
Kill the grid.
Look at the, I can't see shit.
Bucky, guys. Bucky.
Got it. I'm Bucky.
Yep. Strange. Good job.
Sheesh.
And now we just,
bro, when Broly does his level 3 or the big explosion move, it's, I know exactly. No, I don't think there's a single game I've streamed that's more of a bitrate killer than DBFZ. I love that game, but like streaming it back then when Twitch had a max bitrate of 8K was so hard. Now there's no max bitrate, thankfully. But
yeah,
like,
I'm gonna go top right. Do you know how to get up here, Froggo?
if you stream in 1440p, there's no max bitrate.
Oh,
So that's like their 2K streaming thing. So I don't have a max bitrate. But like back then, oh my god, the max bitrate was 8K.
Nice, bro.
So even when I was on max bitrate, it was so blurry.
It's bad. Help him. Shoot the max. Just shoot the max. Nice ult, bro. Get
This is
three
a
on
good,
COD, guys. Everyone on
good
COD,
group. Yeah, he really is a one of all group.
Just stay on COD.
Shit, I need to be a one of all group player. Hold on.
Me on this height? Actually, don't worry.
There's a max
I
bit
don't
rate.
think they have a support ult.
It used to be if someone is not streaming in 1440p, the max is 8K. But I stream in 1440p, so my max, I don't have a max.
I don't think they can touch.
Or if there is a max, I think it's 20K
They
now.
have mag, hella.
YouTube doesn't have a max bit rate either.
I think they woke up.
But just going past like 12K is like not really. Going past like 15K is like lossless. It's like.
Wait, hello one.
There's no point.
Just walk back.
You won't be able to tell the difference.
Still win.
It's lossless quality at that point. You're just taking more resources for no reason.
Just play for our cloak combo.
Right now my bitrate says 13K.
I'm gonna like blow up the mag.
13K, 14K. Yeah, there's no reason to go past that. Unless I guess you're live streaming in 4K. Who the fuck live streams in 4K though?
Just go in with cloak. Just straight go in. Go in now. Just go in now.
Go with cloak?
Yeah, go in.
That's the only reason I can see why you'd ever go past
14K
or 15 or 20 or something.
Hella stuck on the right.
That girl dead.
Cloak one. It's fine.
Is this really the match he drops 20? Hold on. Wait, 80? Hold on. Where's the link to the match? I mean, what's the ID? This might be the wrong match. Did he play Punisher this game? Oh no, he did. Oh, he played hella characters this game.
Get on the card.
He's just permanent is boosted.
I'm trying to push up to at least get wall.
Shoot the cloak. The cloak is just standing in the open. Mag's gonna ult.
It's so hard to play Punisher into mag, bro.
I can maybe kill it.
Without a mag of your own that can bubble you.
Can we kill Bucky?
Yeah, high rank.
Yeah, kill the Bucky.
They like never mess up that ult.
No. Okay, it's fine. Go next.
He tried to turn it to block mag ult.
Yep, they did. Easy.
It's fine.
I have a brutal team coming back again.
Yeah, they have Luna ult.
They're walking it down, yeah. They finally got contested. They finally lost a team fight. This dude Tato's tracking is so fucking good. I think my tracking is good, but his is fucking crazy.
Try not to get picks while we walk. Just come this way, because we need to poke out this hella. He's hooking, care the hook. Yeah, we gotta, the Bucky hook is ready. Oh wait, it's fat, help him! Shoot that ult! No. Shoot the helo. And then everyone get on COD.
Nice.
Kill the ammo. Can we kill this guy? The
I've never seen Hello get shredded this fast, bro. I beg for that in ranked.
Nice.
I beg for that in my ranked games. Yo, please shoot the Hello. Please shoot the Hello. Even the supports, yes, you too. Shoot the fucking Hello, please, bro.
They might have cloak ult, but that's fine. No, heal me.
Oh, you're dead.
It's okay, my bad. Got one shot by Hello.
We can just back that away.
Yeah, they leave me with my blade shotgun or with my Psylocke crossbow shotgun to fucking shoot it. I'm like, bro, please.
We should just walk in with the Mantis Punisher when we get it, okay? Taking my tank.
Like, they wouldn't be getting this much value from Elo no more if we just shoot the ult.
And then if we're all gonna die, you should
actually, they still will, but still. We can make it a little easier, no?
You ready? Yep. 3, 2, 1, just go. Luna. Kill the Luna crew. Just kill Luna, everyone. Oh, fuck, go hello.
And Luna healing too much.
Unlucky.
Unlucky indeed.
Yeah, that's fine as well. They keep overusing.
Yeah, they're actually putting up pretty good defense. They're adapting.
They keep like overcommitting. Wait, shoot the Senna. It's kind of feeding. Alright, lost five. I think they have both support ults though. Can you wall off the Senna? I think he's like feeding.
We got cloak first.
Care the hook. Oh, bro. I live. Get me. Walk in front of me.
Combo, main.
Yeah, look for our grid ult.
Huge.
Can we kill? He lives. Shoot the Sama. I'm one. I'm dead. Keep going in.
Holy shit. Damn. Where does health go?
You can go in with ult. Frogger.
Yeah, go.
Guys, pull a target. Get a kill. Pull a target.
Hello.
Pull a target.
One.
Nice.
He's portaling.
She can't touch in her ult. Kill the cloak. No, it's fine. She can't touch in her ult.
Nice. I gotta skip forward. He's playing Bucky now? What the hell? Apparently it's a long ass match too. I just watch this match and then we go back to playing. Damn! This hella is crazy.
Mag.
Oh my god, it's desyncing like crazy because his ping is so high.
Both tanks one. All one. That's fine. Can we live? Can we come right
Warframe has been
you guys
so
live.
fun. Warframe. That in ages.
We're gonna kill whoever walks in here, okay?
They killed me off. I'm gonna please. Hello. Where's Hello?
Oh, he almost got her.
Yeah, kill this guy.
What?
No, kill this.
It was so desynced that she wasn't even on the screen. Oh yeah, you're dead.
No.
Oh.
Sorry, we're good.
This match is pocketing the shit out of him. Best dev team?
Care the hook.
Who first?
Best dev team to me is probably like... It's like the best dev team
They
to
already
me.
used it. They used it.
Oh, you're dead.
I don't know.
The right is definitely up there. I don't know.
He's dead.
Oh, nice.
Touch the point, Drew.
Yeah. One point.
It's so laggy, bro.
We didn't fight plan last fight. We need to fight plan again.
Right? You right? They just... Right is really good, but like, I won't lie, they're money hungry, but it makes sense. Their games are all free, so I mean, I guess they get the pass on that end, but...
Just care that Emma's gonna go, the Hella's gonna go top left, okay? Just care him.
Okay.
Oh, can we help him? You can get out with me. You can get over here. Can you look for your brutal? We need to...
Yeah. Looking main. It's big.
Oh, shit.
Nice.
Oh my god, it's a team
Yeah,
wipe.
it's the hook, bro. This guy is like the rank 1 hook, bro.
Nice, good. Recover there.
We can hold a bit closer.
No, they'll have a...
That new Bucky.
Yeah.
Excellent. Oh, you're dead! Kill this guy!
Oh, we need to hold close though. Sorry, I thought we were walking up.
Yeah, his whole team was on payload. Damn.
Just chill. He's hooking in. Keep backing. Play the corner. Go play the corner. We almost have loser fruit ult. Nice kill, nice.
I'm dead.
Hello on hide. 1 HP.
She's so low.
Hell's one.
Push out their mag here.
We should push with our ult when we get it.
Yeah, I'm getting... Oh my god.
Yeah, we have answers.
Use. You get it? Yeah. Guys, look at the Luna.
Oh no, that's not good.
Fine, run away.
Yeah, it's out.
Oh my god. That lag. She didn't even get uppercutted.
Back up. We almost have loser. We almost have front row. Back up. He's one. Help him. Kill him. He's one. Nice. Nice ult. Shoot the Luna.
Left, support. She's just left side, one.
Yeah, don't.
In that hallway left.
I'm gonna go kill the cloak.
Yeah, go. Get her.
Wait. Don't die.
Luna, please don't die to that guy.
ISO, Frogger, ISO.
Oh, it's Frogger. Oh, she gets away. Damn, that cloak got away.
Okay, they don't have what's the portal they use then?
I don't think they used Luna, did they? Or did they?
Yeah, they did when they were walking.
no.
Get the hook, get the hook.
Then they used both. They used both.
Nice block.
That was a great wall.
Shoot the hella, shoot the hella. Burn that, burn that, burn that, burn that, burn that, burn that. And kill him off.
Holy shit! That. Oh,
on the right, on the right. One HP, one HP, one HP. Kill the hella.
Oh my god.
We should be good, we should be good. We have You might need to ult Frogger. Go in with me, team. Go in with me, Frogger. Go in with me. Kill the hella, guys. Kill the hella. On the right, on the right, on the right. She's one.
Hella one.
Oh, his again ran out. Fuck.
No, I need help.
Damn.
Use Maggle if you need. Use Maggle if you're gonna die. Use Maggle if you're gonna die.
Oops.
Yeah, can you hit that? Can you hit that?
That works.
Oh, there's an M on me. I heals.
My God, she's trying to chase him into the spot room. What the hell is wrong with that girl? She's trying to get him in a spot room. Damn. Yeah, she didn't even fire one shot. She got burned so fast. Oh, damn. They tied it. Yeah, this is going to be a long match.
Because I think...
Doing hella now?
Come the store.
He has 40 kills now. This is only half of what he ends the match with.
We should just kill him. It's fine. It's fine. We just take this. We take this.
Outcome of this match? Oh no, I saw it. What are you doing here, Frogger? Oh, I saw it. I'm studying though.
I'm gonna flank.
You're not streaming, Frogger?
Just chill, guys. Play for Girdle. Just don't die.
Hello, top right again. She's half. We're flank going right now.
Oh no. Aw. We're Frogger appearance. It's coming. Wait, what's coming?
Yeah, just play slow.
I'm at a second. I'm dead. What?
Can you touch? Can someone touch?
Really close to. Yeah.
Dude, it would have been so cool if you won 2 tournaments back to back. That would have been crazy. If you won 2 rivals tournaments back to back to back.
Yeah, go. Can you go?
Oh shit.
Good job. Kill the hella.
Hard left.
Guys, chill. Heal me. We don't have. Just chill.
Stay on Sam.
Just live. Kill the hella, not roll.
My hella can die.
Nice.
Oh shit, you headshot her.
Shoot the close, guys.
Nice headshot, Frogger.
Oh, the Emma. She's on spawn. Kill the Emma.
Yo, he's so laggy, bro. He's on 180 ping. This is so cursed.
Can we shoot close? Just go in. Good job.
I need bubble. Oh, yep. I'm down.
Oh my god, my ult came out that thing.
Nice.
You get me, I'm killing everyone.
Holy shit.
Stay on point.
Holy shit, needs healing. Oh, he still got her though.
Kill the Mac.
Hey, you guys are doing a crazy asshole. Damn.
Do you have ult, Frogger? Are you here?
Nah, he's used to playing on this high ping. He does it literally every night.
Don't shoot the hell out, just kill the point. Kill the Emma.
Hello, got me.
It's fine.
Oh, that girl's dead.
Just don't C9. I'm gonna kill everyone. Don't C9.
Okay.
Just kill the Emma. No, just kill the Emma. Yeah. We should just walk in with Blizzard Brutal, okay? Shoot the trench, guys. Shoot the trench.
Nice.
Don't use. Just live. Don't use.
They have nothing to kill you guys with.
Shoot the cloak, guys. We go in after, okay? Now, Blizzard. Now. Go. Backline. Luna. Cloak.
Don't see mine though.
I'm going in the room. Cloak's on me. Cloak main, 1 HP.
Oh my god, he's so laggy. His game's like jittery.
Just kill whoever touches point. Just kill him.
Oh man, I don't know how the fuck he does this on this high ping, bro.
Kill the trench. He's feeding. Lost his mind. Emma.
Yeah, I got ulted way too high.
You need to come out. Can you wall up main? Yeah. Block the heals. Just
Those are crazy high.
Kill the point fast.
She's up point.
Wow, that guy hates it. Hella. Luna.
God damn, he's cooking.
Nice.
He's cooking, bro.
Wait, chill. did they use?
Bro, she's so on point to kill me. I'm tied 12
Okay,
times.
bad news, team. I think we're down utility. We need to look for our Groot ults, and then I need to sell it all after.
Their eco is really bad. Oof, they use like everything.
Do you know?
Yeah,
this really is a long match. What is this match?
I can get it out. Wait, can you give me Flake and damage juice? Give me everything. Give me everything.
I'm ready.
Going out.
Yeah, just kill the Bucky. Just kill the Bucky. Kill the Bucky. Bucky dead.
God
Can we kill the Hello on the right? Can someone help me kill the Hello? I'm good.
Yeah, kind of got you.
He's punished me.
Keep jumping.
What? He dashed forward? Oh my! How is he not dying?
Thank you.
Yep, nice.
Keep shooting main. They have to stagger. Can you wall up the ammo? He doesn't know where he's going. Kill the ammo.
Oh, big wall. Let's go. Big wall.
Stuff the door with walls. They can't touch.
Okay.
Starlord needs nerfs.
Good job.
Hey, bro, they want this character stronger than Psylocke.
Okay,
So
can we farm?
character's way easier.
Yeah.
They want him to be stronger than Psylocke for some
Just get the
reason.
Bucky hooks. He's gonna Bucky hook on the corner again. Okay.
Makes me so mad,
Wait, the M
bro.
is trolling. Wait, the M is trolling.
What is Emma doing?
Hype back. Wait, it's bad. Just play back a point. It's bad. Can you guys live?
Hey, I'm trying to
Probably. Yep. He's a bad ult.
Nice wall. He actually walls off them walls. Instead of walling in front of her, he just walls himself off.
Can you bubble her?
I'll try and bubble for you. Oh, I got hit by it. Sorry.
Emma took me.
Uh-oh.
Luna one. They're all one. They're all dead.
Bro, his ult is desyncing. His ult is literally desyncing. Like the person is even dead yet, but he turns his camera because he knows it's just gonna kill. It's just taking a while to register.
We should Groot ult.
It's just taking a little while longer to register.
Yeah, do you want Luna on gauge or what do you want it for?
I want it for defensive.
Okay, stay on point for a sec. I'm gonna try and get my walls.
Can I have Flick?
This is a YouTube game of Doom.
Good job. Just look for your Groot ult again, bro.
Okay. Let's have it.
Everybody,
Are you ready? I'm going on DPS.
Yeah, I'm ready. It's fat.
Oh, that is fat.
Can you match? Can you ult?
It's
Yeah.
so
Burn the
fat,
hell ult,
bro.
guys. Burn the hell ult, guys. Nice. We have the better ult. We need to walk in after this. You ready?
Okay. Ending 3, 2, 1. Who we on?
I thought I was playing. No. I'm just studying this match.
Yeah. Need to mark high with me. Need to help me mark high.
I'm watching some of the matches from yesterday's tournament because I didn't get to watch it because I was watching Evo.
Oh, he's going again.
Luna dead as well. Look one as well.
Left.
I think I'd play Starlord with default skin. Nah.
Stabbed in the face. It's fine. Let's go.
You have ult Lucifer? Just get Lucifer ult.
This is a long match. Holy cow.
Kill the Emma, guys. Kill the Emma on the right. Everyone on the right.
Yo, kill this Emma.
She's dead.
Nah, this is destruction.
Nice.
Get on point.
This is destruction, bro. Why Token drop some fire characters? All the way is crazy. All the way. Do you know how hard that shit is to do? Let's watch your reaction. Oh, that's what's up.
Good job, guys.
What do you think about those characters, Sumo? Holy cow, bro. All the way? Damn, that's gotta feel real good. It's very hard to mess that up.
Yeah.
Nobody you actually use that ugly ass sun skin? I love that skin. That skin is fire. That skin is fire, bro. You're tripping. That skin is fire, bro.
Someone's gotta guard the galaxy. Might as well be me.
I don't know why I went Hella. This guy is hard dipping me on Hella. QXC
Not hard with triple?
badly on Hella, by the way.
I mean, not everyone can make triple healer work. You've seen triple healer fail. Don't tell me you haven't.
To the next story of my life.
That you like Deadpool? Really?
Check.
Yo, I gotta 1 out of 7. Hold on. Yeah, give me a second. Lost your fucking mind, bro. You've lost your fucking mind. Give me a quick second. 1 out of fucking 7 is crazy, bro.
Creamy. Flavor.
Out of your fucking mind.
Don't just taste the flavor. Feel the
angry. Out of your fucking mind, bro. Cause ain't no reason I should be in 1 out of 7 on a fucking VOD. On a fucking VOD, bro. On a fucking VOD, bro. On a fucking VOD. How do they even pick how much ads you get?
Gonna blow up our group in this corner.
Is it just random?
They need your heals, man. Just give me clicks though.
How do you have an auto sensor? What is an auto sensor?
They're trying to blow up our group. They're trying to blow up our group. Just be careful. They're gonna have insane damage, guys. They're gonna have insane damage.
Oh, you talking about the bleeping on TikTok? That's the feature they added.
If you take too much damage, their Emma's gonna farm you. Yeah, come play left side. Give me damage boost and shit.
10 away from RE7. Wait, no, I'm not. Wait, what are we at?
Look at. Wait, can we walk in, guys? Can we walk in?
Wait, how do you know that?
Down to support.
Oh shit, I am.
I'm on the hella, don't worry.
What the?
Kill the hella, kill the hella.
Why? Yo, the subathon did not start yet. Yo, you and Oxy. Fine, I'll just add that to the subathon timer as well, bro. God damn it, bro. Y'all are trolling, bro. The subathon did not start yet, bro. 10 from. You guys, I'm only gonna add it because subs are on sale. RE8 it is. RE8 it is. Bro, I didn't know subs were on sale, so that's why I was like, Oxy, why did you gift that much? He says subs are on sale. They're on sale till the 3rd or something. Damn. I appreciate the 10 gifted. But just wait, guys. Do not gift any yet. Just wait. Just wait till the subathon starts. It's literally next week. One of the days next week or something. I don't know what day I'm gonna start, but one of the days next week. Y'all can wait. For subathon. We need that RE continuation. Rivals update.
Can we help him? Okay,
thanks for the
don't worry, just give.
Continue. I mean the continuation, I guess.
You guys live?
We're gonna play Stellar Blade. We're gonna beat Stellar Blade during the subathon as well, and we're gonna do the rest of the Undertale shit. So I need to beat Stellar Blade if I want to play the new one. I don't need to, but I want to.
We can recontest with close call, okay? Don't do damage.
What day is the Rivals update? Do you want me to start the subathon on Rivals update day? I don't even know what day it updates. We'll put up the roadmap again. July 10? Oh no, we're gonna be started before that. July 10? Nah, we're starting before that. I think yeah, I would have already started by then. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna start on like the 4th or something or 5th.
Wait, we need to walk up. Or
3rd, I don't know yet.
You should go now. You should just go now. And pull a target, guys. Pull a target. I think cloak. Dead.
What?
Sue is one HP back.
Dude, do you see the latency? He headshot her a while ago, and look how long it took to register. Look at this. Look. Do you hear how late the sound even kicked in?
No, you should just go now.
Look at this.
And pull a target, guys. Pull a target. I think cloak. Dead. Sue is one HP in the back.
It looked like she was already faded, and she got headshotted. Longest held on? Longest?
Okay, it's fine.
I don't know. I don't know actually. 4th of July? You want me to start on the 4th of July?
It's fine.
Oh fuck! I forgot that is a thing.
Yeah.
The fucking fireworks and all that. Oh god. Thankfully, where I live, there's not that much people that like do fireworks and stuff.
Just come in. Just keep carrying the.
Bro, I remember it used to pick up on my mic. My mic used to be really bad, and then when people did fireworks, it would pick up. Good, because sometimes I do curse when I stream. Oh, yeah, just add that to TikTok.
I can get the ults out. We need to live the support ult, okay?
Maybe we're doing it on 4th of July.
Just cam me. No. I'm gonna get that support ult out. There you go. Just live. Don't use anything. Just cam me. Don't use anything. Okay, look for your griddle.
Are they peeking?
Wait, they're all one.
Yo, they almost died.
You can use. Kill the ult, guys. P1. They're all 1 HP. Kill the Sue. Okay, don't worry. We have Loser Fruit ult off to play for Loser Fruit soul. Wait, help Loser Fruit.
Oh, that might be game.
Go in. Everyone go in.
That's game.
They're all 1 HP. I promise.
Oh, yeah, that's game.
Kill the objective. Kill the point. Yep. Kill the point, guys. Good job. Cloak next.
Hit the end of the board.
My man is so locked in.
Nice.
Let's go, team!
Gee,
Very good. No, like, very well played.
Gee. Holy
Bro,
shit.
you have 41 on fucking.
Nah,
No.
that's nuts.
Ace of spades. Insane good ults. Fat ults every time. It's so good.
Which actually low-key kind of works.
Yeah, they can't ban me out. They can't ban me out. Don't worry about that.
They literally can't. He
They're
plays
gonna ban
too
out
many
our supports
characters.
next. They're gonna ban like Mantis or Groot. 100%.
Yeah, they're gonna give up trying to ban him out.
Like...
God damn. Nah, that's a fucking crazy match. Gee, bro. What a match. How long was he on the other characters? He was even on the other characters for that long. He was on Bucky for a while. Holy fuck. Sheesh. Shout out Tato, bro. Take notes. I think I was watching the VOD for. Shout out Tato, bro. That's really the GOAT. The Australian GOAT. Make sure I go drop him a follow. That's the homie. Alright, what was I gonna do now? I don't know what I was gonna do. Let's run it down. I was gonna do something, but I don't remember what it was. Oh yeah, I still never unlocked that last fish. Luna, true DPS? Nah, they went crazy. Their healers went stupid as well. Mantis was cooking up them Mantis buffs. Are you getting season 9 reveal stuff tomorrow? No. That's not till Tuesday. That's not till the 7th of next week. That's not till the 7th of literally next week. Yeah, that's next Tuesday. Not this Tuesday. That's next Tuesday. Oh. Now you're good, dude. I'll put the music back on. Yeah, it's not till next Tuesday. Still got a while till that comes. But not that long, but a little while. So go and donate some ELO. Someone got to donate. If not you, who else will? Come donate some ELO. Give back. You gotta give back, you know? Fuck. I don't have enough. What did that say? I didn't get to read it. Donate some ELO? Hell no. Why not? You gotta give back, bro. They gave back to you. You gotta give back sometimes, you know? They gave back to you. Why can't you give back to them? It's only fair. It's equivalent exchange. There's no way this game queued me with like 4 DPS mains, right?
Who am I gonna banish from this match?
I will not donate, bro. Someone's got to do it, bro. Not me, of course. I mean, I need my shit. Someone's got to do it. I want to play Psylocke. If it's not you, who else will do it, man? Yes, you. Whoa, slow that down. I gotta fix my Chrome on Twitch. I'm gonna clear my browsing data or something on it. Cause I don't know why I can't use. I don't know why it lags on Chrome and not on Edge. Yeah, ban that Cyclops, bro. Why did we just ban Luna? Firefox. What the hell?
The right heroes could make all the difference.
My Odachi is sharp. Mine.
Oh, the guy's Gambit is banned, so what's that? Okay, we actually have no tank player. Well, I guess I'll play tank.
The higher the pressure, the more dazzling the
The
diamond.
more dazzling the diamond is. Hey, this is peak matchmaking, yeah. You gonna cop that new White Fox skin? Sure.
Round 1. Go.
Sure.
We'll be coming in 30 seconds.
Wait, is it gonna be in a shop or am I gonna pop balloons? Maybe pop balloons, I'm gonna be pretty mad.
You're underestimating me, buddy. My chi is fully focused.
Balloons, bruh.
You know what? I'm just gonna let you have
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
Oh, it could be a mini pass. I'd rather just be balloons or just buy it in a shop
You
though.
have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Please.
Shit, I should have ate when I was watching that match. That's what I wanted to do, but I was so locked in on watching it that I didn't get some food. Well, what the hell? Hello, Dish. How you doing? How you been? Thanks for the raid. How you been? Yeah, when we playing, dude, I need that carry. From the Oreo time, I need that carry back in my life. I need that carry again.
I'm the only healer.
Only healer?
Spider-Man
Oh,
on me.
nah. That guy's dead. I need that carry back in my life. So I'm supposed to play Raylene as well, but I keep running into her in ranked. It's hilarious. I keep getting her on my team. We haven't lost it though every time I've gotten her. It's pretty funny. Yeah, I appreciate the raid. How was your stream? Boop, boop, boop. So, yeah. I'm currently playing ranked. I think it's my rank up game actually. I just finished watching a bunch of matches from yesterday's tournament. The World Cup thing. So I missed a bunch of it.
Spider-Man behind on me.
Spider-Man? Where? Oh, Iron.
He fucking
Yeah, I got you. Oh, it's too far from me, but oh, Zimiskin is a blessing.
It made
A
sense
blessing
at the
is
time.
crazy. Team was good ranked. I've been playing through RE9. Oh yeah, you did say you're gonna start that. Yeah, that game is great. That is a great game. What part did you end up at? You can't spoil me because I already beat it, so it's fine. Are you at the start of the game or? Oh great, I'm dead as hell. Yo, tenacity? Get rocket before your ults. Get rocket before your ults. Get rocket before your ults. Nice.
I got my ult. Wait, what did you want me to do with this?
No. I was saying get rocket before your ults. I was ulting the rocket, that's what.
Oh,
He's dead already, don't worry.
Sorry, I'm slow.
Nah, you're good, don't worry. Really in the basement? Oh, hell no, that part.
They're on the best healing top in the game.
Oh, I remember that
the
part. Yeah, that part was pretty
Oh,
scary.
Spider-Man on me.
Really hate horror?
Spider-Man. Oh my god, he's blown.
I can't say what I want to say without spoiling, so. You'll be fine. I think. I think. What the? I guess it's over, I guess. Well, that guy's dead.
Hulk, stop throwing.
I'm not trying to let this guy blow up on me. Yo, get the f away from me, man. Oh, that guy's dead.
Spider-Man on me.
Oh, that's not the real one. Oh, that guy's dead. Nice. Perfect hold. Wait, we're on 3 tanks? What the what? Our Iron Fist popping off. Wait, were we solo healer that whole game or we portal? Oh no, we had 2. We had Invis. I
we
forgot.
were solo heals, bro.
Nah. I remember we had Invis.
The more dazzling the diamond.
I wasn't in this.
Bro, you guys are gaslighting. We had an Invis. I remember we were inside Invis ult. You were gonna say that's fine? Yeah, you're fine.
Figure out what
I
the fuck
think.
they need.
You said what? I said you're gonna be fine.
I just googled what our Spidey's name was. It's like an infantry formation.
A what?
Yeah, I don't even know how you say it. Phalanx? I don't fucking know. Some shit from Mesopotamian era, seemingly.
Huh. He just Googles our teammates' names to see what they mean. It wouldn't Google me. You're just Googling our teammates' names. But yeah, appreciate the raid once again. Hope you had a good one and a good rest of your night.
Emma, you a streamer, bro?
No?
You get the name of one.
Who?
The battle starts in 5.
Infernasu.
3, 2,
I think you got me mixed up with someone else. Bro, he fucking looked up my name.
We'll do this the same way we always do.
I have an L in my name. I don't think you Googled it right.
Oh, that's an L? That was an I. Shit.
Yeah.
As I was. Spider-Man on me? Oh my god.
Next time, just leave it to me.
Aw. Oh, I'm getting back.
Spider-Man, me, I'm so scared.
Amazing save.
Thank you. GG's.
GG's. W save? W save? Why are skins in this game so gooner? Don't ask me. The free game. I wish my games went like this. I mean, to be fair, it started off pretty bad. We had 4 DPS, but I switched to tank. And the other guy, one of the DPS, switched to healer. Games aren't always like that. Does Spider-Man go 7-17? Didn't want to switch? That's the typical. That's the typical, no? They're better than other nights games, Jesus. Oh, hands are so cold. Why is she so caked up? Don't ask me. Don't ask me. Taking this game was like a 9 to 5. 9 to 5. Hey man. Someone got a solo tank. Someone got to do it.
My order.
Should I play Blade this match or Psylocke?
My mind
Play one of them.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
rather eat pancakes. I'd rather eat cake than pancakes. Wait, what? Wait, when did what? I never said that. Wait, what? Mods, quote that please. Are you running matches with Lomok later? Do you want to play? Didn't ask me to play.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Is he even streaming? He didn't ask to play. Oh, I need to eat. I'm hungry as hell. I should have definitely ate during that. I can just look up some more matches from that tournament, watch some more. I mean, they played a lot of matches, so I can just look at some.
Escape pod ready. Opening escape capsule.
Ooh, this is a good looking team. Deadpool, Carnage, Blade, Magneto. A lot of people are just making teams.
It appears
Yeah, I can play
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
The Lovebirds are getting online. What the what? Let's spin the blocking these YNs for real, gang. OG, that's crazy. What a sentence. What a sentence. What did I just read? Who would I say is the best player in 2XL? Hikari. Hikari easily. Just won Evo and he keeps winning 2XL so much.
We fight for the survival of worlds, not for personal glory. Well, look who's up to no good. I am wounded. Who will help?
Oh, they didn't found height.
Shake it up.
What the fuck is hitting me? Oh.
Sayonara. Hitting harder than ever.
Name his ass. Oh, brother. Come on, man. They did play Justice until Kai? Oh, hell yeah, they did. Come on, man. What is the skin? This? The disco skin. I meant to switch to the pirate one, but it's fine. The skin's not bad either.
My blade seems sharper.
Okay. Not sure what I'm looking at, but whatever. Oh, her all got canceled.
Behold the god of thunder!
You're mine. Power's
About to say, we just let that guy kill him? Wow.
The great snake shall taste his own poison.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Whoa. Silk stars are ult. I haven't ulted yet. She's just waiting for me to use it. I'm not gonna use it. I have the point. I'm not using that shit. Not when I'm up. Okay, I'm not up anymore. Unlucky. Like Maynard has dive. Off angle? Neither. Neither. You get more value off angling.
Bring on the chaos.
My blade seems sharper. Out of sight.
We can recycle my ult. Almost died. You guys are gonna have to kill them. They're gonna stack my ult for sure. I'm about to go do it. 3, 2. Oh, we can just take with us.
Behold the god of thunder!
Did that hurt? Good. Step aside. Now she'll be undone by the...
Huh. Yeah, this BP is cracked. Is he? Oh, no, he's not. No, he just double speared me.
Out of sight.
How do we lose that? This BP just keeps killing me. What the fuck is that guy doing? I think he missed his spear. Wait, I dove. They're down one. Walk up. They're literally down BP. Walk up. Man, this guy is so annoying. Oh, brother.
At least you are truly free now, Sayonara.
This match is not supposed to be this hard.
This will do nicely.
Can we get a main healer instead of Mantis, if possible? Or can we get a third healer? No, they're trying to use the group combination, which I can see that, but like.
Put on a show.
I should have done a million times on that.
Only 60 seconds left.
This is so annoying, bro. Oh, brother.
I have
like, are we just gonna lose the match? Like, are we just? Like, I don't know.
Oh, I need assistance. Get that vehicle moving again. Gather around.
I'm doing this my way.
Us against the world.
Fear Magneto!
Down to 30 seconds.
I can team up my ult here. There's no way. Oh my god, he gets healed in the air. Oh my god, this team, man. Are we just not gonna, like, I don't, whatever, man. I got both their supports, please, bro. Oh my god, we're still losing the team fight. Oh, what? Okay, I don't know, man.
The current score is
I got both the supports and we still.
0.
I don't get it, bro. You can't carry this, bro. Like what? Yeah, like we have to. Like either we do triple support if you wanna. Like I don't know.
I'll fight to.
My order is
I'm not a hero. I'm the Punisher.
Like Ken, can you play support or something? Or okay, okay. This comp works. This comp works. This comp works.
my order is sharp. My mind is sharper.
We should probably do White Fox Luna though, so you get the team up. If you don't want to play Invis. Yeah, that works. That works. That works. What the? Why do I have to say that? Why do I have to say that? Yeah, I don't know what we were Mantis from the start. We should just ran this from the start. It would have been a free win. Why do I have to say this, bro? I don't get it, bro. It's so silly. Why do I even have to say this to them, bro? They should have just ran this from the start.
Coming in 30 seconds.
It's so silly, bro.
Got something that needs to be blasted?
You guys can't kill a BP. I'm not dying to the BP. It's not us dying.
It's really you.
You're fucking kidding me, bro.
Call me Magneto.
Tiger Division's
Like, at least just shut him down. He's gonna be useless. It's a 5v6, and we just win.
The battle starts in 5, 4.
Like what, bro? Like what? Wait, why do I have to tell my supports that, bro? You guys should know this in this rank, bro. Lock in. That's so frustrating. Like what's?
It seems we have company.
Oh, sweet moves, right? That's the stuff. Some health would be good. Sweet, we could use some love here.
Hey, yo, behind you. Watch out, there's BP back there.
A nice deep freeze. I am ready to put on a show.
Damage move, damage move, damage move. Up our Luna, turn around, up our Luna.
I can't believe I had to even say something. Like, oh my lordy. But if I say nothing, you're just gonna sit on that comp. Mantis, the whole game just dying to BP. Like he's solo diving his BP. Just like literally just switch characters and he's useless. Like I bet you he's probably like a hard-headed and refuses to switch off BP.
That's the stuff. Did you see that? There you are, you cheeky bits.
Behold the god of thunder!
Against the world.
Wow.
Help our Mac, help our Mac.
Tremble before fast!
That's the stuff. Oh, sweet moves, right? God, poor Namor.
Wow. Unlucky.
Stop that vehicle in its tracks.
I should have ulted after the cloak ult. Maybe even if I ulted out there, Mag would have sucked them out.
Our enemies are near.
But I'm just going back to sidewalk. I'm gonna go back to sidewalk. The match is gonna keep sucking on my hole.
Dinner time, love.
Is that a big house? Oh, he's spawn killing his BP. Hey, watch out, BP spawn killing. Who's spawn killing his BP?
Better stop that vehicle.
Oh my god, why didn't you guys just fall back, bro?
We portal? Can we still portal on?
It's probably too late. Yeah, it's too late.
I can
We have Luno. We have
touch.
Luno. Let's touch. Let's touch. Let's touch.
Farewell. Your enemy has arrived.
I am ready to put on a show.
Behold the god of thunder!
Us against the world.
Can't really do nothing there.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Step aside.
Better stop that vehicle.
I'm hit. Cover me. A disappearing.
Oh, we're actually probably gonna lose this match. It's insane. No, solo BP and a Scarlet Witch. Solo diving BP and a Scarlet Witch, and we're gonna lose. It's fire.
The enemy has arrived.
It's now or never. Stop them.
They're down when walk up.
What a difference.
My healers would just lock in and stop. I don't know, dying to BP1.
Why did that also go that far up?
I don't know, like my bot has 13 deaths. Like what? Like, what do I like?
A little help, please. Out of sight. You're mine. Damage sustained.
Don't give them another inch. Or else. Better stop that vehicle.
Dinner time, love.
I am ready to put on a show.
You're mine.
Here is an
Yeah, this team is bad.
These supports just can't deal with. I guess
This team
BP1.
is really bad, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what to do. Like, I don't know how we're dying to solo BP, but okay. Wee. I lost 19 for that. That is disgusting, bro. Yo, I lose 19 for that? Bro. I lose 19 for that. Oh, man. 19? That is sick work, bro. Go Didi. What's Didi gonna do for me there? What? I lose 19 for that. Okay. We're losing to a solo diving BP. Like, I don't know what's on my team. They just can't beat a solo dive BP. BP is just the truth, I guess. Like, I don't know. Be the best BP play I've ever seen, I guess. Like, what? That is literally just doing basic BP shit, and my backline just can't survive. I can't kill people and also be in the backline at the same time. Like, I can't care for both, bro.
Who's ready to go hunting?
Now,
Like I don't really know what to do for
who am
them.
I gonna banish from this match?
They didn't even try. I don't know what they were doing. I think he killed them too fast when they even charm him. I have no clue what they were doing. But regardless, there's just no excusing that. Regardless, we had a Namor as well, and we had a thing, so I don't know how they're dying back there. Unless they're just getting no help. Oh, Max uploaded 4K gameplay. 4K gameplay of a token. Let me see this. K gameplay. Wait, why does it not let me open it? $4K Magneto gameplay. No commentary. Yo, this stage looks so good.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Yeah, got this.
What's Magneto's theme too?
It's not over.
It's not over.
This is my power. There's no delivery. Ride all you want.
I've been trying to find someone that I've been trying to find someone that has magic gameplay. Like good magic gameplay, like Dark Child gameplay. There has not been a single person that has gotten Dark Child gameplay. And it's pissing me off. I want to see some Dark Child combos and stuff. I have not seen a lick of Dark Child gameplay, even though it's a mode that she can use. And I have not seen it a little bit. Oh, what the hell? What's up, Ultima? What's up, dude? I'm playing Rivals while looking at Tokon. I'm looking on Marvel on Marvel. But how? How you doing, Ultima? How'd your stream go?
The battle starts in 5.
Or did you have the raid run? You probably did have the raid run.
3, 2,
But shout out Ultima though. So I seen the Marvel Rivals. When you put it like that, that makes sense. When you put it like that, it actually makes a lot of sense. Is that a go? Oh, that is not a fucking. That is a switch. Yo, kill this guy. He used this swing. Please kill him. Please kill him. Thank you. Sheesh. Oh, that guy exploded. Holy shit. That was kind of overkill, I can't lie. Oh my god, I got impaled by that metal. We got impaled by metal.
Back from the grave, better got you good. Buffed and beautiful.
Predictions on Take on DLC? I don't know if it's teams or if it's individual characters. So I don't know if I could do that. How did Phoenix not get banned anyway?
Oh, hell, I could use that.
That guy's inting. I can't lie. Oh wow. Damn! Oh my god, he can hold that shit for 10 years now. Yo, that buff is sick. Son.
My hunt's not over yet.
Yo, that buff is crazy, bro. He can hold it for so long. I was air stalling and everything. I should have sent her ass off the map, bro. Oh, brother. Hunter off the map. I didn't know who I got in it, so like, I thought I got Phoenix low key, and Phoenix will obviously survive that. Damn, you're back? I just killed you. This fucking shift cooldown.
Down to 30 seconds.
Yo, he thanks for the follow. I appreciate it.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Oop.
Very funny, Wade.
Want to chase down rocket? You gotta do that sometimes though, you know? Is she just all in the fucking sky, bro? No, 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 no. Kill that guy, kill that guy, kill that guy. Oh, fucking mess. He's getting pocketed. Damn, me? Spawn room right here, bro. I don't think this is worth it, no? Venom is crazy. Our spawn room is right here. He going that far? My lordy. It's that deep? So you swear to God it's that deep? Damn. I didn't know it was that deep. That's crazy. Like, wow. This Venom does not care. He uses swing and everything. He want that kill. No, I can't fucking shoot him because of the mag ult sucked up my. The mag ult sucked up my projectile, bro. Oh fuck no. Oh my god, this fucking character, bro. I actually hope they make it so that she doesn't heal in her ult anymore. I don't give a fuck if she's a Phoenix, I can't lie. I don't care if she's the Phoenix anymore, bro. That shit is so busted. Like, they're not even using the ult to kill people. They're using it as a health pack. It's so brain dead. Or if she, like, dies, she should be able to, like... I'm not saying, like, MVC3 or nothing, but, like, god damn, this character's ult is so dumb. Like, just accept death, bro. That was the gameplay? Yeah. I'm gonna form my ult quick. I'm gonna go behind them. I don't know if that's worth it, but... Never mind, it's worth it. Oh, they destroyed my shit. Where'd it go? Damn. They destroyed my ult hella fast. I can't lie. That was quite impressive. I can't lie. That Venom is inting, bro. Oh my god. Is he back? Who's that? Yo, can we play Rocket? Like, the character is so broken. Can we get a Rocket?
The current score
Why don't you touch
is
point there, support?
2-0. Time to switch
Like,
things
can we?
up,
Or what?
including which side you're on.
You want a rocket against Jean?
The right heroes could make
Rocket
all
against
the
who?
difference.
Who's ready
Jean.
to go hunting?
Give me my damn music. Say that one more time.
Jean.
Shit, you're right. Can we get cloak then or something? Like anything else other than support pool? I appreciate you. Thank you.
Only issue is the Invis is doing good against Torch, but I'm just gonna go.
True. I'm gonna go. Man, I could play Phoenix for the Rocket. I'm gonna just do that.
Happy thoughts, everyone. If we stay focused, we've got this.
This should be better.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
Yeah, he said Jean. So I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I couldn't hear what he said. I didn't think he was talking about Jean Grey. I'm like, Jean. I'm like, what are you talking about? I forgot her name is Jean Grey.
I call them stepping discs.
A brick PFP? Who got a brick PFP? Wait, what? Like an actual brick? Or what? Yeah, I don't know why he didn't just say Phoenix. I couldn't hear him. He's like, I had to make sure he was saying that shit, right? So I had to pause the music. Holy fuck, my whole bar. Group can die, group can die, group can die. He's one. I don't know where the fuck this guy's healer's at, but he was so low. Oh my goodness, bro. I don't know why my team just keeps dying, bro. So sad.
Can't catch me. There's still a chance to stop them.
Does this guy? Whatever, man. So wood. What? How'd I die? Going against the cap is annoying. Yeah, good caps are very annoying to kill. Tips for new 2x scale player? Honestly, I mean, I have a starter guide, but it's kind of outdated, just a little bit. But if you're completely new, it should help you.
Better stop that vehicle.
Oh lordy.
Thanks. I really needed that.
They made it halfway. Stop them.
That character does so much damage, bro. Yeah, I don't know. We gotta switch up the tanks or something. And can we get like a Punisher instead of magic? I'm not saying you're doing bad on magic, it's that we need something for wolves. Like, I can't be the only one shooting the wolves.
I am ready to put on a show. You are nothing.
Here is an enemy to pursue. It feels empty. Supernova! Here is an enemy to pursue.
Oh my god, I probably takes reduced damage in his ult. keep forgetting he takes reduced damage in his ult. It's not even that he's getting pocketed. Well, he is, but like when he's ulted, he takes like what, 25% reduced damage or something like that. I forgot about that shit. I held that shit for so long just for this guy. Both thought I forgot or something.
I have tagged the foe. Hunt them. Here is an enemy to pursue.
Turning up the heat.
It's somehow dangerous.
He should have ulted when I died, but he didn't for some reason.
I have tagged a foe.
What are you doing, Jiggy?
All eyes over here. Anyone willing to help?
Watch the Groot ult, watch the Groot ult. My game just lagged like crazy when that happened. Holy fuck. Yeah, I have a white fox talking to him.
By the eye of Agamotto.
That's 3.
Reborn again. Good times.
Yeah, there's no point of porting, it's too late. Oh, we can touch someone. We have cloak ult.
This is real firepower.
Yo, he built all again? Okay, no one else is shooting it. He built all again before I even... Yo, that's ridiculous. This whole game is so broken. Dude, I'm at... I was at 70 something. He's already at 100. What a character, bro. What a character. Dude's probably at like 10 by now. Like, what a character, bro.
What are you confused about?
What am I? Invisible?
Can't even see, bro.
Here is an enemy to pursue.
Supernova!
Like, I'm about to lose the match to that guy, by the way. He just fucking ulted me. Like, what? Like, look at the ult he just did. I'm about to lose the match to that guy. It's so sad. He just ulted an invis ult alone as a group, and I'm about to lose a match to that guy. Okay. That's fire. That's fire, bro. His writing is this fire. His writing is this fire.
Score 2, 2, 3.
His writing is this fire, bro.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Like, I don't know. You can't really do nothing about that when you have teammates like that. This guy only plays Deadpool. He went from support pool to tank pool. He only wants to play Deadpool. I absolutely despise teammates like that. He only wants to play Deadpool. So instead of switching to an actual like tank or something, or not an actual tank, or playing like actual fucking characters that are support pool, he fucking goes tank pool, bro. He only plays the pools, bro. Oh my goodness, bro. Which one does he even main? I don't even know. How do I get over here? Which one does he even main anyway? He main support pool. Bro just got on tank pool because we needed a tank. Oh my god. Instead of playing any of the other tanks he knows how to play. Jeez, when am I playing Tekken again? I don't know. That's so frustrating. He only wants to play support pool. And like he's not even like that crazy at it. Crazy at it at all, honestly. It's just not the right pick for that match, honestly. But whatever, I suppose. Whatever, I suppose. Yujiro comes out. I don't really care. Yujiro's not coming out till like next year. I don't really care too much for Yujiro either.
I earn my name with every slice of cold steel.
Light can heal and light can harm. Same with me.
Oops. Why is it not working? It's satisfying to do. I don't know, man. Losing matches like that is just like, I don't know. Rebirth for Souls coming to Evo? Hey, yo. Yeah, that's not happening. Bro said Rebirth for Souls for Evo. Sheesh, bro. What's up, Zatsuro? My game is lagging like crazy. Now look over there, I get like 80 FPS sometimes. It's like spiking. That one sheep 42. Nah, that hurts, man. Losing a match like that. That was that guy's promo too.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
My Odachi is sharp.
Play Blade this much.
To end the darkness that's
Maybe I'll play Salak, I don't know. Play one of them. Gambit? Oh, hell nah.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Wait, can we just maybe run like 2 supports and not this backline?
I can play support. I mean, wait, I can play tank. Sorry.
Okay, thank
but
you.
Gambit needs to get banned.
I want to get Gambit all as fast as possible. And you have like 3 healers like that.
You're an anime?
Okay, thank you.
It's pretty Naruto. But it depends on the genre, but just like overall, probably Naruto.
Could we ban Blade, maybe?
Yeah, alright.
I thought we had a Blade.
Oh, shit, my fault, sorry. Then can we get Rocket then? Because Rocket's looking a nuisance.
Yeah, bro.
Rocket's already banned.
I've heard it all.
Oh, shit.
They banned Gambit. or Rocket. We could ban Cyclops.
Okay, well, what about Gambit then? Because, you know, Gambit's really good. Gambit's, I mean, he's not... Oh, you're on... Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I didn't even... Oh, my fault. Okay.
I have no words. My man is not locked in. My man is not locked in. My man is out of it.
Top-notch team to win this one.
My man is completely out of it. He's so far gone, bro. Oh, I didn't finish looking at the Tokon gameplay. What the fuck? Did he just throw a car at him?
Oh shit! Do you want me to go tank Magneto?
What the hell? He just grabbed a car from off the stage.
I guess you can just play your this.
Get ready.
Oh, we don't know no combos. Oh no, what is this? Oh no. We got no combos.
Got weirder from there. I'll tell you about it sometime.
We don't got no combos. What was that? You need to learn from
Battle starts in 5,
Moon Knight.
4, 3, 2,
Am I gonna main on that game?
let's start.
Blade. Oh yeah, Blade. It's a 4v4 game, so Psylocke's not in it, so I'm just gonna main Blade. Oops.
She can die. She's one.
I'll water off. Yeah, keep walking with me. Keep walking with me. Keep walking with me. I'm at you. Strange can die.
We can get Psylocke. She can't side. Nice. I'm still walking.
Alright, fall back. I'm dead, fall back. If you get grabbed by Rogue, you're just dead. Like, you're usually just dead on this character. I completely forgot that little Rogue. What? That was a lag spike.
Nice shot.
I'm talking about it. I don't think I'm gonna need it. I think we just have to fight. I'll use never right.
I can go first. I'm sorry, Gambit.
No, you're fine. I don't even know what killed me. I was just Psylocke behind
That's Psylocke.
Taste cold steel.
So close. Oh, the Magneto movie.
Yo, counter swap and loser ass boys. See these counter swaps right there? Oh, cause my magic is insane.
Gambit's gonna be with you guys. I'm gonna push point.
I can out here. I want to keep up tempo.
Okay.
Wait. I'm top up. 3, 2.
Holy shit! Can I hit a shot?
I think it's double.
Damn, it's dead.
They're gonna have Psylocke. We're gonna have to stack.
Yeah, I'm ready to stack it.
We just gotta get to Avengers Tower.
What's up, How you doing?
I mean, we have Rogue. I'm gonna let the Rogue go here.
Stacking.
Yo, we gotta stack, Gambit.
Stacking. I'm just in the back.
Oh no, never mind. We got point. Nice.
Oh wow. That's kind of my bad. Low-key only saw like 2 people and and I just dashed out of it. That's on me, guys. My bad.
It's okay.
I was fighting Emma. I had to kill her because she was ulting you guys.
They're all inside. Oh, no, please. Emma, you took that.
Wow.
Okay, I got some.
That's my man.
Oh. Well, look on TV might pass out. Good night, dude.
I was born ready.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
Backline's inside.
Whoa. Oh, I died instantly. Blade cooking as usual? Oh, of course.
Alright, I'm stopping Gambit. Alright, we can go with Gambit. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, man. I can get to in the Gambit roll.
Maybe Dino? I got everything also.
Sorry, Gambit. I got time.
No, you're fine. Sorry, I jumped over. Nothing tripping. We almost have a... Oh, they just got off Gambit. They're gonna get that. Should've just stayed Gambit.
Oh my god, I actually won the Gambit lottery.
Alright, we just won this fight with Coco.
Us against the world.
My bad. It was like 1 HP and it was I was blind.
Gambit.
I have no supports, but oh god.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Hell
Coming
yeah.
back up.
I figure if we can.
They use Psylocke, they use Star-Lord, they use
They might have Luna.
Broken Dagger.
I killed Luna before she got ult. She might have it. I don't know.
We have Rogo.
Oh, okay, if you're gonna Rogo, get on that Luna like ASAP.
Wait for me to get my ult so we can bolt Rogue and Magic.
Yeah, I would.
Almost have it.
I can do it now.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, I'm going.
Ah, how annoying. Annoying.
The hunt is on.
Mon Dieu, that hurt. Need to charge up more shit.
Back in the game.
I'm gonna swap right here.
Where can we?
I must have ult.
I don't want it.
I'm gonna ult first.
Go with that dog.
Not Gambit.
I got 2. Psylocke is 1. Psylocke is 1 HP on the road. Nice. The Oop Squad. Playing Space Jam. They're playing Space Jam. I'm not letting this dino play the fucking game. He lost his mind.
It's not it, yeah.
How did Dino make it past the ban phase? I don't know, but I'm bullying him. He's getting bullied. I do not want him to play the game. So I don't want that guy to go to my backline and just eat them.
The right heroes could make
Cannot have that happening.
I fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Too risky, too risky. What did he say? Starlord, you want to tell me why you all and stare at me instead of people more valuable like my supports? You guys not happy.
Round 2.
Staying in the light is a constant struggle. Slice and dice.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
I know that look all too
well. They should buff Blades. They should buff Blades blade by at least 5 damage. By 5 damage. What am I gonna do with 5 damage though?
At least we get to do it side by side.
5 damage.
Starts in 5, 4,
Only 5?
2.
Where the rest at? I think you're missing some zeros. I think you're missing some zeros.
I look behind us.
Holy shit, she hate me.
I know it's half, less than half.
Man, they wanted me dead. Goddamn. Is there a third dash? That'd be kind of fire. You're just never gonna kill this guy. You give him a third dash, he's never dying. Like, this guy's never gonna die. He's gonna always get away. That's just gonna be funny. That would be hilarious.
Back up. Don't engage. No support.
But that doesn't fix his problem with his altered gun. But like, that'd be a funny buff. That'd be a silly one.
I'm back.
Jesus Christ. He's on me like this.
You got a touch, yeah. I like behind. You want us up close.
Nice. Damn, they peeling like shit. No, bro, I almost killed her, bro. Oh man, that was crazy peel. That fucking dino, bro. Sorry, you gotta kill this asshole, man. That dino peel is crazy. That was, oh my god, I had both their supports and
They have so much damage. I can't fight kick.
yeah, we don't need to run Gambit on defense. Don't run Gambit on defense.
Like Gambit and Invis here.
We don't have to even run Gambit at all. We're on defense. We don't need Gambit here. I mean, unless you want to use Gambit Star-Lord, but we don't have to force Gambit.
But Gambit's like really good here.
Nice. He's not as good as he is in offense, but I mean.
Us against the world.
Holy fuck, this dino, bro. Oh, that ult is so annoying. He just knocks you up like crazy. Just loop knock up. Loop knock up, bro. Knock up and a knock up and a knock up and a knock up and a knock up. That shit is crazy.
It's a rough on their supports.
Sheesh, bro.
We need to hold this top left high here.
This fucking dino, bro. Yo, you need to die. This fucking dino is gonna piss me off for the last time.
Just let him height.
Oh, my team's down to the dino. Alright. Handle the cuts. Can't handle the cuts, dino. Can't handle some cuts. Oh, shit. Yo, that girl's lost their mind.
We stopped for a long time.
Yeah.
Okay, that was a big ass stall. No, that girl's crazy. No, that girl's crazy, bro. Why did she ult? It's not that deep. There's just two of us.
You might want to look over here.
There's still a chance to stop them. Better stop that vehicle.
Oh my god. Stupid dino.
Behind us again.
I didn't get it.
Almost off Gambit.
Touch.
Cold steel.
It's awkward.
As good as new. Next time.
Ooh, I like this.
Only 60 seconds left.
Careful, we're down.
Oh my god, almost died. Then we need to play up. If they portal out ult it.
Play up.
We have to play up. Just a little bit.
They're not cheaping yet.
Back in the game.
They've lost their minds. Oh, you asshole.
They're pointing good. They're pointing.
Oh, that canceled my ult. Oh, you fucking grabbed me, bro.
It's okay. They have a minute 30. They have a minute 30.
The hunt is on.
Fuck ass dino, bro.
Better stop that vehicle. Well, look who's up. Come here and check this out.
Oh, wow. Oh, messing up my aim.
You self Gambit. Energy Gambit. Alright, popping Gambit.
You can go first.
And she's behind. And Psylocke. Oh my god, they're like hard focused on me here.
I got angle.
What? Oh, brother, I don't know where the fuck she went. Oh, damn, I was so close, bro.
Go inside.
Oh, damn. Yo, Rogue. Damn! Damn, Rogue do that much damage? He's not touching. He's not touching. Damn! Is that the team up? Or what was that?
I pocketed every fucking buddy in this game, by the way.
What was that? Yo, she was shredding them. I think it was because of the Terror Cape. God damn. I don't know if the first guy was Terror Cape though. God damn. It's kind of crazy, you know? Nah, that was crazy. She did so much damage. She punched the crap out of her. Like, she punched, like, her damn chest open. She was playing Mortal Kombat or something like that. Damn. Alright, do I put more match and eat? Or do I eat first? Are you a top rank blade? Yes. Do I eat first? Hungry as hell. Eat first. All right. I'm gonna put on who's live? Oh, there's hella people live. Their side 46 kills. Oh shit, their side was popping off. 25 finals, 234 crit damage. I guess smurfing. I don't know. It could be. I guess probably smurfing. This side was cooking. I didn't even notice it. Oh, Tato's live. Perfect. You guys can watch Tato. Oh, he's not in a match yet. Damn it. Guru in a match? Tank pool kind of boring. Alright, you guys can watch Tato. I'll be right back. I'm hungry as hell. I am hungry as hell. What rank am I on the leaderboard, Blade? I have no clue. I haven't checked that in ages. I'm back. With some leftover Popeyes. Dude, I slept last night for the first time with my retainer in like months. That shit hurt. Has anyone ever had braces? Like, you know how you like get a retainer after braces? Because I had braces in like middle school. That shit hurt. Thankfully it calmed down, but like you're supposed to wear a retainer for like the rest of your life after you get braces so that your teeth don't move back. And I have not been wearing mine. I only wear it when I go to sleep though, because wearing it, it's hard to talk with it on. You're supposed to wear it the rest of your life, like 24/7 or something is what my dentist said. I'm like, oh hell no. I'm not wearing that shit 24/7. Like talking with that shit on, like you'll mess up your words a lot. Oh hell no, I took mine out. I had 4. I had to take, no, I had 3. I had like 2 right here and then 1 right here or something like that. I got them all done the same day. I was out of commission. That whole day I was gone. You gotta remove it though. You don't have a choice. And the longer you take, the worse it gets, because if you leave it in, well, your dentist will tell you if you need to take it out or not. But like if you leave it in and then it gets inside or between a nerve, you're fucked. That's an entirely different procedure you have to get it taken out. Because they can't just remove it if it's on top of a nerve or inside of a nerve or some shit. Because if they take it out while it's inside of a nerve, yeah, you're gonna fuck your face up. But that shit will fuck your face up. About to lose motor functions in your jaw. Yeah, nerve damage would go ridiculous. I almost had that, low key. So they had to do like a scanner to check if it was on top of a nerve or inside of a nerve or not. It wasn't, thankfully. But that's an entirely different procedure you have to get, and it's expensive as shit apparently or something. And apparently like insurance doesn't cover it or something. I was scared as shit. I was like, oh no. Did I wait that long? I got lucky though. Yeah, get that shit taken out as soon as you can. Because I remember my dentist gave me the flyer to get it go taken out like a year ago. I was like, nah, I don't need to get taken out. My shit not even hurting for real. Fucking a year later, that shit started hurting. That shit not even hurting for real, bro. I can leave that shit in. Because some people can leave their wisdom teeth in, they're fine. Not everyone's like that though. Yeah, some insurance doesn't cover it. But even braces, I don't think, doesn't insurance only cover braces if you're like a teenager or something like that? I think after 18 they don't cover it or something anymore. It was something like that. Yeah, if you need braces, just get that shit, bro. That shit will suck, I can't lie, but you get used to it. I mean, I got used to it, you can too. The sooner the better. If you need braces, but if your teeth are fine, you don't. If you don't care about it, then you don't need it. If you want braces. What's up, auntie? 7,000, damn. Yeah, my insurance covered mine because I got mine a long time ago when I was little. Gambling on dental care? Gambling on dental care is crazy. I got lucky and I didn't have to pay out of pocket since I got it when I was little. Now, if I'd have got it when I was an adult, whew, GG's. GG's. Would have been GG's. Would have been cooked. We love not paying out of pocket. What's up, Tento? You home safely? How was Evo? Did I miss a lot? I wish I got to go, so I could have went to Justin's salty sweet. Like 2 hours ago. That's what's up. Wait, how long is the flight for you? For me, that shit is 6 hours. Going to Evo is 6 hours for me. Coming back is 4. 4 hours back to Chicago. Yeah, because if you fly the opposite direction, because of the wind or whatever, it's faster. We'll see when the next Demon Fall video, son. So say it was amazing. Nah, top 8 was crazy. That dude Ikari is insane. That dude is insane. Man, I wish Ninja Killer made it far in top 8 attacking. That shit would have been so hype. Damn. He's kind of cooking with the magic though. Some of his hardest points are gonna be global and Jakey. I mean, that's just Eddie though. Eddie is fucking annoying. I hate fighting Eddie. I'm awful for our character. Having to fight Eddie's first match in top 8 is crazy. You got nervous? I mean, the first NA player to make a top 8 for Tekken in 4 years. Was it 3 or 4? That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy, bro. We actually have like no players. We actually have no one. That's crazy. He demolished John Ding and pools, did he? Wait, it was a run back? Oh, I didn't know that. I did not know that. Damn. Unfortunate. It was 2-0 in pool. Damn. That's so crazy. I did not know that. Top 8 was cool. It was okay. I wish Arson did not win. Cause he won with fucking Nina. I'm so sick of seeing that character. Nina and I'm so sick of both of them. Keep it a buck, what? As soon as Ninja lost. Wait, you don't want to watch no more? Don't tell me you love the venue. Oh. Yeah. I mean, you could have called it. Arsenal was gonna win. Mana's gonna win. Like, I read the top 8 thing yesterday. I was like, oh, yeah, Mana's gonna win this. He almost lost though, so it was close. But at least it wasn't like last year. Last year, oh my god. Last year was as soon as I sat down to watch the match last year, it was over. Yeah, 2X's was fire. Street Fighters, I mean, you could have guessed that. Technically, you could have guessed that. Street Fighters was fire though. Ikari coming back from losers was so hype. That shit was hype. CEO. When is CEO again? All right. Done eating. That was a good match. That last match was pretty good. Had a really good team that last match. You need to go? I got $5 for your donation stream. What the? August. What's today? June. I don't think I'll even be home. I don't think I'm even gonna be home for that. I think I have to go to a wedding. I don't know though. I have no clue. We'll see. I mean, I'm definitely gonna go to these eventually. Eventually, I'm gonna end up going to a combo breaker. That's the one I really want to go to. Because I've never been to a combo breaker, and apparently it's really hype. I'm 100% gonna go to one. I want to go to a Frosties. Those are like, I think those are my top priority right now. Because the only offline, local, or whatever I've always been to is just Evo. I've been to 3 Evos now. We got ads. Holy shit. Lord, let me bless him. All right, wisdom teeth are. Oh, I'm so sorry. He said, "Well, the wisdom teeth start hurting as soon as I talk about it." My bad. What's that video? My fault, OG. My fault, OG. My retains are here. Yeah, I think I need a case for us. Case is kind of damaged.
Which
Still works though.
do you think you want to be today?
Who's ready to go hunting? My order is sharp.
Holy
My
shit.
mind is sharper.
Now, who
No healers.
vanish from this match?
Let me put this food away real quick. We so back. Oh, I was saying that I want to go to a I think my top priority when it comes to locals is that I want to go to a combo breaker and Frosties. I've never been to any of those, but I went to Evo like 3 times now, which is kind of ridiculous. Cause I heard combo breaker is way more fun than Frosties, and I still never been to them, that's insane. Hold on, let me put this food away.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
See me and Frosty, I can pick you up. What, from like the airport? What do you mean? I'm gonna go to them eventually though.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Rossi's for anime? Yeah, but I play anime games, so that's perfect for me, no? I feel like every anime fight, if there's an anime fighter dropping, I'm there. Like, which there's gonna be a new one eventually at this point. Other than that, Net Impact, we don't count that. So again, so what are you up to? Oh crap, I forgot to switch Psylocke skins.
4, 3, 2, 1.
My order is sharp.
All you need to do is capture the mission
Where
area.
also?
Got it?
Chop chop. I didn't bring all these bullets so we could play cricket.
I'll be a watcher. I'm a car listening to this. Oops.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
I didn't even restart my game. Holy shit, I had a shot. Wow. Oh, that guy died. Cinema time. Cinema. I need to go see that new Bleach movie. Oh crap, my TikTok is doing the stupid verification thing. It thinks I'm AFK.
It's a small victory.
You see how stupid this is? Why do I have to do a verification on my stream? Thinks I'm AFK. There's an AFK. Like,
I am ready to put on a show.
my game is lagging. What the fuck? Okay, this character is way too hard to fucking go.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Okay, he just ulted me.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Control lost.
I'm going no more. Fuck this.
Just like the pressure of the ocean.
TikTok so fried is giga fried, bro. All right.
Denizens of the deep.
Where does this guy come from?
Hey, that was support. What? Oh my god.
What killed me? Oh, he shotgunned me.
Double kill. Control
Be
C.
stopped so easily.
A commendable effort.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Attack them. That is much better.
Damn, can I hit a shot? Good thing this guy has fucking squids. I work for that one. I worked for that kill. Oh damn. Man just gushed on him. Man just gushed on him. Yo, heal that guy. Heal the venom. Quick, heal that venom. Don't let him die.
Nowhere yet.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
I am ready to put on a show.
They know what's what ulti. So much dive.
My battle has only just begun.
I just play Bucky. Who's Banner?
Denizens of the deep.
I mean, people usually call him Banner when he's actually in Banner form.
That is much better.
They've almost got it.
Okay, I can hit a shot to save my life.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime. Control seized.
This land belongs to us.
What? That was a no reg. That's crazy. That was a no reg. I heard the hit marker too, and it didn't even damage him. Or the sound effect and all. He just took no damage. Unless he got like healed or something.
We have hidden in the depths long enough. Now is the time to strike.
There you go, Ozumaru. Usually we recognizing the randomest Spider-Man players ever. You know any Spider-Man player, don't you?
Get ready.
It's been way too long since we did the whole Agents of Atlas thing, Amy. Almost all of my time has been devoted to running Tiger Division.
A lot of Celestial ones.
I get it. Too busy saving the world with your new crew to save the world with your old friends. It's all good. No, it's not.
The battle starts in 5.
I see.
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Space Shotgun might be the worst of it all. Shotgun is pretty boo-boo. Yeah, I'm restarting my game after this. My game is so laggy. It's because I have TikTok Live Studio open. This thing's making my computer like so hard. I can't hit a shot to save my life, yo. Oh my god, bro. He just messed up my aim. Oh, that guy's dead. White guy's dead. I have 38% accuracy. I'm actually cooking. I'm low-key cooking on my number, bro. I swear to God, it's not even me though. My computer's so laggy because of TikTok. Even when I tap into the game, it lags so hard. If I tap on tap again, like my game just lag spikes like crazy. This GIF. Maybe Scarlet Witch is for you. Hey, I'm loading the more for a reason, bro. I don't need aim. I don't need aim, bro. I don't need aim.
Keep going.
What do I need aim for? I guess.
This is real firepower!
Worth it. W mag bubble.
Like the tide, Namor always rises again.
I got no aim this match, but hey, I'm doing my job, bro. That anti-dive, bro.
No winner yet.
I'm doing it well, too.
I am ready to put on a show. Hit the grand finale.
Look at the rocket.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Yo, them squids, get him. Get him, squids. He's gonna come back. GG's, bro. You pop out that no more, bro. You pop out that no more, I don't gotta do no work. I don't gotta do no work. 43% accuracy, and I brought that. Oh, I have 4 finals. Yo, don't look at that. Don't look at that. Yo, that's a hard working man right there. That's a hard working man right there, bro. I was working real hard that match. I was working real hard that match, bro. I was working real hard. Wait, I gotta restart my game.
There's always a spark of light in darkness.
I was working real hard that game, trust. You hate to see it? Oh, you love to see it, bro. No Spider-Mans will be getting values in my matches. What's up, Dr. Flug? Flugsley? Hard working man right there. Is my game open? There we go. You love Pope? And you gave me tips for Elsa? Yeah, I got you. Give me a second. I just did an Elsa video like 2 days ago too. You should watch that. I was going crazy with Elsa that match. You know the Elsa combo, right? Do you or no?
Why can't a girl ever get a bloody day off? Now that's a big gun. You are, you cheeky gits.
No, you don't. Oh, well, that's it. You shoot, E, shoot, E, shoot. That's it. But you can hold it as well. Well, if you want a one-shot like 300, you got to start right-click. Oh, wait, you're not dead. Oops.
That's 3.
Look at that.
Now that's a big gun.
Wow, 4 in a row.
Does that make any sense? You want to shoot between everything. Any action, anytime you use any skill, you want to shoot. If you don't want to do the, if you think you're gonna miss, you can't do it that fast. But once you get it down, you can just hold it. You can just hold M1. You want to do it really fast.
Cheers, mate. Now that's a big gun.
Yeah, you can hold it.
Never mess with a blood.
Yo, thanks for the raid, Cleo. Yeah, that's what it looks like. That's the combo. Appreciate the raid, Cleo. Hope you had a good stream. Let's get this promo. Let's get this promo. Let me switch my cover back to the Iron Man. Where's Iron Man at? Lucky Zeo Stan? Who the fuck is Lucky Zeo Stan? What is his profile hidden? Is that his Zeo on what his name is? What is he doing? It was 50-50 on wins and Rebels. That's not that bad. Better than just going straight down. Last stream I went straight down. This was last stream. I mean, I didn't play a lot. I only played a few matches, but yeah, these were last stream. Look at this. Just straight down. Yeah, my blade win rate this season kind of crazy though, no? 40 wins, 65 matches. That's kind of crazy, you know? Cyclops win rate about half. I gotta fix my solid win rate though. Cancel the key. Let me try out this thingy again. Doesn't look like winner's key. What do you mean? I've been winning. This is winner's key. I've been winning.
My whole life, all I've known is the hunt. I'm cutting in.
5, 4, 3.
Start playing Jeff.
2.
He's the last strat so you get Lord. Last strat is gonna get Lord. Fuck.
Slice and dice.
Shit is so hard to do.
I'm cutting in. You never stood a chance.
Yeah, it's so hard to do it. Oh, I just did it. The window is so tiny.
Slice and dice. You might want to stay down. Taste cold steel.
Shit is so hard.
Taste cold
Fuck.
steel.
Got bored of playing the same kid consistently. Joe is 22nd. Damn.
Slice and dice.
I wish this was practical, bro, but it's not. It's like way too hard to get down for it to be practical. Like a 1-frame link. It's like a 1-frame link, literally.
I'm cutting in. That was too easy.
He'll probably be removed instantly. Probably. His last one got removed. Remember his gun dash one? You used to, when you use gun shift and then you press E, it would do the spin at the start of it. They removed that shit so fast, bro. It would do a spin right there at the start. They removed that shit so fast. They got that shit out of there, bro. So sad, bro. They got that shit out of there. They moved that shit in like a week. Like, bro, what? Why, bro? Still can't believe Blaze and Telecon too, man. It's just crazy. We will be eating. We will be indeed eating. Asu seems to love dagger. Wait, what? About cloak. How the game's going? I'm on promo game. I only lost like 1 match or 2 tonight. No, 2. I lost 2 tonight.
Only if we show our foes respect. Here we come.
Double KO!
Did that hurt? Good.
Fire, fire indeed.
Double KO! That's 3! Wow, 4 in a row! 5! That's amazing! 6 in a row! Way to go! Unbelievable!
So many.
Damn, the queue's gonna take ages at this rank. Fuck. Suffering from success, literally, bro.
4.
It's not giving me any GM players in my matches anymore.
1.
Mind over matter. Enemy has arrived.
Oh, cooldowns, I guess. It's not even worth using at that range. What's up, BB Mitsu? I wish after you came out of the queue, it puts you right back where you were. Oh shit, I am getting gym players still. Oh, I probably definitely won't after this match. Actually, yes, I will. There's a gym 2 in here. I mean, a Celestial 2 in here. Wait, so if I lose this, I'm gonna lose so much. Oh god. I'm gonna lose so much. Oh no, man. That's not good. 3 GMs on your team. I don't know why I have 3 GMs.
My order is sharp.
Is that a bad sign? It kind of is, but hey, man.
Am I gonna banish from this match?
Hey, man, it is what it is, bro. It'd be like that. It'd be like that, bro.
We need to figure out our comp right now. If you guys are all DPS players, we need to figure this out.
Bro, that guy is stressing. That guy's on promo game for sure. He's stressing. He gotta be on promo game. He has to be. There's just no way he isn't.
Don't worry about Gambit. We need to worry about our comp first. Can we say something?
No, we're banning Gambit, bro. We're not letting Gambit through.
That's gonna make a difference. Don't worry, guys. Matter of having no tanks and no support.
Bro, relax. Damn, dude, relax.
I've had a really bad last rough game, so we're dumb shit right now.
I mean, we could tell, bro. You gotta calm down, bro. Calm down.
Can you play anything else?
Bro, you need a pedicure, bro.
Of course I can play other stuff. Can you relax?
Sort of question. That's all I care about at this point.
Man is losing it. They managed a Star-Lord, buddy.
I'm not. I clearly I might not play Star-Lord. I don't give a shit about that.
Team to win this.
Are we all DPS players in here?
No, bro, relax,
Yo,
dude.
relax,
Damn.
bro.
Jeez,
man.
bro. God damn, bro, relax.
Shit.
My last. If you have a tracker, look at my history. You'll see why.
I don't got one.
No, bro, we not losers. We don't use trackers, bro.
Like, chill, bro.
I've had some rough games, okay? So bear with me.
I'll be in the music.
Everyone has rough games, bro. No need to take it out.
Relax.
I had a rough 6 games.
Okay, 6. I'm not gonna lie, you might just be the problem. But hey, it's okay.
My tank through. I wanted to ban group.
6, you might just be the problem.
Bro, you keep talking, I'm gonna throw this game.
You might just be the problem. 6 games?
Yeah, okay. I'm out of here.
In high school.
A famous singer.
We're all gonna win.
I don't listen to music.
He left voice chat. Yo, he left voice
You're in the right
chat.
place for that. Let's go.
Why is he? My man going through it.
Starts in 5, 4,
He left the voice chat. I'm crying, bro.
I can't pick this shit up.
All you need to do is capture the mission
My
area.
man is
Got
going
it?
through it. Bro, It's not that deep, bro. Relax, bro. I'm on promo game too. You don't see me stressing like that. Like, Jesus Christ. Bro, need to relax. Walk up, we're diving him. Walk up. Get this, get this. Nice, nice, bro. Mag dead. Let's take Zay, bro. Wait, which one is he? He Blade? Are we gonna come to say? Wait, is he trolling? Wait, is he playing the game or is he trolling?
He's playing the game.
Okay, okay, okay.
He needs it.
Yeah, he needs this shit. It's funny because I'm on promo. I'm not stressing like that. What the fuck? My man's going through it. They got a champion Black Cat. Watch out.
Here they are.
Probably lore farm that shit. My man is going through it, bro. Like, bro, what? This game is never that deep, bro. Get this Bucky, get this Bucky. Nice. Get a mag, get a mag, get a mag. Nice. Don't let them leave.
Wait, Infernasu? Yo, what's up, man?
That's the wrong guy, that's not me. I got an L in my name.
No, Infernasu, bro.
Nah, bro, I got an L in my name, bro.
Nah, you remember that Phoenix who said stick to Roblox?
Phoenix that says stick to Roblox. I said that?
Yeah. No, I said that.
Oh, so I should throw the game.
No. You're halfway there. Remember? Keep
going. Oh, it's a joke. I can show you a joke.
Oh, because I used to watch your ABA videos when I was a kid.
I don't know what you're talking about. There's a get that Black Cat. That Black Cat.
Rocking, but Infernasu means that you don't know who he is.
How the fuck did that girl just not? No, that's crazy. I grabbed her and it just acted as a wall and then pull her. It was so weird. Oh, you're crazy. Oh, nice. That's good value. I get that payload. Yo, deliver the payload. Why are you guys not touching the point? Yeah, they got a Black Widow. Same rocket ult? Yeah, that's a heat rocket ult. What a Luno? I have no clue. Whatever.
Yeah, alright, bro. It is you.
What are you talking about?
Bro, I just pulled up your stream just now.
I'm not streaming. What's? I'm not a streamer.
Majestic as fuck.
Son, what?
Yeah.
Okay,
What
guys,
are you-
I'm gonna ult, okay? I'm gonna ult right now.
Wait, whoa, wait, oh, what? Oh, aggressively? I mean, I guess, sure.
Okay, guys. When I say go, you go, okay?
That guy's dead. Wait, whatever happened to the ult? Why did you just not use it? What? Where'd it go?
I got plasma. Did you not hear plasma? That was to me.
Yeah, but I also heard you say you were gonna ult, but you still didn't do it, so like.
I did.
Hey, yo, wait. Why'd you just wait?
It's right there.
I blocked it. They can't shoot it. Yo,
It was
what?
on cart.
What the fuck is that ult?
Armed and dangerous!
Yeah, it's a GG.
The current score is 3.
Yo, for Infernasu, you're just gonna be streaming
Time
Tekken,
to switch things up.
Street Fighter.
Which side you're on?
Son, I have
No,
no
you're
clue
playing
what you're
Street Fighter.
talking about, bro.
No, Infernasu, don't play with me now.
Son, I have no idea what you're talking about, man.
I'm about to go in your chat right now.
What chat?
Yeah, just you wait. Just you wait. I got 17 seconds to do this.
Yo, chat, turn sub mode on. I'm joking. Yo, Maz, turn sub mode on. You better what?
Who hates and fears me?
Yeah, did I step away? Yeah, I did. Divisional. They've been divisional. That's a big red.
Pretty exciting to partner up with one of the real
Magic,
X-Men.
do you play Widow?
A dream come true.
I play Widow.
We all play Widow.
Do you want to play Widow? I'll damage boost you. I'm on check.
How you gonna damage boost on Jeff? Wait, what?
Bro, you don't know tech?
What the fuck? Yo, y'all on some freak shit, bro. What?
Yo, you didn't hear the new patch notes? Bro,
Oh hell nah. I
damage
don't know what y'all reading. Yo, the hell are they reading?
Yes, I can damage boost on Jeff. Please, like.
Here, can I have it? Can I have some? I'm about to die.
I was fine.
Oh yeah, after the damage. You guys see the icon?
Your TV might be my 2.0. My 2.0.
That one hurts. I like the cold.
Let's rip this place to shreds.
Yo, Luna.
Look out behind you.
Airing you right now. They only got one support. They're throwing.
Oh, it's Kumio King. Oh, that's why. Yeah, I fought that guy before. Yeah, he's definitely a champion. Black Cap.
Too easy.
Game's hilarious. So I learned how to play tag fighters.
I suppose that helped.
Wait, so did that guy ever rejoin the VC? He just doesn't. He's just not gonna come back. That's crazy. That guy's actually farmed. Like
he's mad, bro.
my man was stressing.
Sorry, we all been there.
My man was stressing, bro.
Thank you. Mental domination.
Infernasu, what you doing? Who's just chilling? Oh. Yo, magic, yo.
Bad boy, Magic. Bad boy.
What if it's a girl?
Oh, bad girl.
Yeah, she said she's a girl. That's fucked up, man.
I'm sorry.
Probably gonna start with 2x, then Marvel Tokum. That's what's up. That's what's up. If you want like tag fighters, yeah, 2x is a good start.
Let's go say hi to their team. I think they like want to play.
Beautiful.
Oh.
I'm perfect.
Why are they not surrendering? Holy shit. They're taking the point. Team, they're taking the point. They're taking the point. They're playing the game.
Give me that luck.
Only 60 seconds left. I'm hurt.
I suppose that helped.
Why am I still in this match? Why did they just surrender?
I'm confused.
Bro, get me out of this match already, bro. Oh, hell no.
I'm ready to put on a show. Gotcha.
Mental domination.
Oh, that girl got deleted.
Final 10 seconds.
GG's.
Final score. 3, 2, 0.
See ya. See ya. Zam. Zam. What What do we do now? 99.35. Yippee. Excuse me. Oh yeah, it's Eli's birthday. I forgot. I was asking if she wants to do some customs. Maybe we should do customs. Let's see what she says. Nah, Tokon's gonna be fire, man. Tokon's gonna be fucking fire.
Oh my god.
Let's see if she's on the rank grind. Oh, she is on the rank grind. Let's see what she says. That's what they say for MVC. You ever have a tear roll into your other eye? What? Are you tear mixing? You mixing tear juice? You mixing tear juices? Hey yo. You know it's illegal for one eye, one tear drop to drop into another? I'm joking. Oh, they're in overtime. See if she wants to. Oh, they are cooking. Hold on. Because I'm laying on my side. Oh, that makes sense. Damn. Damn.
Okay, our senior has the ult.
Damn. What did you just say? Yo, that message is not getting approved. What the fuck? What did you just type? Hey, yo. Oh, hell no. That message is not getting approved. You are freaky.
Birthday customs, that would be cool. I'm doing a rank grind right now though, but we could probably do a few customs and then rank. I don't know. Oh no.
I shine in darkness.
I guess it would depend on how many people are gonna want to do customs with that. Thank you, Ark. Thank you.
Oh no, she's on ranked. My F, Unk? What is my F? What does that mean? Mean it's like my bad?
Par. Oil toilet. I like the name.
Be careful.
Oh, what's a margarita? Ramen. It's an alcoholic drink. I'm actually not too familiar with alcohols though.
My bad. Oh, my F, my fault. Oh, that makes sense.
You guys have any
Oh shit, we gifting?
God,
I play Star Road to Coom, and yeah, you're a gooner.
thank you so much. You guys, thank you so much. Oh my god. Oh, did you guys
Play Star Road to Coom is ridiculous.
My alerts, so only does it once. Y'all notice that? Did y'all notice that? Wait, who have this snowflake on?
This queue's gonna take ages. Fuck me, man. How come you don't goon like 9% of people who play Rivals on PC? So I'm not a gooner. I got lucky. I got Loki. Loki.
Alright, we're instantly gonna ban Cyclops. Instantly. Like,
Oh,
we're
fuck.
instantly banning it.
If I want to play Cyclops.
And
I
if
don't,
anybody's
but...
fluent in Cyclops, we're just gonna ban him too, so he can throw the game.
What did he just say? If anyone is fluent in Cyclops, we're gonna ban them too so they can throw the game. Okay. This guy.
So just make sure to ban Cyclops instantly, guys. Thank you. So guys, fluent in you is a Cyclops player. So if you see him next game on the other team, just ban Cyclops.
Who are you? Who are you, number one?
Yo, I think we banned Cyclops.
I'm the number one Phoenix, baby. I'm the number one Phoenix, baby. You already
Also,
know, bro.
Report Sassy Cat.
Okay. Wait, so who's that again? I have no idea what that is actually.
What happened to the match? Bro, I just sat in that long queue just for that? Brother, I'm leaving, bruh. Oh my god, this queue is so damn long. Oh my fuck, man. Oh, I might just switch accounts. Shit is so... Oh, it's so freaking dumb, bruh. It's so dumb, bruh. New Chun-Li, what are you saying? What the hell do you be typing? I'll take my thing on the thing and see what thing is. Fuck, I'm playing quick play, bro. Fuck this. I'm playing a fucking game, bro. Insta Q, nice. Boop, 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 boop.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Freedom's an
Like cap.
idea that will never die.
Where's my Star Force PC at? Excuse me? Excuse me?
I fight for more than a flag.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
One bigger than all of us. Coming through.
Not the same as we used to be, Steve.
Neither is Brooklyn.
I need a new cap skin. This one's cool, but like, it has no effects on it. What about that stupid wolf one?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
Told you to say that. What the?
1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Nothing puts things into perspective like getting lost in time.
Here comes trouble, friends.
I'll be ship-shaping.
Oh, fucking dino, bro. Oh, great. What?
Sorry, soldier.
Chin up. I suck.
Almost killed her. Almost fucking killed her. Scared her with so much damage. I'm dead as fuck. What?
Armed and dangerous. All right. Don't rush in.
Let's go, Bucky.
Again.
Oh, use the damn team up, bro. Oh my god, this guy's a troll. That's a champion dino, bro? Oh, brother.
I'll be ship-shaping no time.
King quick play.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Yeah, I can't dive shit.
Disappear!
That guy's dead. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
I'll be ship-shaping no Stand down.
Where's this guy go? Oh my god, this fucking dino is waiting for me. Did you see that? Oh, you're so weird. No way! No, team! Oh, there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. Where's my team at? There's no way. I should just ulted his ass. Where's my team, bro? There's no way, bro. I was punching the shit out of that damn dino.
Stand down.
Oh my god, we finally used the support ult. Holy shit.
We're in this together. Eat optic blast. Got my eye on someone welcome guests. This. Sorry, soldier.
Oh my god, I can't do my attack cancel if he's in the sky. Oh my god, it's so weird.
They're in our blind spot.
This fucking dino, bro. This guy's on cog, bro. Fuck this dino, bro. Oh my, he's won.
Coming through. That's the boost I needed.
Whoever they are, they don't look friendly. It makes me nervous.
That guy's dead.
I like the cold. I am ready to put
Fucking forced the ult.
Back in the fight. On your six.
You know me all you want. I'm coming back. I'm coming my ass right back. Oh my goodness, bro. Bro, my team is so ass, bro. Or my DPS is this Alfan guy or whatever, bro. He's not doing shit.
Weapons are tools.
Why are we still on Penny? What? Into Cyclops and fucking what? Human Torch. I get no value. Just random down. WZ tier.
Pleases me to be helpful.
Knew I saw trouble.
I am never controlled.
Fuck is my damage boost? Holy shit, Mantis. You suck.
Why you say that? Why are you going off on our Mantis? Why is he going off on a mantis for?
I'll be ship-shape in no time. Sorry, soldier.
Why are you going off on a quick play like that?
I would have killed the fucking Luna if she was trapped there.
Motherfucker playing Cyclops and he's I'm crying, bro.
Enemy ahead. Prepare to engage. I was always coming back.
Why is it not hitting him?
Coming through. Great magic. Let's dance.
The captain is a soldier worthy of, not Asgard. And the hell.
You don't have to fight alone.
Only 60 seconds left. You stabbed them in there.
This dude really just has infinite stamina. He can just run infinitely. They never let Widow get this.
Atta boy. That's the damage boost.
I am ready
Atta
to
boy
put
is
on a
crazy,
show.
bro. What?
By the eye of Agamotto.
Oh, where? Why did my team just got like 4-man strange ulted? My team just got like 4-man strange ulted. Holy shit.
Better stop that vehicle. Don't give them another inch, or else.
Assemble!
That's crazy.
The final 10 seconds.
Coming through.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
That's enough. That's the most I need. Take this.
W cap.
Another epic victory.
Oh, I got an achievement. What's Captain America land 3 kills with what? I don't even know what it was. I land 3 kills with something. I was playing solo dive, Cap. I had not dive with nobody, bro. Not already did my job. Solo dive, Cap. Took me 10 years to kill people. Let me see if I can get a match. I gotta wait for a match. That's all I can really do. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, bro. This queue is so long. That's my B tier cap goat. Hell nah. Hell nah. Hell nah. Hell nah. Hell nah, bruh. Not at all. You've lost your damn mind. You've lost your damn mind. Potato stream. We'll just wait.
Oh, I didn't have a blue. Where is she going? I'm leaving up. What would you buff about DD? I'm curious.
Just to spread a bit more of the dash range.
Dash range on the F?
A little bit too short now. Or maybe like chain damage because it's just a throw merchant.
Fair enough.
These are getting spawn killed. Jesus Christ.
Which
Actually,
hero do you think you want to be
one
today?
more time. One more time. This fucker needs to die.
Okay, another 5K incoming.
Yeah. Yeah, bro.
Lucky, I need you to hit this rock. I need you to hit this rock, Lucky. Alright, I need you to hit this rock.
Lucky Zeal, eat the Groodle.
Now.
They went thing.
You see, I can never watch.
This guy's cheating.
That's it, bro. Alright, he's on. Yo, Phoenix. Pop up. Going in 3, 2, 1.
5k.
You know what?
I don't know, his teammates be doing some stupid shit.
My bad.
Sometimes I don't blame him. His teammates be doing some stupid. Oh, what the fuck? She just ulted the heal.
I could rock it. Wait, she spawned back here.
Did she miss?
Don't ban strange, bro.
My amp died in a frame.
Are we running strange? How many Mantis players in this room? Oh, Mantis banned. That guy got.
Okay, bro. In ETA,
I wish I voted you, man. You are so bad on heals, man. You are so bad.
Oh my god, here we go.
Fist up top. Iron Fist up top.
Give me my money.
Why is he throwing, bro? Oh my god.
Yo, go rockets, buddy.
Why is he trying to ban my blade? Like, can this guy stop trolling, bro? Like, what?
Yeah, we're up. He's terrible, bro.
I'm up. I just made $5. I just made 5 gifted, bro.
Name me? Wait, isn't it the same Mantis? Oh, great.
I am hoping. Wait, and I'm gonna cancel TP.
You just.
What's a potato head?
I earn my name with every slice of cold steel.
What's up, Mari? Big fan. Appreciate it.
I was born.
Alright, let's go.
We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Thing, Groot, Blade, Punisher.
Interesting. Babs on the streets.
Interesting comp.
How haven't you gotten bit yet? Well, a few of them have tried, but their fangs kept chipping off. One of the perks of having rock hard skin, I suppose. There ain't many others, so I'll take what I can get.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Look, our next victim. That's the business.
Should have banned him, never. I didn't die because I got thrown.
What? That was weird. Wow, I dashed away, but it was too late. Damn, he didn't die. He was 1 HP.
Not gonna lie, White Fox, you need to go.
I'm ready to put on a show.
You need to go. Only we didn't ban Strange, man.
Why did we ban Strange? What is that about?
This guy is dumb, bro. This naming guy is literally terrible. Just avoid him after. I had him avoided, then I had to avoid other people. Now he's on my team again.
Lucky I was here.
Alive.
I was born ready. Rest easy, guys. Cut this.
We're just gonna lose game. There's Rocket, Luna, and the White Box. Rocket and the White Box.
Taste cold steel.
Oh, brother, there's no way. On the last hit. What's up, Peaksters?
He stopped them in their tracks.
Back in the game.
What's up, Zazzy? Blade, yeah, Blade talking looks sick. This guy die? Oh man.
Every time they fucking punish play,
Can we go Phoenix or? Actually, I'll just do it. I'll just do it.
Happy thoughts, everyone. If we stay focused.
Maybe I would get how you're in the first, so you might be the worst player.
To put on a
I want to play Blade, but no one on the team plays Rocket. I mean Phoenix.
Hey, they're down
Very rare match where no one plays Phoenix. Except me. Just not rare. Oh, that just fucked my thing up. Oh my god, he's still in there. What the? Why did he just get on the turn? Do I sleep? Of course I sleep.
God banning wins, bro. Bro, I'm diving. I don't give a fuck. It's not winnable with maybe it's on.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good
You say
time to stop
whatever you
them.
want. Okay, say whatever you want to do.
Oh my fucking goodness, bro.
Yeah, I'm definitely a C2 peak. Yeah.
Oh, brother, it's one of those matches. He's tilting our teams. Why? Apparently he had this guy before and he was really bad or something. So now every time he sees him, he just talk shit to him, I guess. But I'm just gonna avoid both of them. Fuck did she go? Okay, I mean I guess.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Did we just rocket out a tunnel? This is unironically winnable. I don't know if he should have rocket auto punnel, but worked out, I guess.
Only 60 seconds left.
Their white fox is diving. Yeah, she's playing dive white fox. I don't know what the fuck she's cooking. fact this character can actually do this is so stupid to me. Oh my god, my team is so funky. Playing Dive Fox here. Pretty good. This game when I hop on my teammates do like 4K damage. 4K damage is sick word.
This is real firepower!
You are nothing!
Judge, jury, executioner!
Yeah, but I also don't care. Whenever we get off Fight Fox, then I'll start trying.
3.
Bro, can you like not throw? Like this is so winnable. Like why is he throwing? Like what's?
Behold my cosmic might.
Jesus Christ, man. Oh, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Round 2.
Post is an outdated term. Jean Grey and I are one now.
Mm.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Wow. I don't know.
Shoot fast, bub.
Gotta love that.
Heal even faster. Wanna put that to the test, old man. Maybe later. Right now.
Watching that Fox stand on high ground like the Moon Knight shouting and healing.
Harder to keep track these days.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Damage sustained.
The hell? This match is low-key fried.
I don't know how to move up, bro.
That sucks. I can't see shit. This is such a winnable match. When did Moonlight become so popular? The show, probably. I'm about to guess it was a show.
I am ready to
Oh, brother.
Jury, executioner!
Oh my goodness, that was disgusting.
We make a good team.
Here they are now. They shall not escape.
Thanks. I really needed that.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Yeah, this character's balanced. Holy fuck.
Thanks for the boost.
Oh, I don't know. Now we're from my right click on all these guys. We're all low.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
You owe me one.
Gotta keep an eye on this.
Mind blown. Swear he was an SAT hero, but people want him in Tokon. Come on, Moon Knight. He was iconic in the Spider-Man games. Was he? I think you're confusing him with the other guy.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
Cosmic flame. Thanks for the boost.
Is that Ultron? Okay.
So close. This is your big chance.
You are nothing.
That sucks.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh. Damn. Oh my fucking god, the asshole respawned behind me and just one-shot me. Wow. Very fair.
You got them all.
Every streamer's frames fluctuating. Mine's fluctuates because I have damn TikTok live studio open. But my thing is usually high and stable. And Red Mist, thanks for the follow.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I am the Phoenix. Behold my cosmic might.
No shot they lose this, yeah.
Round 3,
It's nice to take a break from cosmic judgment every now and then.
Psychic shift.
Just need the flats and Boger. Well, they use dual PC set. I don't know if they use dual PC setup like me though. Chambly, yeah. I think they do. I don't know.
Not interested. That chapter's closed. And I joined Shield once. Didn't work out.
What if I offered you a most recent intel on the Marigold?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Madam Director.
Look at you,
I can't reach him from there.
Check this out. Turning up the heat. 30 seconds.
Can I get a shot? These guys are getting lit up, man. I can't lie. This is pretty bad.
No winner yet. Going to overtime. You are nothing. Disappear.
Turning up the heat.
That's the game, bro.
The current score is 3-2. 3.
That's game, bro.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I am the Phoenix. Behold my cosmic might.
Yo, name me. You're still getting avoided.
This guy, bro. Like, the match ain't even over, and he just said that. Like, what? Just had to throw that out in this guy. This guy's a dickhead, bro. That guy's an absolute dickhead. He had no reason to say that shit. That guy's a dickhead, bro.
Before you attack, get ready.
Be wary, Frank Castle. The Phoenix is watching you.
The Phoenix is watching you.
Is that
Alright, let's go.
or something?
Most beings are not eager to face judgment on a cosmic scale.
Please.
Yeah, come on. C2 right
Battle
now.
starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That guy's dead.
Final score 4, 2, 3.
Maybe you're still getting avoided.
Yeah, he's so childish. This guy is so childish.
Victory! Big win!
This guy is so childish, bro. Oh, should have had 20 finals, damn. I was just doing damage and I just killed them all, damn. That works. I did my job. Mark said he's banning Elsa over Jean now? Elsa over Jean? Is that the play? I don't know about that.
You know what today's topic is? On a new day of Mark Deasy's crash out, we're gonna talk about Elsa Bloodstone. We're playing bad. I know you're looking at this phone confused as hell. We got Mark Deasy supposed to be for GTA 6.
Why is the volume so low?
This should not fly with me no more. This might be an Elsa considered to a lot of you niggas because y'all play Pokemon for character. I'm not hearing that.
Banning Jean Grey over Elsa is... I don't think that's worth.
Okay, folks. She counters Rocket M. Oh my god, nobody would ever thought of that. We're banning Jean Grey over Elsa. We're gonna just go with the propaganda and say she played better than Elsa because she counters Rocket M. And I would have played Rocket, so you have to listen to me. Jean Grey's more broken. She counters me and that. I'm not hearing that. I'm tired of you niggas. I'm tired of us wasting a ban on Jean Grey. I don't give a fuck about Rocket. Don't give a fuck about what the meta is. I play Captain America and die other die. I don't have no problem against Jean Grey. Y'all niggas love saying, oh bro, but Jean Grey, she two-tap squishies. Are we fucking serious? In what game have you ever went against a Jean Grey and she was two-tapping squishies consistently? Y'all niggas just be saying anything
that was a long time
situation,
ago.
and it's not reality. You're not going up against no pro players, nigga. Your ass is Pink Diamond. Your ass need to be banning Guy, but I hate to say that because I play Guy.
He's crashing out.
But sitting here saying that she two-tap squishies, bitch, you're not getting two-tapped. I'm tired of facing James Harden every day on stream. Come here, nigga. Give me your ankles. You ever been hit by a
James
ball from
Harden every day
This
on
nigga legs
stream.
for a three? This is what I see every time I see this bitch. Food, the beard, 18 running. KD and the Warriors. This is all I'm seeing. I don't want to see this shit no more. Tired of seeing this shit. Come here, nigga. Your ankles. You don't give me the ball headed 40 nigga, 40-year-old nigga. You seen the video when he was.
This is damage control to get us to stop banning Cap. Don't listen to this is propaganda to take the attention away from Cap.
Hear that shit. You are not getting two taps. I don't care if you want to play Rocket.
Yo, Kang, thanks for the raid, bro. Thanks for the raid. Oh man. Give me a second. My bad. Okay. Kang, thanks for the raid. I appreciate it, man. Hope you had a good stream. We're watching Mark crash out. Creating around Colin for Ultron nerf. I mean, Ultron did get nerfed.
Red Velvet. Oreo and cookies and cream, nigga. Superman ice cream. My nigga, that shit is food. Talking about she broken, nigga. She is easier to kill than this bitch. This got 5 step back moves and you don't want to play against this shit? Oh, I bet you don't because everybody plays Pokemon on PC.
She does have a lot of step back moves. She is the GOAT. She is the GOAT. Holy shit.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Let me see.
Someone's got to guard the galaxy. Might as
Play
well.
Psylocke.
All that she's
Hey,
sharp.
practice my Psylocke.
My mind is sharper.
Oh man, how was your stream, King? You guys won a lot. I've only lost 2 matches today. Almost 3, honestly, but somehow convinced my team to not throw. I keep somehow convincing my team to not throw. I don't know how I'm doing. I'm just doing it though. The sped up crash out. The sped up crash out is pretty hilarious. Wait, is Cam on? I was gonna play with him, but I think he's asleep. I think his sleep schedule's flipped. Oh yeah, he did get off. His sleep schedule's oh no, he was asleep early. He went to sleep at 11. Just Subathon is still on, just that he went to sleep dummy early. That's rare. I hear blessing on y'all better be grateful. Grateful, wait, what? Wait, what happened?
Top-notch team to win this one.
Champion Rocket, oh snap.
My order is sharp. My order is sharp.
Blessing on what?
My mind is sharper.
Blessings? Blessing us with blessings?
I warned you. You got it. Field strike.
Magneto's theme is so sick in this game.
Leave it to me.
Top 3 anime. Top 3. It's like Naruto. Naruto is part of my top 1. What would be my 2? Damn, KO.
Still going. Never know when to give up.
It's hard. I don't know what I'll put the rest. I'll probably Kame got kill and then like. I don't know what I'll put last.
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Can we listen to Spider-Man? Fuck no, not for free. Not for free, you won't. Who is that? Oh, it's Venom. So many Venoms.
That's better. Farewell. You're mine.
What? That's crazy. I dashed to his body. Oops.
You're mine.
That guy's on 150 ping with what? It also says Shanks pulls up, tells people to chill at the end of Water 7. Yeah, you gotta show up and war farm a little bit. Sometimes you gotta do that. You gotta understand, bro. You don't gotta say too much. Sometimes you can just show up on war farm. This is hilarious. Shanks is so hilarious.
Farewell.
Oh, fine.
What are you aiming at?
I am ready to put on a show.
Okay. Piccolo still my go ore farmer. Piccolo. Big pick. Big pick.
This is a nice
Out of sight.
Big pick. I love big pick. Just don't get milked by him.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Someone scratch my back.
Farewell.
Damn, we about to go into Evo France with no DBFZ. You know how crazy that is? Evo France, no DBFZ. Wow. Holy shit.
Embrace the dog. Get that vehicle moving again.
That guy got blasted.
The streets of Tokyo belong to us now.
Yeah, they're close behind us, guys. Keep them around.
Oh, really?
Executioner!
Disappear!
That was Boba Cat again. Same girl from earlier.
Can we get a magneto?
Yeah, can we get a mag, please? Oh, it's you guys again.
Thank you. Thank you, Venom.
Champion Magneto.
And he sat on Venom.
Magneto is fucking horrid into the comp other than Punisher. What are you talking about?
It's better than
Alright, guys.
Venom.
I'm up, okay? I'm up.
Alright.
Sayonara.
Luna's one. Okay, I got Luna. Give me kill Venom collectively. No side, please. They have style. They have style, please.
Only 60 seconds left. Embrace the dog. I'm ready to put on a show. I'm trying to help. You belong to me.
Perhaps you are the leader you claim to be.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Oh. Type Soul Rage Band chat. Wait. Oh, that guy's a troll. That was most definitely cooking in that game. That's facts. That guy's a troll. Hey, JoJo's pretty good. I'm getting counterpicked? Really, bro? So whack.
That's better.
Rocket, you go first, okay?
Us against the world.
Yeah.
Shotgun for a swipe. Like
Is he only shooting at me?
Us against the world.
I got anti, bro. What? What anti me? Oh, Venom ult.
Step aside. The final 10 seconds. Your powers are mine. No, peasants.
That sucks.
The current score is 2-0.
That sucks. Oh, QB, that's gonna follow.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
My own touch is sharp. My mind is sharper.
Oh, she is mad at that Psylocke. His name is God Complex. Oh, okay. I was trying to type while you were in game. You got good aim. I want to use Starlord when I play this game. I mean, you just gotta keep playing both. You want to get good aim, you just gotta keep playing characters that require aim. Psylocke is a harder character than Starlord. If you can play Starlord, you can play Psylocke, but you need good aim. Yeah, I'd argue. I mean, you don't need that much aim on Starlord now since he has such a big mag, but
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
when it comes to Psylocke, you can't be missing bullets.
Your helmet guards you from psionic abilities.
I have known many over the years who would wish to control me.
I see. You do not wish your gifts to be used as a weapon.
Valorant art came in clutch. Valorant. What is this?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
I mean, Carnage in that game? Carnage.
You have to stop that.
Oh, we want Tokon. What the hell are you talking about? Yeah, Carnage is gonna be sick.
A shame my students aren't here to witness this lesson. Here they come out. What a distance.
I have fallen under their sway.
This Punisher's focusing me so hard.
They have crash coming in the back.
Okay.
no one's coming back from the grave on my watch.
Get in there. Take cold steel.
Like counter picking, right? You like counter picking, right? Let's counter pick. Let's see you counter pick Blade.
I don't know who to copy.
Let's see you counter pick Blade.
Shit, if that matters.
You're just baiting out my clones, bro. Like, I'm nothing for her.
Judge, jury, executioner!
She died with Transformer? I think she did.
Patched up. Hell yeah. By the Vishanti, Strange is here. A shortcut through space. Slice and dice.
We need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
As good as new.
What? Why are they doing so much damage? They getting shot or something? That abnormal damage.
Finally over. Slice and dice. Open season. Could use some help. Finally healing up.
Yo, can I get a heal, bro?
In control. I was born ready.
I am ready to put on a show.
Slice and dice. 1,000 gods.
Yo, Six, you're playing like peel tanks and you're just not peeling. Like, I don't even know why I hopped on frontline tank. You're just frontlining everything.
So here also friendly.
Can we walk, please?
As good as new. Taste cold steel.
Oh my lordy, bro. Oh, he was 1 HP. God, if he didn't headshot me. What is that noise? What was that? That was such a weird noise. What was that? Not kind of bad as that comp, but it is what it is. Yeah, but you kind of need it for Punisher. Since my team doesn't want to dive him. Well, we had a Venom earlier, but that's what it is.
You stopped them in their tracks.
As good as new. The hunt is on. Rest easy, Cat. The war is finally over.
Only 60 seconds left.
Taste cold steel. I'm pushing it my way. Hell yeah. Back in the game.
What the fuck? Where'd my health bar go?
The thing, can you come back, bro? You're not a frontline tank.
I am ready to put on a show.
I don't know what you're doing, bro.
No, we're not.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
That sucks.
Don't mind me.
Yeah, he switched off thing. Yeah, I don't know. He just shouldn't play if he's not frontlining. Maybe if he's not peeling.
I found a family out here in space, and I'll do whatever it takes to keep them safe.
Better stop that vehicle.
I just need you guys to, like, when this Venom dies, I need everyone to turn around,
Only
bro.
60 seconds left.
You can't just let him play the game.
I'm back, baby.
And once he's off our backline, we can walk forward.
Judge, jury, execution.
He's dead. See, now.
Oh, wow. She actually turned for me?
Down to 30 seconds.
Still have Loki ult.
Let's try this again.
You had so much time to copy, bro. For free, even why are you not ult tracking? It's like,
Oh, that was game. What is she just
I
copying?
definitely think we needed a mag, bro. We definitely needed a mag.
Son, what did he just copy? Did he just copy Punisher?
you guys are just beyond useless.
Yeah, he's insta-lamping and then he's copying Punisher. Like, the moment he gets touched, he insta-lamps. He doesn't even... Copied Emma? Oh no, that's not it. That's not it, bro. Oh no, not at all. What the fuck? What are tanks doing? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that's a fat yikes. That is a fat yikes. What was they cooking? Yes. 4 finals each. Nah, I gotta fucking avoid the Loki as well. I'm sorry, but nah, man. GG's, dude. I'm sorry, but nah, man. Oh, that's hilarious.
I can't miss.
That's pretty bad, bro.
Purple's not so funny now, is it?
Oh, that's pretty bad, bro.
That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row.
That's pretty bad, bro.
Amazing. 6 in a row. Let's go. Unbelievable.
I am too good at this.
Were they complaining about my side? No. Only the girl was. Only the girl was. That's what it is.
Another one for the good guys. 3 straight. I got 5. Heads up, back guys. I am too good at this.
Double KO.
This game is so cool. I love the sound effects on it. This game is crazy. This game is cool. There's a lot of water noises. What's up, Best Gaming? bit better. Just seeing you. That's what's up, bro. Backing up, man.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
My odachi is sharp. My mind is sharp.
They come with us. What, the DD combo? The faster you do it, the better you get used to it.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Anything you doing after rivals today? I've been live for 7 hours, so most likely no.
Yo, don't bend or double. Don't bend or double.
Yeah, on a bad gambit. Fuck. I guess we just ban rocket. Make this celestial. How do you keep your possum from crying after 7 hours? You sit up straight and you don't have a trash chair. You have to get a good chair. If you don't have a good chair, then that'll happen. You need a good chair. Invest in yourself, bro. If you sit at your computer for a long time, you should get a good chair. You banned Angela? What the fuck? Guy's name is Hyde and Lamps. That's funny.
They call me. I fight to end the darkness that spawn. I fight to
Skin
end
waves.
the dark. I fight to end. I fight to end the. I fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Slayer.
I fight to end the. I fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Winter Soldier. Why do you want a Winter Soldier? Half their team is dive? Oh, fuck me. That's just half, though. That's not that bad, no?
No monsters getting the best of me.
Be fun. They have a Hulk? Oh, God. I want to play Blade in the Hulk.
Get ready.
Oh, great. I might just go also. If they actually have a Hulk, I'm just going to go also.
Yeah, I didn't catch that. Okay. So, no hard feelings if you get a little accidentally singed, okay?
Singed.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, hell no. Actually, fuck, I'll just try it.
This is a different kind of friendly neighborhood. Come get that vehicle to its destination.
Okay, I mean, I guess I was getting you. I had the Venom secured, so I don't know who else. Oh, Salak. Or it might have been Hulk, actually. Yo, can I play the game?
Yeah, I feel like. Yo, let me get the funnel. Let me get the funnel. Let me get the funnel. Alright, you guys are just done.
Ring, bro. That's never gonna happen.
Who said let me get the finals? No trying to take photos. I don't know anyone that's ever done that for a Daredevil. Make for a Deadpool. No thing is MRC or something. Whoa. That fucking wall fucked me over. Oh man.
Bacon's 1 HP.
Why are we ulting that?
Why are we ulting that ever?
Who's ulting that is crazy, I can't lie.
Into the squad ult.
Keep up the pace. Cheers, mate.
Devil's
Get that beat moving again.
No sport.
Oh, we don't need sport ults. Fuck. Gosh, it's a fucking meat shield.
Yo, can we walk?
I'm
walking, bro.
Taken it. Only 60 seconds left.
Cheers, mate. Here comes the horn. Now that's real power there. Release that Lotron!
Wow.
Cheers, mate. Release that Lotron!
Oh, slow it down. No, he's not.
Infernasu, are you like terrible or what?
What are you talking about, bro?
1 in 3. What have you done?
I mean, what have I done? They literally insta-destroyed my ult.
What the fuck is that? What? I don't care about that
That's
shit.
why I have no
What have you done
kills.
this whole
Like,
game?
what? I just answered your question.
Yeah, your ult is the only source of your kills. You're an ult maker. Got it.
Yeah, alright, bro. My God.
Yo, I watch. They're down. Like hella.
Walk, they're down. They're down. Oh, no. He did the wrong ult.
The current score is
Bro did the wrong ult.
Infernasu on the team, what can I do?
time to switch things
Like
up,
what?
including which
I was supposed to tell us in like what situations? If they have a lot of tanks, because she does percent damage.
To go hunting.
Regan sold. How'd I sell? What? Yeah, and even my first ult, the group walled off my ult and fucked me over. But that's whatever.
This guy swaps.
Thor, how was group wall stopping me at 3 people? Yeah, I literally ulted 3 people, but then it just the group wall fucked me over. But that's whatever. It's whatever.
Revive, please. I wanna go to bed.
Alright,
No point in telling him that. He's just not gonna. He's just gonna be like, oh, so you can only get kills with ult? Like what?
Stay strong.
What's a fancy rock you got there, lady? How about fancier than
Now he's saying why I play. I could only get kills with ult. Like what?
My blood gem is quite the treasure. It was passed down to me from my father.
If I ever
Yo, can we please get me out, bro? Like, I'm not gonna sleep, bro.
my stones.
The battle
See, this
starts
blame
in
up. They just gotta look for
We
someone to
got it.
blame.
What?
They gotta look for someone to blame, bro. Like we're all not fucking pushing shit. They gotta look for someone to blame.
Is that you in for?
Like what?
Probably. Let's get his final so it doesn't make you wrong.
We're not surrendering this shit, bro. Yeah, we're getting cooked, bro.
I want to play this, bro. This game's boring.
Infernasu, how fucking dog shit paired did you have to be battling
Son,
that character?
I have one less kill than other DPS, and you're blaming me.
Nah, like, I'm genuinely
but you don't look at his
You've
6
done
deaths.
nothing this whole game.
Yes, sir. I've done nothing this whole game. Get out
You're
of it.
bad dog shit. I just don't understand it.
Is that your duo or something, or what?
No, I'm not fucking doing with anybody. I don't understand how you're that terrible.
Then why are you blaming me, but not the guy with one more kill than me?
You've been 1 in 3, and you're against 2 of the most fucking dog shit. You can play that character.
Like what?
You should have 3. This whole game gets these 2 tanks, but you can do
Oh, man, you can ask Toasty. I mean, I'm gonna...
Jesus Christ. You guys are rage baiting hard. Might you weren't even Elsa a game? Yeah, I know it wasn't. I was just rage baiting. Yeah, he has 1 more final than me, but he has 7 deaths, and I have 15k damage. But I'm the problem. Got it. Like, I don't... This guy has 1 final and 5k damage. 5k damage. He's literally doing nothing. 5k damage. He's quite literally doing nothing. And he's blaming me. Got it. Got it. 5k damage, 1 final. I have triple his damage. Like, I don't know. Are those bots? I don't fucking know. Like, the stats don't show everything until the game is over, bro. Like, we have the same finals, but I have triple his damage. Almost the same damage blocked on DPS, but he's not gonna blame his other duo, or I don't know if that's his duo, or he's not gonna blame the person with 7 deaths. So I don't know. He just has to look for someone to blame. Can we not LARP acting like you weren't part of? I didn't say I wasn't part of the problem. We were all playing bad, but like, how do you just not blame the? And yeah, you're using the word LARP wrong. How do you not blame the guy with 1 final, but because you can't see it? The stats don't show everything until the match is over. Like, what's... He has 5k damage in 1 final, and this guy's 1 more final than me, but I have, like, more damage than him, but I have double his damage. Like, what? I don't... Our supports almost had more damage than both our 1 tank and our other DPS. But let's blame the Elsa. Like, I don't... This is why you don't blame stuff until you can see all the stats. But whatever, bro. Like, I just rage bait. It's obvious rage bait. Just go wolf. Tell that to the other guy, not me. Like, what? Elsa can do it just fine. Elsa's a tank shredder. I don't have to play wolf. Elsa can do it as well. Elsa's a tank shredder as well. Are we gonna act like Elsa's not good now? Like, what? So we're just gonna say Elsa isn't good no more, huh? Like, I mean, like, what's... There's no just go wolf. I don't have to play wolf. Like, Elsa can do that just fine. Grabbed them low like 1,000,000 times, but it's clear that I wasn't the only one. I mean, I was the only one doing damage. Like, I don't know. Like, the stats show everything at the end of the match. Like, I bet you if you could see the stats, he wouldn't be blaming me. Like, what? And we're not gonna talk about how the Groot walled off my ult. It was a mistake though, so that's why I didn't yell at the Groot or nothing. It was a clear, obvious mistake. I ulted 3 people, but then he mistakenly walled me off. I'm not gonna yell at someone for mistakenly walling me off. That'd be his duo? I don't fucking know. Like, if I played bad, I'd say that. But like, you can't just sit there and say that, oh, I'm the only one doing bad or something when there's 2 other people doing worse than me. In reality, we all just got slammed, but I mean, you gotta point fingers at someone, I guess. It's a team game. There's no accountability to be made, I guess. Like, it's a team game. Like, people just don't like accepting accountability. I guess everyone thinks they're like the main character or some shit. I don't know, know. Like, I don't know. I don't get that. Like, in reality, it was just a team death. We literally just got gapped hard. Yeah, I can look at the stats again. I want to see my ult get ulted off and walled off. I think one of them was using a tracker because I don't know how the hell he knew every single character they were playing. Oh shit, I got a match. I don't know how he knew every single character they were playing. He's probably a tracker or some shit. Or maybe he had one of the enemy streams open or something. I don't fucking know. I don't really care.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Yeah, every time we killed the Venom, they were down like 1, but then we just somehow would lose someone or we just didn't push. I don't get that.
Someone's got to guard the galaxy.
Might as well be me.
Now, who am I gonna
I
banish
posted new
from this
screenshots of Cyberpunk anime. Oh, these are sick. Ooh. Yo, this shit is sick. Ditto against Salak and getting nothing done is crazy. I don't know what he was doing. I didn't even spectate him. I probably should spectate him and see what he was actually doing, but he definitely wasn't doing shit. Because our supports almost had more damage than him, so I don't know what he was doing. Maybe he was just waiting. But he waited way too long. I don't fucking know what he was doing. He was doing something. Arx is getting a new fighting game IP. Wait, link it? Link it the article. Koi Tecmo. Chinese government grants project review rental still action. What the hell? Is that the right thing? Oh wait, here it is. Notable projects, government funding. The government is funding an Arc Sys game.
Pick your hero.
Unique cell shaded animation.
I'm not judging.
Ooh, that's interesting. $2033 is crazy. That's way too far. That's so far, bro. Oh wait, that's the goal. Oh, achieve the goal, increasing overseas sales of Japanese content from 20 trillion to... Oh, that's the goal. Okay, I was about to say. No, that's the goal. That's the goal. That's the goal. I was about to say, wait, what? Their long-term strategic goal is to get 20 trillion by 2020, whatever the fuck. I mean, okay, whatever.
I prove them wrong consistently, just as any demon would.
What IP would this? This has to be like Naruto One Piece, bro. Stop fucking trolling, bro. This has to be Naruto One Piece, bro. Like, you guys have got to stop trolling. This has to be Naruto One Piece. It has to, bro. There's just no shot.
All you need to do is capture the mission
Like,
area.
quit the fucking troll. Oh, it's an original IP? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Bro, it's literally a free bag if you do a Naruto One Piece, bro. Please, bro. It's free. The freest bag ever, bro.
I got left in this thing.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture.
Back up. You guys are down to support. Just try not to sucker here. Let's try to back off. Their inland has a lot of beam charge.
Lord
Cyclops. Don't push up. Let their beam die.
Cap, I'm gonna give you Snowflake. You can
I
dive
can go
with that.
there.
Okay, her beam's dead.
Invis, you're gonna ult first, okay?
Sorry, she's still
Oh my god, the fucking TikTok verification shit popped up again, bro.
Oh, they have a row.
Why does he think I'm AFK? Rogue can die. Nice. Walk up.
Invis ult is... Okay, never mind.
I was looking for one of these. Oh, sweet moves, right?
Ambush. They're behind us.
Alright, just fucking TikTok verification. Give me a second.
Invis, you think you would let me supercharge my ult and we can go in with it?
Halfway point.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, you can start healing again. Okay, I'm gonna go in with my ult in 3, 2, 1, go. Push in fast. I'm gonna damage boost in 3, 2, 1. Nice, get a pick. Nice.
What?
They're down to support. Then ult up in 3, 2, 1.
What even killed me? I couldn't see because of the...
I didn't want to do that.
Oh, okay. I couldn't see because of our fucking rubble breaking. This sucks.
We're coming back with Star-Lord ult if we need. We might need a TP though.
Yeah, you guys got a TP. I can touch TP.
Okay, we have a TP going. Defend him. Phoenix is gonna push up probably. The Cyclops is pushing up. I'm gonna kill him. Go for Cyclops. Nice down. Look at Phoenix.
Yo, she was 1 HP, bro.
We see 90. It's okay. Fall back.
So they made their own fighting division, own fighter in One Piece. They own fighter, One Piece. I mean, they can, just because one person has the rights to it right now doesn't mean multiple can't. You can apply for the license. Like I've seen multiple IPs have the same thingy or whatever. Or multiple companies have the IP. They just have to get approved of it is the thing. Like, there's been multiple companies with DBZ making DBZ games and shit.
At sunrise.
And it depends on the type. Currently, there's no company with a fighting game, with a One Piece fighting game or Naruto. Well, I guess Bandai with Naruto, but that shit is gone, bro. That shit is done, bro. Like, Storm is done, bro. Please, no more Storm games, bro. Please. Bro, please, no more Storm games, bro. Oh, hell nah, bro. No more Storm games, bro. Oh my goodness.
Emma ult, and they shouldn't have this before ult. Or did they stand heal last fight or a few fights ago?
I don't think they stand heal. They got at the end. They did at the end.
Oh, did you see that?
Help her Emma. Break shield.
I'm playing Invis. I'm playing Shandy.
Rogue is diving.
Shandy in the back.
She's dead. Sorry.
Oh, I kept picking heals, but I'm gonna heal.
I'm being cut by Phoenix. Nice. Invis play together.
God, I hate diving on this map. It's literally just poke paradise, bro.
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
Oh my fucking god, I'm fighting Phoenix and a Cyclops, bro. Have a heart. Holy shit, have a heart, bro. Ah, bro, like, I'm fighting a Phoenix and Cyclops, bro. This shit is hard. It is very hard to,
Invis,
to even do anything.
Because we might get it at the same time.
Nah, I gotta play Cyclops.
I think
there we go.
I'm gonna ult first. So
Work for that one.
Try to walk.
Rogue has diamond. I'm coming up on ult. I'm ulting in 3, 2, 1. Push in, fast. I'm going on the support. Emma still dies here. Yeah. Nice. Both tanks are down.
I died. Killed him, but I died. Hey, Cyclops kid is busted, bro.
She missed everyone. Look at the Phoenix.
Okay, quick play for us. I want to test some stuff.
No, she's dead.
We're about to end stream soon anyway. Where are we?
We have Emma, Namor, and Invis.
What's up, Zaf?
They also have
early.
too.
Or actually,
yeah. No, fade out Invis out. Good pick. Don't ult this, Invis. Don't ult this. Just a wave.
Oh, I got deleted.
Don't ult this either. We should be fine. I'm healing you. Okay. Oh, ult this.
Oh, that's such a fat ult.
Okay, yeah. Oh, we forgot of support. Nice. Push in.
Keep going.
You gotta fight poke with poke. This map, I think this is one of the worst dive maps in the game, I think. Playing dive on this map feels impossible. It's so hard too. There's so much wide open area to just get shot at.
Changes open.
Oh shit, that motherfucker got blasted.
I'm coming up on ult. I'm 90 to ult. I'm ulting 3, 2, 1. Going. We're down at support. Look at the Phoenix. River Phoenix. Nice, dead. Emma no diamond. They have an ult.
It's not good.
Good, nice fight.
Get to 99. Okay, 99. This was bigger.
It's not bad.
We still have TP, and we're coming up on Strange, and honestly, we're coming up on the Twinkles, and honestly, if we keep Invis, you want to supercharge your ult? You can just walk whenever
I got one. We can walk up.
Okay, yeah, push him.
Get rogue, bro.
Rocket shield, break it. I'm fighting that. Okay.
Can we skip y'all?
I don't have fade for Phoenix.
Oh shit.
You're done. Oh, you're done, both.
I was not ready. Yeah, they wanted to shoot it, but I was not ready.
This feels empty.
Wanna go bottom?
Somehow dangerous.
Okay.
Okay, we're coming up on Invis.
I have ult here in a second. I can ult
Rocket
this in.
shield again, rocket shield again.
I can ult him.
Oh fuck.
I don't know how you ult me through that.
That's not good.
I'm playing their Invis.
Strange, come back. Okay, I couldn't see you.
Oh.
We're down both tanks.
Oh, yeah, that's
We're gonna have to touch. I can touch. Oh, I don't have to touch. Oh, nice try,
That
guys.
sucks. GG's. We got blasted. They went Phoenix and Cyclops, bro. Holy Z tier. Holy Z tier.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
2x scale stream, that's what's up. Damn, that sucks. Oh man, I deranked. We're gonna live action Persona. That's please let me be Igor. Okay. Which Persona though? Which one? Like live action Persona, but which one? It's gonna be P5. They milking P5 again. It's gonna be P5. Why'd I even ask? Why even ask? There's no point even asking. No, it's not gonna be 4, bro. You know it's not gonna be 4, bro. They about to milk that P5, bro. They milking that P till it's done, bro. They milking that P5 till it's done, bro. Okay, I think it's the last. Oh, I think I can do 2 more. I think after this is the last match. Somebody gotta sue Netflix for this behavior. Alright, last one, then I'm out of here. Or it depends how long this match is.
You think you want to be today?
Probably do one more rank and then quick play or something.
Who's ready to go hunting?
Someone's got to guard the galaxy. Might as well be me.
There a possible way to milk P5, but P5 Arena? Of course they do P5 Arena last. Of course they would do P5 Arena last, bro. Those are trolls. Maybe P4AU didn't sell well. How well did P4AU sell? Did it sell well? Well, it had to have because they remastered it, no? And put it on PC, I think, or what'd they do? Strikers? I never played Strikers. I'm still so mad because I had a sponsor to try it and I didn't try it. Good Blade, what the fuck? I literally would have took the sponsor, but I missed it. Shit, we need to ban Rocket. Fuck, it's gonna be a Rocket match. Hopefully they ban him. Nope, they banned Group. Before you did less than $1 million.
The right heroes could make all
Damn.
the difference.
Those who oppose me shall be left to drown in my wake.
Someone's got to guard the galaxy. Might as well be me.
Next stream, we're gonna do next stream. Oh, I need to try out Kenshiro. Does she store alert? I do. We're gonna try out Kenshiro next stream. Someone's playing Psylocke already. I can't play Psylocke.
And I'll do whatever it takes to keep them safe.
Okay, I'll just play Emily then. Just put on the tank.
Unlike some X-Men,
We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
What's up, Bean?
I know why I'm in this fight.
Oh, was Brown thing? I don't know.
there are so many powerful souls here, and I have.
Last video told you it was a major success. Did they?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I never understand why some of our favorite IPs and such successful IPs just never get sequels. Everyone got slammed out. What the fuck made me jump like that? Oh, Spider-Man.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Trying to appeal for our team, but like, it's getting, by the time I turn around, Spider-Man's already gone. Aw. Okay, that guy's gone. Okay. There you go. Did he insta cancel? Did Spider-Man cancels what? I forgot. Solo tank into Wolverine. My favorite.
All they did was make me angrier.
Solo tank into Big Wolf. The Big Wolf. I should have hit my profile though, 'cause I think that's why they banned my blade. That guy definitely trackered my shot. I hit my profile for one match and my blade gets banned. Coincidence? I think not. I think not. Let me do it now before I forget. I think not. Coincidence? I think not.
I like the cold.
What the hell are you doing in front of the tank?
I am ready to put on a show. It's spider time!
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man powers!
Just leave it to me.
Diamond and snow! Mental domination! Healing will be helpful.
Oh. That guy's not having a good game. That's unfortunate.
They hit a checkpoint.
That guy's not having a good game. Oh no. It's that type of the night, time of the night, I think. Cause what the fuck? Wait, can we switch off the Punisher? No, we don't even need a Punisher anyway. We need a Punisher for. But now he's just gonna keep dunking on you.
Yeah, I can hear less on the I'm not playing into that wall.
Huh? No, you can play DPS, just a different one.
DPS.
No, you can play DPS. What? No one's telling you to get on tank. I'm literally solo tanking into Wolverine. I'm not complaining.
Shit, fuck it, I guess. Might have all though.
Alright.
No.
Actually, let me ult first. You can ult my ult, I think.
You want ult first?
Yeah, hold on. Oh, that's unfortunate. Alright, they're out. Oh.
We just have to full reset together.
Oh lordy. That's not good.
I'm back.
Anyways, I'm gonna just need you to block off somehow. Or I'm about to just play near.
I'm doing this my way. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! This is real firepower!
No, I survived. Ah. He tried it again, I'm crying.
Like, can anybody else shoot for supports, please? This is insane. I just killed two.
I will have my revenge for that.
I feel like we're pumping every second of fucking damage into these tanks, and like their supports are just not getting contested in the slightest.
Well, I just got killed too while you were on the supports.
It's because you just switched a Psylocke.
30 seconds.
You were definitely not doing that before. Yo, snipe for sweaty stuff.
Look at that.
Nice. Okay, winnable.
Score is 0-2.
Time's it?
2.
Where am I at? 7:45. Okay.
Including which side you're
Alright,
on.
last match.
You'll need a top
We're about to be
team
met.
to win this one.
The higher the pressure, the
Or
more
maybe I'll do one more. I don't know. We'll
dazzling
see.
diamond.
We shall see. How better it is with 2 tanks. I'm saying, bro.
Round 2.
always gets what she wants, at any cost.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Are they adapting the gacha game? Say you swear to God.
I bet you've heard that before too, Emma.
Men have said as much.
Using that picture is so fucked up. Because let me find out they're doing the gacha game and not the fucking actual. Yo. Yo.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Is that a penny?
It seems we have
Dang.
Fucking okay.
I was fine.
What's on the
Fuck.
Made a trap. Here. Gotta go over, I'm destroying it. Down, trap down. Go for him. Ding in, all the way in, Look at that. Trap down again.
This is real firepower!
Oh boy. Fucking war, bro. So exhausting fighting this character, bro. He's just trying to do the same thing over and over and over. And we double, whatever. What? Why did you push him? No! No! Whatever. Whatever, bro.
Might be a little bit brain dead.
Whatever, bro.
They don't have supports. Whatever. We'll build them.
They're triple healers? Okay. Oh, you got a penny.
Just fucking click you at the same
I
time.
went Emma as well.
I'm gonna fucking freak out with all the goddamn stuns on this team.
Why did he do that?
Like, this is the pinnacle of CC rivals.
Why the fuck did he do that?
Look at the res down.
Why did he do that? Okay. Yeah, okay. That's for sure a bug. That is for sure a bug. Because there's no way that isn't.
I'm about to get on the rock.
I pressed shift too, and it... No, bro. It took my cooldown, but didn't turn my diamond form on. I pressed shift the moment I looked at yellow. I saw yellow. I was like, oh, Wolverine. I instantly pressed shift. And he picks me up. It takes my shift cooldown, and then I die.
No, help. Yeah, I just got fucking grabbed with the shoes done.
Where's the grab? Did you see that? It just touched his body. It did nothing. Was he CC immune? How is he CC immune? What? Yo, what is this match? Wait, how did he do that?
Rocket that.
You guys just got fucking dunked on, I can't lie.
Punisher knows I did that on purpose and just saved his life.
Oh my god. Holy shit.
Punisher said thank you immediately.
I wasn't even in there and I got hit by that. Like, hello?
Oh, let's my team up. Bro, why every time we win a team fight, one of them just overextends and then fucking dies, bro? Oh yeah, this is CC Rivals. Oh yeah, I got even cracked.
Okay, I'm down.
I'll take good care of your guns.
Yeah, fuck that.
And already forgotten.
Yo, this guy is a fiend.
What a free support.
Why are you playing over me?
Yeah, we need something about like now.
Yo, get on that fucking character, bro. It was a freak. Oh, you guys didn't destroy the beacon. Hold on. Nice. Nice. Fucking Wolverine, bro.
Only 60 seconds left.
Alright, let's get this fucking W and get out of here.
We'll reach the checkpoint. Keep up
Or
the momentum.
shit, we're not 50 yet. I mean 8 yet. I'm gonna do a quick play.
We can keep at least one person on this.
It ain't cheap.
Won't they see that? Whatever. Okay, now we do that.
That could
Big ammo. Fat ammo.
No more excuses. Keep moving.
Big ammo.
That's it. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Woo.
This is real firepower.
Fuck happened to that guy? That guy's dead.
Only 60 seconds left.
No! Fuck! Oh man. Oh, brother.
Is that a response to this? I guess.
Oh my god. Lock the fuck in, bro. We locked the fuck in. That was a lock in of doom.
Another epic victory.
That was a lock in of doom, bro. You shit you carried? Bro, I was solo tank Emma into Wolverine, bro. I had to fucking lock in. I have a choice, bro. 20 plus 20. Fuck, we're not at 8 yet. What's up, Deku? I gotta do one more. Actual last one. How you doing, Deku? Bro. Oh, man. I need another Blade game like that. I think they were stream sniping or something. I don't know. Probably. That's why Blade got banned. That Mag hates Punisher. Good, and you? I'm chilling. I am chilling. I'm doing awesome, actually. I ranked up to C2. I just lost it, though, but I'm about to get back. I'm about to get it back. You streamed it, Actual last match. Ban Blade is such a way. I don't know why they banned Blade. Bro, I was literally solo tanking as freaking Wolf into freaking, Emma into Wolf. That shit is miserable. Because that dude was on me like crazy.
The darkness that spawned me. I'll fight to end the
Nah, home, I gotta set up a PC tomorrow so I can stream. Where the hell are you at? You on vacation or something? Vacation or something, or where you at? Oh man, oh man, oh man. In a basement in the middle of nowhere. What the hell? Middle of nowhere. Be safe, I suppose. Good luck. The middle of nowhere. Or ban. Oh yeah, we got a ban Gambit. And then last should probably be Groot, maybe? What the hell? I like the new mobile setup for Twitch. Yeah, you can pick between which one you want. Yo, what's up, Ally? How are the games? How are the games? And happy birthday again.
You'll need a top-notch
I'm reporting
team
you
to
for
win
not
this
playing
one.
with us. Bro, I can't even play with you guys on this account. I just ranked up to C2 and then I just lost it and I'm about to get it back. I was about to end, but I was like, fuck it, I'll do one more. You guys were full, or weren't you guys not? I don't know. I didn't get to stay for long because I had to get a match. You got ults? I had 3? Bro, you want a 4-stack? Yo, 4-stacks are gross. 4-stacks are disgusting, bruh. Yeah. I thought you guys were full, or I don't know. I didn't think, I guess. I didn't think to ask. I don't know. I don't know. Why didn't you guys ask me? I don't know. Why didn't you guys ask me? Full stack and Celestial. Oh, yeah. So you want to lose MR. Got it. Got it. Got it. You want to lose MR. Yeah, happy birthday. I hope you had an awesome birthday. I've been winning a lot actually this stream. I only lost like 3 matches.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
So I am super up this stream. Super duper up.
capture the mission area. Got it?
I've been having a lot of fun solo queuing. It's actually like, I don't know, it's quite satisfying. The only issue is that the queues are kind of long. The queue times are long if you solo queue, especially at C2. Queue times are dummy long. What the fuck? We get rogue. I'm dead as fuck. I'm dead as fuck. My team's dead.
How are we losing? I could have shot.
I have no clue. I think our support's got. I got dove by DD or something. I don't know. We definitely should have walked there though. We gotta walk forward, not backwards, so that we can like peel.
Back in the game.
I'm gonna sit in the back line and peel for you guys. Okay, we're down Spider-Man. Fall back, fall back, fall back.
That's fine. Don't go Luna. Very easy doctor.
Yeah, just go Luna White Fox. Just go White Fox Luna. We can just run an anti-dive. What the hell? Wait, none of you guys play White Fox, or is she banned? But there's no way people with in Celestial 2 don't play White Fox. I feel like you kind of have to know how to play White Fox. It's like the anti-dive support. Like, I don't know. I feel like everyone has to know how to play Luna and White Fox. This rank. Oh man. Get this rope, get this rope. Rope and die, rope and die. They're low, but yeah, we gotta walk. Alright, just reset. We can just go in with cloak ult. Just reset. Jesus, you guys are in our spawn room. This shit is crazy. Alright, they're down one. We walk with cloak ult and we just take side. They're down both supports. I'm anti. He's anti. Okay, he's on me. Holy shit. Oh my fucking god. Oh, they got shredded. Okay, that was kind of evil, I can't lie.
I mean, didn't do a bad cloak ult.
If it's anti. Oh, brother.
With the amazing Spider-Man. Taste goes 1,000 gods.
That's fine. What the?
Slice and dice.
Nice. Okay. Tina might be a good choice too. Easy to spot. That is true, I guess. To their bubble. Bro, they're running around so much I can barely even hit no one. Can't bro. What a sweep. That was a bit too close. Dibs for dibs. Dib fours diffed you. Man. What makes a different noise when you get marked by that skin? That skin is so sick. Hear that ring noise? It's like a. Keep walking forward. I'm on those sports. Those guns sucks at this range. Holy shit.
Guess the spider has some taste cold steel.
She's low. I pinged her. She's definitely low. I can see her at the walls.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
You're forgetting I have that passive.
I was born ready. Slice and dice.
Whoa. I got wiped. I'm trying to see. T is on Celestial, right? That kind of thing. Fact, or am I just dumb? What do you mean? The blade parry? What about that passive? Yeah, I always forget about it. Like when I did my blade guide, I completely forgot to talk about it. So I forget that I have it. They're down one healer. Walk up. We're down one healer as well now. Oh my fucking god. What the hell?
We gotta touch the point, guys. This point's aren't even close.
We had to kill them first, though. Bruh. Hello, works notice. They switched their comp? No, they didn't.
Back in the game.
Almost there.
With the amazing Spider-Man.
Oh, I stacked the anti. I am dead as fuck. Or not.
Thanks, don't leave short.
I'm dead as fuck.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Oh wait, wrong way. I'm supposed to go up there.
Behold the god of thunder!
We killed someone?
Disappear!
Oh, great. I guess we don't have any else for that, huh? White Fox died. Oh shit, Spider-Man going crazy. Wait, that Spider-Man's actually cooking. Wait, they won that? Wow. Wow, what a team. I mean, okay. I mean, he's 9-7, but like, I mean, whatever. He got the job done. I don't really care if he's 9-7. Like, he literally clutched up right there. I should do this trash gun. This gun is so weak. Is Blade better now? Somewhat. Kinda. Where the fuck is she at? Cannot see anything. Just gonna grab me again. Someone's taking the point. Someone's taking the point. The Spider-Man keeps taking the point.
Down to 30 seconds.
Yeah, you guys gotta watch the point. Bro, I can't brawl with this combo. They're so fast. I'm not using my second dash. Fuck that.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Why does she not use her teleport?
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
I can't see shit.
Slice and dice. Hunt us all.
Are we portaling? Yeah, we are. Okay, nice.
Let the devil with the amazing Spider-Man.
Yo, please someone help this guy, bro. Jump in. Oh my god, why is she just standing there? Oh. Okay.
2-0.
Blade still gets cucked by a haymaker.
Time to switch things up.
Yeah, Blades. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Heroes could make all the difference.
A fight to end the darkness that
Sheesh, bro. Revive Demon Journey. What the what? The what? What the what? How was your Spidey champion? I mean, it's not that he's bad. He's having a bad game. It happens. Actually, I'm gonna switch characters here.
A fight
Don't worry,
to end
Susan.
the darkness.
Someone.
Trying to get off with a W.
But every planet's under my
We'll be
protection.
coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Always a bigger fish, you know. Nah, he's just having a bad game. It happens. Okay, well, 11 deaths is kind of crazy. I can't lie, but whatever. Loser streamer. He has bad games every game. Oh wait, why I gotta, why I gotta stitch on him? Damn, damn, y'all are exposing him, bro. That's how y'all feel.
3, 2, 1.
Why I gotta expose him? That's crazy.
Securing the mission area.
This is in the Blade account. Probably do that tomorrow. I'll probably get on it tomorrow. Okay. I know better than when we want to Daredevil. Can I get a heal? I'm dead as fuck, bro. Oh man, why did she snowflake me instead of healing me? What? Shouldn't you heal me and then Snowflake? Wait, what the fuck? Yeah, that was kind of troll.
Bro, when was such a lot?
Doctor Strange.
You said what?
Bro, you guys were both alive. How'd you get paid?
Yo, our supports are dying to this guy off cooldown. I'm gonna have to go no more for them. They're dying to this video off cooldown. Holy shit. Yo, T-Dot, what's up, dude? Thanks for the follow. Uh-huh.
Stop that vehicle in its tracks.
No stopping the Star Lord.
Ads? Unlucky. Unlucky. Watch me go negative last game and win because of his team. Came from his last stream. He don't swap at all. He be frying me? Oh, no. He's that type of Spider-Man player. Damn! Okay, I'm dead as fuck. Why is there 3 people up there? That's fucking crazy. I got gripped up. I actually got gripped up. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy, bro. How is he Celestial? I don't fucking know. I mean, it's not that hard to get Celestial. I'm not gonna lie. Especially on DPS, you get so much points for winning. So we're gonna like walk up, or I can't even use an ult yet. Fuck, I'll just go first. Fuck it, I don't care. I don't want to go first, bro. Brother. What does he even take from Starlight? We didn't even get nothing. Oh my goodness. Nah. We gotta go no more. My backline is extinct, bro. My backline's extinct, yo.
Hey, Luna, you gotta run and touch. Someone has to touch. Oh, sword.
Yo, go help that guy, please, somebody. Bro, what is this? Whatever, man. This game is over.
Are you like, did the Spider-Man pull you or something? Like, why
how did we die in Luna?
No, because our Luna ran in her ult from no one went. I can't explain. Our Luna just does bad.
Can we do Hella no more? Do you play no more? I mean Hella.
Like she's just shit, bro. She's actually just shit.
I'm not surrendering, bro. Fuck that. This is so
like,
winnable.
Just Spidey and Daredevil, and they're like, why am I dying so much?
Nah, they're doing the White Fox team up, which is good for it. We just gotta peel.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
What? He didn't die? Oh, there's no way. Look at his health bar. There's no way.
Their Spidey all right, but
There's no way. Look at his health bar, bro. This match is so over. Oh my goodness, bro. Yo, did she just leave the game?
Yeah, I don't know, bro. She's throwing.
So she left the game. Yo, these Daredevils be farming the shit out of these supports. Oh man.
Support diff, bro.
2, 2, 3.
He has 18 deaths and he said support diff. Oh fuck, bro, that shit was too funny, bro. I'm done, bro. Okay, chat, I'm out of here. That shit had me in tears, bro. Oh man. Nah, that shit was too funny, bro. Whatever, bro. I'm out of here, chat. GG's from the DD, bro. You farmed this shit out of our support. Yo, she dead ass just left the game, bro. Oh man, these DDs be farming this shit out of these supports. That shit has me in tears, bro. I should have switched to them more sooner for them though. I didn't know they were struggling that badly back there until like it actually hit me. Yeah, they're fucking getting every time I turn around they're extinct. I should have switched to them more sooner. It's my fault. They fucking died so much. And then our Spider-Man had like I don't even know how many devs, bro. That shit was too funny, bro. Your White Fox was some. What did she do? You had really good supports. Every time I tried to kill them, they would just survive 1 HP. She was wasting cooldowns? I think she was, because when she died to you, I was like, why did she not just TP to one of us? I would check the replay, but I already closed my game. That shit, I don't know, bro. Yo, these supports, bro, that's funny. It happens though, it's whatever. Anyways, oh, that was hilarious. Is there anyone on I could raid, bro? Let me see. Oh, I can raid, who's raided me recently? Spidey was 13, 18. Yeah, it happens. I mean, I didn't get to do it much in the second half. I should have switched to no more. It is what it is, though. It is what it is, bro. It is what it is. Anyways, I will catch you guys later. I want to see if there's someone I could raid that I haven't raided back recently, but everyone that's online already raided back. There is someone I want to raid, but they're not on. Alright, fuck it. I'm gonna just do VOD channel. Alright, chat. I'll catch you guys later. I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you guys for all the subs. We had a shitload of subs today. I don't know why, but you guys said because subs are discounted. I appreciate that. We're gonna do the subathon soon, so stay tuned. But yeah, appreciate you guys being here. I will catch you guys later. Go to on Blade. I mean, I couldn't play Blade there. I had to get off him because I had to peel. But I should have switched to like Namor. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Subathon, yeah, we're gonna do a subathon next month. It's gonna be pretty fun. There's a lot of games I gotta finish as well, like Stellar Blade. I gotta do the rest of the Undertale. Deltarune chapters. There's a shitload of games I gotta do. I haven't even done InferPlays this month other than 07. But yeah, we got lots of gaming ahead of us next month, so it's gonna be a pretty big month. Anyways, I appreciate you guys again. Thank you guys for watching, and good night. Boom.